Okay, YouTube, I believe we are live. Hey, listen, if anyone's in here right now, please give us a 5 by 5. Let us know that you can hear us okay. So we've gone live, and we're about to start another Yubatube-a-thon or Yubatube thing. And we're going to be
You have
calling
a
up,
tubathon, man.
yeah, Richard Fowler. Hey there, Richard. Hey there, buddy. I suppose I could turn on my camera here so people can see me. My ugly mug.
It's a little early in the morning, isn't it? It's a
There we
little
go.
early in the morning, isn't it?
It is early
You
in the morning.
scaring
I am
more than
schlepping
bejesus out of
coffee.
everybody.
I know. My ugly mug. But we're getting a 5 by 5 from Michelle. And welcome, Michelle. Nice to have you with us. I saw your message there. You be hanging out in the live stream as much as you can today. That's awesome. You guys are welcome to come right into Discord, too. We're doing this broadcast from Discord, so you can actually come in and talk with us if you want to. It is completely up to you. This is going to be, and if you guys have not been with us before when we've done these, by the way, welcome to Jimmy. I got Jimmy here with me, buddy. Yeah, this is awesome.
That's highly unusual. It's
Mm.
9:30 in the morning, and I'm
Yep,
actually up.
yep, that is unusual, and we're blessed by having Jimmy awake and cognizant and ready to go. If you've not joined one of these events before, um, what we're doing is we're encouraging folks. First of all, if you're with us right now, please put links to this video in all of your socials that are Missouri based, even if they're not Missouri based. Other states need to do this stuff too. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be calling up senators and representatives, and we'll be having lots of fun in between. I did get on Austin Peterson's show briefly this morning to let them know that this event was going on our YouTube. So hopefully we'll get some activity out of that. If you guys have any way of contacting the press, the media, the radio, the TV, and all of your socials, and let them know about this event so they could check it out and hopefully join in on the phone calls. So this is what this is really truly all about. And then we'll have some, I'm sure, some nice surprises on the way, like we always do, to fill in some of the lulls. And one of them is we're going to rebroadcast the 10th Amendment Center's video today because it's exactly about what we're trying to do in Missouri right now. How do states mitigate or nullify Joe Biden's mandates? How do we do it? So basically, he's going to be talking about how you use the 10th Amendment to get through some of this stuff. So we'll get some good instruction from him. Um, but the main thing here is for people to be making these phone calls. That's the main thing. And I'll be making phone calls throughout the day. I will set up my phone on speaker. So I will be making these phone calls in real time in front of y'all, which is what we did in the Ubatubathons back during the SEPA drive that we were doing. So at any rate, that's what these events are all about. It's kind of like, and I'm hoping beyond hope, I can get Casey Rich on here to play some guitar for a little while too, and entertain us all with a little bit of electric guitar, if he's available. I hate to put pressure on the guy, but he is way better at guitar than I am. Believe me, you don't want me playing guitar. I'm still learning.
Hey, Patrick,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to mute this mic for a second, and I'm going to give our good friend, my representative, Shane Roden, a call right now, hoping to get his office staff just to see what's going on. Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And one other thought I had.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you have Bo's number, correct?
I
Why don't
do.
you text him that we're doing a Ubatubathon just
Yep.
for grins?
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yep, I'll wait for you to come
Okay.
back though.
So,
Oh, it's before I do that.
all right, cool, man. I'm gonna mute off here for a second, and I'll be back.
Okay,
All right.
gotcha. All right. Okay, so and by the way,
Bye.
no problem, buddy. Jimmy and I will be making phone calls throughout the day. Mine will be live, so you guys can actually see. That would be awesome to hear KC play. I agree, Michelle, and I have not asked him in advance, so I shouldn't have said that. But I'm hoping that he'll amuse us on that. But guys, this is important. I'm going to bring up some stuff here as I'm on Facebook and go into our Facebook page, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. I want to read a few things to you guys. And by the way, the numbers are growing, and it's incredibly active inside of our Facebook page. And I want to, while Michelle's here, give you a shout out and a thank you very much for helping us mod. Because like I said, I've got.
Hey, John, it's Jim Wendell. If you're hanging out in the office today or you're picking up these messages as you're going through your day, whatever, thought you'd like to know that old Patrick and I are doing what we call a Ubatubathon, both on Discord
Ubatubathon.
and it's simulcast on YouTube with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're going to be calling some senators and some representatives' offices today, seeing if we can get this movement going toward you guys calling a special session and getting our Uncle Joey Peanut Head taken care of. So if you get an opportunity, by all means, give me a call back or join us on YouTube or come right on into the Discord server. That's Liberty Alliance. And you might have to ask for clearance to come in or whatever, but we'll be happy to let you in. Patrick's got the keys and he'll just, we'll go from there. All right. Well, hope to hear from you soon, John. Talk to you later, man. Bye.
Hey there, Jimmy. We heard all of that, by the way.
Well, that's interesting because I muted my mic.
Okay. Well, at Discord, I think is where the mic didn't get muted, but that's okay. I mean, in fact, I am going to bring down my volume here. I'm looking at volume levels right now. I need to get this really nailed down here so I don't blow you guys out of the water here when I'm talking. I'm trying to learn all this stuff. Okay, let me start where I left off. Doolittle Duck, also known as Michelle, has agreed to come in and help us mod Facebook. So a humble thank you for helping us out here. I've got a lot of things going on right now, and basically, help like that is very, very much appreciated. So I'm going to scroll down here because I want to talk about something. We have great information in our Facebook page. If you are not in the Missouri Liberty Alliance Facebook group, you are missing out. Lots of good information, fun memes as well. We try to keep it a little bit fun in there as well. But let's see. And I need to start dropping our video in Second Amendment Center stuff here. But I want to show you something that a representative had posted yesterday. Hang on, I just got to find it. Give me a second, guys. And he was basically saying, we're out of time. Okay, here we go. Here it is. This came from State Representative Brian Seitz. Brian Seitz. He says, Missouri, and this was 23 hours ago, he posted this on Facebook. Missouri citizens, you have less than 72 hours to convince Governor Mike Parson to call a special session for Wednesday, September 15th to deal with the invasive Biden vaccination mandates. Backdoor channels are not working. Guys, that was the critical thing for me when I saw that. He says, call, email, present yourselves at the Capitol on Wednesday. Let your voices be heard. In Missouri and in all of America, individual liberty hangs by a thread. Now, when I'm having private phone conversations, I'll bring you in a second, Jimmy. When I'm having private phone call conversations, I'm a little more dire because I know where this leads. And most of us do. I don't know that we need to say it. Maybe we do need to start talking about where this leads. And that's restriction of travel. That is eventually coming out of this. Is it next month or is it a year from now? I don't know. But I want you guys, and we talked about this when we did the live stream when Travis was on. You guys, when we do live streams at night, just so you know, for those of you who don't know, when we end the live stream, we still chat inside the Discord server, and that's where we talk about the stuff that we can't talk about on the big old YT. And so we have great conversations that are not recorded, well, not by us anyway. um, but we can talk about these things without fear of wrecking the channel. And the travel thing is paramount to them. And them by they, let's say powers that be, can we say Illuminati without getting our channel shut down? Those who are in true control of the planet. Restriction of travel has always been a big part of Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, and Agenda 2050. And no, you don't have to wear a tinfoil hat to talk about these. These are official documents from the United Nations. Sustainable living and restriction on travel is a big deal to them. This is something they want to do. So that's where this leads, restriction of travel. And then lots of other things too. And by the way, I already envision, basically, if you don't have that special card saying that you got those, that thing in your arm, they could stop you from getting on a plane, a train, or a bus. And eventually, you'll have to have that little card to fill up gas in your car too. So, that I think that that's where this is going. And but how long? Maybe 5 years from now before they hit that. I don't know, but I doubt that. I think it'd be significantly sooner. Remember now, if you have not been serumized, you are the enemy. You are the enemy of the state if you're not serumized, even though the serum doesn't appear to work very well. And once again, it's a roll of the dice, to be serumized in the first place, whether or not you will still be above ground. It's a roll of the dice. Now, I grant you that it's not a large number, but it does exist. It is real. And this is actually in the VAERS program. You guys can actually see this. And we all know people that have had the serum and are not breathing anymore. So enough said on that before we get in real trouble. But I wanted to show you guys this, making phone calls. So what I'm going to do is in the live chat, let me bring down OBS and bring back the YouTube page. We got 11 people watching us right now. Serumized. That's right. I invented a new word today. Freedom Inc. Hey there, Freedom. Unfortunately for them, some people can't be restricted. Their logic fails with belief. I believe in my God, so either I win or they kill me and I win. Either way, I win. Sitting by isn't an option. I agree wholeheartedly, Freedom. We're trying to get the state of Missouri to do something similar to what DeSantis has done in Florida. That's what this live stream today. This is a Ubatubathon. This will go on for many hours. We're trying to get the people of Missouri to call up representation, to call a special session, because we're out of session right now. We're a part-time legislative body here in the state of Missouri. And we want them to go back into session and do something similar to what has been done in Florida, which is protect the residents of Missouri from these egregious executive actions and federal overreaches. So serumization, another good word, Gabriel. Thank you. Serumization, serumized. So at any rate, that's what we're attempting to do. And I am going to give you guys a link, and I'll get it in the video too, in the description section. Copy. Here is the Missouri Senate. Okay, this is the roster for the Missouri. Now, once again, this is not federal. You're talking to guys that meet in Jeff City, not meet in D.C. And what we're trying to do is get all of them to sign a document for a special session. And by the way, this isn't without a plan. Senator Bill Eigel already has a plan, if we can get the session, what we can do, somewhat based on Florida's work. Once again, Missouri can't think of every single thing, every contingency. We're certainly not going to be the guys with the best ideas. There are states that have better ideas than even what we have in Missouri, but we feed on each other for these good ideas, for good legislation in the state. But it's time for the people of Missouri to actually let their voices be heard. Hey, it's Hunter. Hey, good morning. it's time to make those phone calls, gang, so we get a special session so we don't have to wait until January to deal with the madness. Why are we doing this? Okay, we're nothing if not honest. It's because Parson, our governor, is not wanting to hold a special session. So there, I said it. It's out in the open now. For whatever reason, he could be. We can theorize because we don't have a direct line of communication. Either he doesn't have the time as governor, he's forgotten that he works for us, he's bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical companies, or someone has threatened his life and his family, to not do things like this against Joe Biden's mandates. Those are our options. We'll whittle them down today. We'll speculate about them, shall we? Shall we speculate? Um, okay. So, at any rate, that is the roster. If you're in Missouri, let's start making phone calls. But before we do, I want to bring up the senator's letter because there's 16 senators that have already signed the letter. If you happen to call one of them, it's really more about thanking them for actually starting this process, getting the ball rolling. But 16 is not enough. We need, I think, 8 more. We need 75% of the Senate to actually call for this. And if you guys look at the roster here, we do have Democrats in our Senate. They're rare, but they're there. It's kind of like the snipe beast. It's you're not sure if it really exists. Your friends want to go out and hunt snipe. And but we do have Democrats actually in the state of Missouri, although they are rare. They are here, and they do have a little bit of power here in Jefferson City. Now, by the way, but I need to say something here real quick. Okay, there are some very prominent Republicans that have not put the name to the letter, and let me get the letter up so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. So we all go into this informed as we start making our phone calls to the state. Give me a second here, and I'll get to your comments here in a second, gang. I see all the comments coming up. But I am looking for the letter. And we covered this actually in our last live stream with Travis. But let's see, the letter from the senators. Here it is. Okay, page 2. Okay, guys, I am going to put this up in the chat as well, so you guys know who has already committed to getting a special session going in the state of Missouri to help us out here, to actually get the governor to get something done. Well, our Congress can get it done. The governor just needs to sign it. So rubber's hitting the road here, gang. This is not a sit, as Freedom said, this is not a sit on your butt situation anymore. Tyranny is upon us, gang. It's coming. So we need to start fighting it, and we need to activate people. And I'm going to say stuff that might be offensive to people during this live stream, because we're really trying to get something going tomorrow and Wednesday in Jefferson City. Details coming up shortly. And, I'm trying to be judicious on my comments and my scenarios. I'm trying to be understanding. But, guys, holy mackerel. This is getting really serious, and people don't see it yet. Just look at Australia. I mean, we're heading down the same path. We're talking about 5 kilometers from your home. If you go more than 5 kilometers away from your home, you go to jail. 5 kilometers is something like 3.5 miles. Okay? Some of us live out in the country. We can't get to anything useful in 3.5 miles. I can't get to a grocery store in 3.5 miles. So stuff like that is on the horizon. And by the way, Biden's not done with his federal overreach. It's just beginning. This has already been announced. He's waiting for the World Health Organization to have yet another meeting and another press release before he releases the rest of his draconian, totalitarian, Nazi-like mandates. So this is the time to fight. And if we're busy at work, oh gosh darn it, I can't take the day off from work. This is part of the joke. Okay, this is part of the this is part of my mental meanderings, if you will. So please don't get offended. If you can't take the time off of work, that's fine. When you're taking your last breath of air in a FEMA camp this time next year, you'll know Well, gosh darn it. At least I worked on Wednesday. That ever critical day that I could have gone to Jeff City and let my voice be heard. So at least I did that as you're taking your last breath in a FEMA camp this time next year. Okay, that's a joke, but I think you guys kind of get the point. We all have to fight now. This is time to fight, and fighting comes in many forms: emails, phone calls, visits to Jeff City. We have two opportunities for those of us who who can do it. I'm going to be talking about Jody Grace. Right Side Moms has changed their names to Make Missouri Great Again. And no, it's not a big Trump deal. It's stealing a Trump tagline, to be sure. But if you guys go to their Facebook, page, it's not about Trump at all. It's about liberty. So, so at any rate, I'm sorry. I've talked a whole bunch. I'm going to let Jimmy talk just a little bit now while I get some stuff organized here. And also your messages here. Michelle says every minute that this Biden mandate is going on, innocent hard workers are losing their jobs and careers. Good point, Michelle. And this is part of why we're what we're doing here. This is time sensitive. We got to get the ball rolling. Make the calls. That is correct. Freedom Inc. says, unfortunately for them, I can't fit in cages very well. Freedom, I get you. The ones who try to cage me may want to kiss their kids and drawstrings that morning. Failure isn't an option, folks. That is correct, Freedom. This is it. This is our time. We have to do this. Even if we don't know what to do, there's guidance all over the place. We are working with, I keep saying Right Side Moms, but Make Missouri Great Again. They're a bigger organization than the Missouri Liberty Alliance. So we are working with them. We're working with Travis with the Prepared Homestead. We are working with other organizations to grow this voice in Jeff City. That is the point, gang. We can't be divided anymore for our own special, the pro-lifers. That's all I'm interested in is pro-life. That's, I don't want to get involved in anything else. You're out of time because when this tyranny comes, that pro-life issue is going away. And believe me, there's a lot of pro-choice issues going on in hospitals all over the world right now. I don't want to say anything more than that, but you guys get it. It has to do with this thing. You guys know what I mean. Let's see. So well said, Freedom Inc. Grant, they may be Democrats, but they aren't the same caliber of Dems in our federal government. That is correct, Grant. And I don't want to minimize the Democrats here. I do. And in fact, I get chastised once in a while because I tend to be more critical of Republicans in the state of Missouri rather than Democrats. I've explained why on many occasions. I won't do that right now. The best idea for the states to criminalize federal enforcement of anything. Until that's done, it's an unstoppable train. Freedom Inc., that's a good point. 10th Amendment nullification needs to happen on everything, but it's impossible to get that all done at once. We have to take a sliver at a time, unfortunately, because we don't have a governor that thinks like Freedom Inc. or like Timmy Chonga or like Jimmy D. So we do what we can when we can, but we have to put pressure on everyone right now in the state of Missouri. If this is going on in another state right now, something similar to this, fighting to actually use the 10th Amendment or other mechanisms to nullify these mandates coming from Joe Biden, please let me know. I will definitely give them a shout out. We'll let them know. Let's see. LSF Prepper, good morning. Sneaking in some MLA time while in conference calls at work. Hey, there you go, man. So conference calls are important too, but I don't know, saving your state from, certain tyranny and FEMA camp death is important as well. So we just, we weigh, which one's more important to us. I'm sorry. I'm going to joke like that all day, gang. And I don't want you guys to be offended by it. All right, Jimmy, you say some stuff now. I'm ranting
How
here.
about is the microphone working now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
hearing
excellent.
you great.
You said when I when I made that phone call to my representative, you said you could hear it even though my mic was shut down.
Yep.
So I had to quick figure out what the heck was going on.
Okay.
So I think I've got it fixed now.
Okay.
Yeah, guys. Honestly, um, man, it's I consider myself a realist, and it's like, okay, I see all this stuff coming down the pike, and I go, man, this is bad. We need to do something about it. Obviously, I'm sitting here with you all this morning, and we're attempting to do something about it. But on the other hand, there's a part of my brain that says, I'm looking out onto my property out here, and it's in the morning, and the sun's coming up, and the birds are chirping. It's awful easy to lull yourself into, no, this is just a bad dream, but it's not. Man, that is so scary. As far as I can tell, looking out the window here, it's perfect. Everything's fine. Nothing's changed. I might as well be 10 years old again, yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
But then the other half of the brain picks up and it goes, man, they are going to be locking you down. They are going to be restricting what you can do. Well, no, they're not actually, because I don't intend on following any of their nonsense, but that's what they're going to attempt to do. This is never, again, guys, for those of you who don't know, I'm an old cranky dude, 65 years old. I never would have thought that I'd see something like this in my United States. It's almost beyond my comprehension, almost beyond me being able to believe it. It's just that crazy. So we've got to do what we do, get on here, make our telephone calls, chastise, for lack of a better word, our representatives and our senators, so that we can get something done to stop this literal madman who is pretending to be the president of our country.
Yeah, let's go through,
So,
Jimmy, if you would correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't had time to research this like I should have before the Yuba Tubathon. But let's go through some of the edicts that are in the mandate. Okay, number one,
okay.
if you don't get serumized, if you choose not to get serumized, your job will have to pay a $14,000 fine per year to the federal government. Number one. Number two,
Patrick, are you sure that's per year? I thought it was per occurrence. So per employee, is that per year, or do they
I,
haven't figured
well, I don't
that
know.
out
My
yet?
understanding was per year, but once again, I didn't have
Or is
time
it
to
every
research this.
month?
No, I think it's per year. But I'm not sure. So people in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's go through
Okay.
why we're fighting, because let's actually keep the point open. We are actually trying to stop Joe Biden's mandates from touching us in the state of Missouri. But why? Why is it so bad? What's going on? And ultimately, we could talk about the big picture in a second here, but let's go through the small details. $14,000 fine per occurrence is how I read it. Freedom Inc. said. Okay, thank you. So your employer will have to, and this is, okay, so once again, keeping the point open and keeping as honest and forthright as we can without any hyperbole. I believe it's corporations or businesses over 100 employees. And that's for starters, gang. That's for starters. It gets worse from there. So 14,000 per incidence, per occurrence, and they'll change it. I'm sure they'll make it eventually per year, per month, or something like that. But also, so that's your employer's penalty for keeping you as an employee because you're an enemy of the state. You're the problem, right? But also, you have to literally get that cotton swab up your nose once a week at your expense. Now, I have talked to a couple of people. They think that the test is roughly about $109 per test. So now you as an individual, because you're such a horrible person, you're an enemy of the state. You're a part of the problem. You're spreading COVID all over the place. In fact, because your immune system works so well, you're actually creating new versions of COVID, just by beating the old one and actually, hurting people that have been serumized. Once again, we can go through all the science later, but $440 a month, please, out of your pocket to pay for tests, right? Once a week. And it's your expense, not your employer's. I think. Okay. So, at any rate, that's what you're facing, literally, with this mandate. Employers can't afford this. They're not going to do it. So, as Michelle said earlier, people are just going to lose their jobs. And also, they're setting up a mechanism to prevent you from getting unemployment as well if you have to leave your job because you choose not to take the serum. Leave your job, get fired, whatever. You guys get what I mean by this. So you won't get unemployment either. That's what they're doing. This is the most heavy-handed action I have ever seen by a federal government apart from literally going to war. Going to war. This is the equivalent of going to war with the American people. So this is how serious this is. Michelle says they want people to use a test that they are going to quit using in December. They've come out with another test yet? No, they haven't, Michelle, because the test doesn't work. 109 for a test that's faulty, gives false positives, and puts nanobots up your nose. There you go. That's what we're dealing with. Ohio already has, says Freedom Inc., no unemployment if fired because of the the beer flu. Guys, this is what we're talking about here. Our states literally are set up by the 10th Amendment to be able to take care of issues like these. And when we have governors that are not willing to do anything because they believe in the faulty science, or they're bought and paid for, or they're just stupid governors, we have to activate to get things done. And then when we activate and we make the phone calls, we send the emails, and they're still willing to do nothing, there's other mechanisms available to us, like a recall of a governor. California's going through this tomorrow. So I'm not throwing out that we need to recall Parson. I think it's very, very early to make a statement like that. Parsons has been good on many things. But on this, I meant the fact, and by the way, Parson is doing something. So I don't want you guys to think that nothing's happening here. He's joined the 27 states that are going against the edicts and the mandates in a Washington, D.C. court. Here's the problem. Number one, yes, that's a good plan, but we don't have a plan B. Okay? If that fails and doesn't work, there's no plan B. Plan B is what we're doing right here on this live stream right now, getting our Congress to actually have an emergency session to put a plan in place to protect Missouri citizens from this bull crap coming from Joe Biden. That's plan B. And since Parson isn't really hip on plan B, we need to activate, make phone calls. We need to force the issue. And by the way, it just starts with phone calls and emails. We need to appear in Jefferson City as well. We'll get more data on that soon. I've been in contact with Jody Grace with Make Missouri Great Again, and we'll get with her in a little bit, hopefully, and get more information. But she's even talking about going up there tomorrow. She just found out senators and representatives will be in Jefferson City tomorrow. Once again, this is veto day on Wednesday. So this is a time they would normally meet anyway. This is why all these rallies, need to happen while they're there. Doing a rally, and by the way, it's not just getting up there and having signs and bullhorns and shouting what we want. You have an opportunity to knock on doors tomorrow. Tomorrow, knock on doors, talk to senators, talk to representatives, show up. Actually show up. So we'll talk more about that as the hours roll on by for the live broadcast today. Once again, I'm going to make another appeal. For those of you watching right now, please put a link to this live stream in your socials. Please put a link in, especially if you're in Missouri. This is critically important, gang. And Freedom Inc., by the way, is in Ohio, but I don't think he's going to be there long. Let's see. Freedom Inc. says Plan B, if this goes nowhere, better be to fight. I'm sorry, but freedom isn't free. I don't agree with you playing the game. Even if you do, at what point do you say enough is enough? Freedom, I can't talk about Plan C because Plan C is a guaranteed way to get in a lot of trouble. But there is a Plan C. So I'm with you on that, brother. I understand that. But we're going to do this through legislation until we can't. So, nope, I'm not an exiting as we speak. Yes, link to my Facebook page. He may be doing his job for the moment, but we have to keep up the pressure and remind him why he was reelected. LSF Prepper, correct. We have to remind him why he was reelected, because he had the faith and confidence of the people to do the right thing, and people in positions of power like governors, senators, presidents need to be able to act on the fly to protect their people. Remember now, there's an oath of office here. There's an oath of office here. So let's make sure that everyone knows, that these guys, if they're going to break their oaths, we don't need you. We don't need you in office if you break your oath. There's a reason for the oath of office. It's largely symbolic. I'm not an idiot, but at the same time, when they break their oath, that makes you fodder for the organizations like this, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We will come after you. So please, everyone in office, keep your oath. If you keep your oath, it's not such a big fight for the people to constantly fight all the time. Freedom Inc. says, good luck, y'all. Stay safe. I have to run. I'll share this real quickly before I go. Freedom, God bless you, brother. Thank you very much for coming in. And good luck. I know you're not going to be, where you're at for too long. And actually, I need to get back with you anyway because I have not heard back on the information that you were asking for. And I have two people that I've called on that. And so it was nice to see you in here, Freedom. Thank you for coming in. And by the way, gang, once again, if you want to join the conversation, come right into our Discord. The link is down below in the description section. You can come in and talk with us live while we're doing this today. So let me go to this real quick. This is Make Missouri Great Again. This is from Jody Grace. Question, and this was 17 hours ago she posted, who's willing to come to the Capitol Wednesday to let your voices be heard on the special session federal mandate issue? I can organize and give instructions, but it's not worth it unless we have hundreds lining the halls, starting at the governor's office. There's already a rally scheduled on Wednesday for CRT. That's critical race theory. So you can hear those speakers as well. So, guys, we need to make plans to go up there. And in fact, I'll be talking to Jody here probably during a break or something to find out because she's talking about going up tomorrow as well. Tomorrow as well. And the reason being is because Wednesday is more of a work day for them. Tuesday is more of a in your office day. So tomorrow may be a real good day to go up there as well. I'm in it to win it, gang. So I'm probably going to be doing both days. And this is critically important. Tomorrow we'll be more likely to be able to visit with your senator and your representative in their office because Wednesday is a work day. Go ahead.
I was going to ask who you got monitoring the YT?
Who have I got monitoring the YT?
Yeah, right now during this broadcast.
I'm monitoring YT. I'm looking at the stuff here. Are you talking about the real-time chat in YT?
No. I was going to
You're breaking up on us, Jimmy. So this is hard.
Who's ever monitoring the YT channel? All right. Well, I'll get with this later. Just continue on.
Okay. But go ahead. Jimmy, you're coming across better now, so go ahead again.
I was going to say, if you put that question out so people can ask and answer your question, who'd be willing to go up there tomorrow or Wednesday? And just so we could get some kind of a count of, and who's ever monitoring that. I mean, it'd be nice to know that 20 people or 50 people or 10,000 people are coming. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Be nice to know. So if you are coming, put a reply in the YT comment section.
Okay. Yeah, Jimmy, you broke up for the last part of that, so I got what you said though. So Jimmy is saying basically, if you're coming to Jefferson City, please let us know. Please put in the comment section whether or not you can actually come to Jefferson
City. We'd like to have
City.
a count, or sort of a count.
Yeah, sorry, Jimmy, you're breaking up again, but we got what you said, though. Please put into the comment section if you can go up to Jefferson City Tuesday or Wednesday or both. So we can start giving Jody a count. This is Jody's rally. This isn't our rally. We're joining with Jody on this. So she is the one who started this, and we're partnered with her in Liberty for the state of Missouri. So let's see. Voodoo Queen. Hey, Voodoo. Hello at work on break after 11:30. By the way, I messaged Rep and Senator in my district. No response. And they may be on the naughty list. Yep. Okay, Casey Rich. Casey Rich. Awesome, dude. And Casey, I'll text you privately, but I was wondering if you wouldn't mind during the Yuba Tubathon today, if you wouldn't mind entertaining the folks with a little bit of guitar. And that would be awesome if you could do that. There's been some requests because people know that you play the guitar.
Trying to run everybody off or what?
Yeah, I'm pimping you out. I am. But we're making phone calls to.
They'll be throwing bricks and bottles after they hear me play.
Yeah.
Under the bus.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. You're breaking up so bad we can't even make out what you're saying, buddy. I'm sorry. Okay, so hi, Voodoo and KC. Absolutely. Sherry has joined us. Ganai Scott has joined us. So welcome to everyone. I'm going to start making phone calls here in a little bit, but I thought I'd get the live stream going, and you guys can continue on with the conversation. Casey Rich just joined us in Discord, so that's a blessing. Thank you for joining, Casey. Everyone's welcome to join. If you guys want to be in the live broadcast, please come right into our Discord. You're very welcome to do so. And please, I'm going to ask. We watch our words while we're doing these. There's certain words that trigger algorithms within YouTube. We don't want to hit those trigger points. So we use words like muzzle and serum. So, and believe me, they go by the words that they hear. You don't even have to type it or anything like that. They like to go after that. The algorithms are pretty good. Pretty good for censorship. Let me put it that way. Okay, and then since we have some new folks, one more request. Please, guys, put in your socials a link to this YouTube live stream, because this is all about making phone calls today to representatives, senators, governor, and lieutenant governor for calling for a special session. And by the way, lieutenant governor's line's open. I did call this morning. So I left a message at the governor's office. I'm going to be making phone calls again live in real time during this Yuba Tubathon event. So, okay, all right. Let's see. How are you doing this morning, Casey?
Doing good, man.
Good deal. Good deal. And you are, okay, you said you'll be there. So are you thinking both tomorrow and Wednesday, or one day or the other?
I tell you what, if it can only be one day, which would be the better day to do it?
Technically, I need to talk to Jody about that. If you ask me, as someone who's been very active, tomorrow would probably be a better day if we can actually go into their offices and talk to them. That's where I excel. That's where
you know what? I kind of like that too.
Yep, because Wednesday's a work day for them, so they'll be in and out of chamber. So you have to work real hard. It's like one time we went up there before, where they, at 10:30, they were ringing the bell and everyone had to go into chamber,
Yep.
and then you had to watch for them, going back to their offices, which really sucks. So.
All right. Well, then I'll do what I'll do tomorrow. I fixed my schedule to do it Wednesday, but I think I can switch things around. So I'll just do it. I'll go tomorrow. And if I can do Wednesday too, I'll do it. I might be able to make that happen too.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, very much appreciated. Let me get a copy of this link into, and this goes right to the live. Guys, you'll watch me in real time. I am going to be putting this link into the Second Amendment pages. You guys can watch me do that in real time. We've got to, and this is where I get worried, guys, because I'm in a lot of Facebook groups. But when you put stuff in that's not, having to do with the Second Amendment, not having to do with pro-life, sometimes they reject that stuff. But this is really important. We got to fight for our freedom, and we need all of our brothers and sisters with every conservative cause to join together in common cause right now. All of us need to do this. Um, Sorry about the dead air. Okay, copy this. Copy. Okay, so I just hit Missouri Legislative Review, and I have to wait for admin approval. This is the live stream event right now. The live stream event. Hopefully, I know that they'll need administrative review inside of Right Side Moms as well. So this is not
Time.
about. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I was going to say it's time for Rich to fill in with some guitar.
Yeah, if you,
Hey,
yep.
I ain't exactly got the best sound system here, okay?
All right, understood. And actually, shoot, man, I could go to Discord real quick and show that screen while I do this work. Guys, what I'm doing is I'm promoting our live video all over Facebook. Is actually what I'm doing right now. Um, so, at any rate, yeah, if, we can get a little bit of music going, and then after that, after the music and all that fun stuff, we'll um, go ahead and you could turn your hey KC, if you don't want to, you don't have to. You could turn your camera on so people can watch too.
Can you hear this?
Nope, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, then it's not going to
Me
work.
either.
It's not going to work then.
Okay, all right, understood. Okay, we also have Sheraton Farmer. He has muted his headphones, so he is in the voice chat, but he's probably listening in real time on the YouTube channel. Oh, there we go. I'm starting to hear stuff, Casey Rich. And welcome to Alex. So, hey there, Alex. Okay.
Hello, Patrick.
Hey there. We're live, by the way, buddy. We are live on the air. I am doing all kinds of work, so you guys go ahead and chat.
Hey, Rich, we can hear your guitar just a little bit now. So
Just
I
just a
guess you got
little
to
bit.
put your headphone right in front of your amp. Yeah, I guess you put your headphone in front of your amplifier because your mic is probably canceling out the other noise.
Do that. The microphone's built into the laptop here. That's probably why it's not picking up very good.
I thought you were using your headset. So
Hang on, maybe I can.
yeah, it's not. If you're playing right now, it's not coming through. But
I'm not playing right now. I'm checking the
okay.
input and output.
Okay, sorry about the dead air, gang. I'm getting this stuff put all over Facebook right now. on my second monitor. Okay, and what group is this? Together we stand against mandatory vaccination. Okay, yep, we need it there.
What? Maybe. Hang on a minute. I have an idea here.
Okay, groups. Sorry, gang. In fact, maybe I should do this when I need to, once again, there's only so much time. Um, I am trying very, very hard to get a lot of people to call. So, I mean, I'm getting that work done while we're live on the air, and I can't type and talk and read all at the same time because I'm legally stupid, by the way. I shouldn't actually have a driver's license.
Yeah, maybe one thing we could do too to get the word out is sometimes local papers carry events, like events happening in your county or wherever the rally's going to take place. Maybe
Yep.
someone could contact the Jefferson City paper, and you
Okay.
might be able to get local people to come. Or you might have already done that. Though, I don't know.
No, with the newspaper, we don't have time for that, buddy. This snuck up on
Oh,
us really quick. So this is, a call to action, immediate call to action. This is why we have these social media, so we can let people know in real time what's going on. The newspaper is not real time. Like for instance, I'll get information from Jody Grace later on today that we'll be able to inform the folks about with Make Missouri Great Again. And Travis, basically will probably get information from this video and put that information in his video that he makes this afternoon. Travis with the Prepared Homestead.
oh, that's great.
And he has a much larger reach than we do. We really need to activate people in Missouri now to make these phone calls.
So, how many more days till the rally, Patrick?
Well, it's Wednesday. That's the official date for the rally. However, it looks like tomorrow would be a good day to go up as well because they'll all be in their offices. You can actually go knock on doors and talk with your senator and your representative tomorrow. Let them know that we need an emergency session. Put pressure on the governor, too. That's part of what we're going to do here. In a little bit here, I'll be calling the governor's number.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. Tuesday, too. Because that way they'll actually be able to talk to their representatives, like you were saying, and that's pretty powerful.
Okay, and this one's in Missouri. Second, we're organizing in Missouri to reject Biden's mandates. Please check out this live stream event. We're streaming all day today. Yep, everything I'm submitting is going to the moderator.
What moderator is that?
It
Patrick?
depends on the group. You can't see on the screen what I'm doing right now. So I don't know the names of the people that are moderators in all these groups, but they're the ones that actually control the Facebook groups, and then they have to approve, whatever I'm submitting, basically in that Facebook group. And every Facebook, like for instance, our group, we have several moderators. Well, actually, three. Myself, a gal by the name of Brittany, and a gal by the name of Michelle. Those are the moderators of our group. So in
Right.
the other groups, I have no idea, who their moderators are.
Okay, I just didn't catch the fact that you were sending it to the individual groups, the individual monitors of the individual groups.
Yep.
That's all.
You guys go ahead and talk here. I'm literally just filling up Facebook with short or links to our live stream to try and get people to call.
I'm a little bit hesitant to talk because this internet connection keeps bouncing in and out.
Yep.
However, guys,
We're hearing you good right
you
now.
know what we're requesting, that everybody get involved with this thing. We're trying to get as many people to go up to Jeff City tomorrow and perhaps Wednesday, to physically put in a request. Physically, a whole show of people would be of great help to get our governor and our legislators to put a safeguard of some type, a legal safeguard, in front of Peanut Head's mandatory vaccine nonsense. I'd sure like to see this take effect in the state of Missouri, you know, by the state of Missouri, as opposed to having something drastic happen, like all the truckers go on strike, which will create shortages beyond belief and start, how should we call it, the period of misery. Because once those, and I'm hearing a lot of stuff about that, once those truckers shut down, you can expect to see just bare shelves at your grocery stores, at your hardware stores. And, you know, America moves by truck, people. And these drivers are not too happy with this serum mandate. Almost slipped there, Patrick, almost.
Yep.
And in any event, it would be nice to see all the governors around the country just go, nope, that's it. You're legally barred from coming into whatever state, your respective state. You're legally barred from bringing this nonsense into the states. And we could avoid a lot of pain if we could get our legislators and our governors to stand hard on this thing. That's my belief anyway.
Okay.
Rich, you got a comment?
As far as concerning the truckers, yeah, it might suck if they shut things down, but you know what? That'll also put a hurting on the big businesses too. And I guarantee you they ain't gonna last long either.
Well, I would certainly agree with that, Rich. Certainly agree, but I would like to see, you know, the individual states, all their legislators legally bar this. Then there would be no need to shut things down. You know, anytime we shut down anything, combined with all the nonsense that's gone on thus far, you know, our economy is in the toilet right now. We
That's
can't
what I'm
afford any
saying.
more of this going on.
The economy's so bad anyways. I mean, you know, we're $30 trillion in debt. And really, in the long run, to have a big like nationwide strike and shut stuff down. Yeah, I mean, look, when we had the first lockdown, everybody had to prepare and get extra food and water and all that stuff. Why can't you do it again and get ready for something like that? Because that kind of shutdown made the one percenters $3 trillion richer, and it put a lot of people, the average people, in the street and homeless. You do it this way, where
Right.
you found the trucking and stuff, and you prepare and survive for it. Then you go put the hurt on them. You know, I don't know how people are about striking. I've been a union guy most of my adult life, and I tell you right now, man, back in the day, that's how they got stuff done. You shut it down and forced them to come to the table and negotiate.
You know, there's nothing in that statement that I would disagree with, Rich, at all. The only thing that I worry about is the people that are, okay, we've already been there straits. Okay, you put some more nonsense on top of that. Those people who are in dire straits, maybe they can't afford to stock up like they were last time. You know what I mean?
You know what?
So now they're going to be really. I'm sorry, Rich. You talked over me. I didn't hear you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nah,
Well,
man. Go.
What I'm saying is there may be people out there that they're at the end of their financial rope right now because they've been through a lot of stuff. All I'm trying to say is that if we got this done legally through the state legislatures, you may be able to save a lot of people a lot of pain. But I agree. I would like nothing better to see Highway 40 just a pile of trucks parked. I think that would really show the feds they can just go pound sand. But I don't want the average. I don't want my neighbors. I don't want you. I don't want Patrick. I don't. Anybody who may not have the financial wherewithal to prep up again to buy those extra supplies and stuff to be hurting, because my assumption is that there's a lot of people out there that are just barely hanging on. You know, all the government money's dried up and the rent moratorium is dried up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But if I can say something here, it just going as we're going, you're still going to have more people losing their jobs, getting, kicked out of their homes, whatever. People are homeless. I mean, it's gone to the point now. In order to fix it, man, you're gonna have to go through some pain. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I hate to say it, but we should have been, like I said, doing all these shutdowns and stuff a long time ago. But everybody's like, well, I'm still okay, or it didn't hit me. Now we're getting to the point. I mean, it's like the 1%ers got almost all the wealth, and your middle class really isn't a middle class anymore. Everybody's barely living paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Somebody's engine blows up on their car, most people probably couldn't get it fixed today. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I agree with that.
I understand what you're saying. It's like you don't want to say about it, but the problem is just going as we're going, it's going to happen. If they try and do another medical shutdown or something,
Thank you for
the same
calling
thing's
the
going to happen.
constituent helpline. If you
Guys,
have
I'm
a
calling the governor right now. Give me a second.
or question,
Cool.
please press 1. For any other questions, please press 2.
Thank you for calling. Please wait while we transfer your call to the next available representative.
Ooh, the famous state of Missouri hold music. I hate for there to be a dead silence in a live stream, gang, but I'm calling the governor's office. It's time for us to start making our phone calls, gang. And by the way, I'm not stopping with the governor. Don't know how long hold will be. They were getting a lot of calls when you called an hour ago. Grant, how long were you on hold? And LSF Prepper, if you have a good template, please email Missouri Liberty at outlook.com, and I will get it to the gang in real time during the broadcast today. LSF Prepper, please email your template to Missouri Liberty at outlook.com. And I'll get that here in 10, 15 minutes, and we'll share it with the gang. Yeah, I know. Aaron A says, "Oh my gosh, that hold music is since the 2000." You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You went right through. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
you know how it is, Patrick. We can afford to advertise for the arm thingy on the governor's website, but we can't afford new music.
Yep, that's very true. Times are tough, man. We're gonna have to use the same, hold music, I guess, for the next 50 years. Well, I'll tell you though, if I were in an elevator having to listen to this, there'd be some damage to the elevator when the doors open when I got to my destination. And Aaron A from Twitter. Hey there, buddy. Nice of you to join us, man.
Now, Patrick, I'm assuming that if they pick up the phone there, you're just going to start you're going to put them on air. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, I'm going to let them know that they're live on the air.
Okay.
I'm not a jerk.
Well, no. The point being is that a little bit of dead air while we're waiting here is almost inevitable because, you could break in at any second or not, as the case may be, And I know you hate it, so I'll just sit here and jab it. Okay, guys, for all of you out there that are listening, if Patrick breaks in, I'll shut up. But here again, we're trying to organize a little rally deal in Jefferson City for tomorrow. So tomorrow and Wednesday, so that we can convince our legislators and our governor to put a legal stop block in front of Peanut Head's mandatory arm thingy mandates. So that's what we're attempting to do. We'll be broadcasting all day long today. It's what Patrick and I have termed a Yuba-Tubathon. Actually, I think it was Bo who came up with that.
He did.
That
He did. That was Bo.
Yuba-Tubathon. By the way, have you gotten an opportunity to text him yet?
No, I'm still trying to put this information in all of our Facebook groups for people to join the live stream here and help us make phone calls.
Okay, don't think I'm rushing you. It was just an inquiry. I know you're the magic that makes all the good things happen over there. So I'm not trying to rush you. I was just making a little inquiry.
Yeah, we do need to get Bo on board here. And Mark Cox, maybe he'll be interested in this too.
Well, you have both the numbers, my friend.
I
just
do.
When you have an opportunity, text something over to him.
Yep.
So.
Well, Aaron A.
Yeah, guys, we are.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I was just gonna, do another little booster thing here. Mm-hmm. Trying to get as many people together as we can to come and join us tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe both days if that's possible for anyone, so that we can directly and in the physical presence, like walking into their offices, convince our legislators and our governor to put a legal stop block, a law in place to stop the nonsense coming down from Peanut Head Biden's administration in regards to the arm thingy, mandatory arm thingy. Like I said earlier today, it's like I have never would have believed that this would have taken place in my lifetime. This is, in my mind's eye, the most disgusting, unconstitutional thing I've ever seen take place in my government. So come and help us get it done. We're going to basically use the same methods we used in getting SEPA passed, 10th Amendment, anti-commandeering doctrine, get them to put a law in place that says, not in our state.
Oh, hang on, guys.
Governor Parson's office.
Hi there. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we're live on YouTube, if that's okay.
All right.
Okay. I'd like to call to basically ask the governor to allow for a special session of Congress right now to deal with the tyranny that's coming out of the White House. I know that you're getting a lot of calls on this, but the Missouri Liberty Alliance and even Make Missouri Great Again, many organizations are encouraging people to call the governor's office. So I was curious, are you guys getting calls on this?
We are.
You are. Okay, got you. Would you say it's a lot of calls or just a few calls?
We have got a lot of calls on that.
A lot of calls. Okay, that's wonderful to hear. And I know the governor is very responsive to what the people of Missouri want. So basically, if we're getting a lot of calls and they continue coming in for the next 2 days, do you think that the governor may go ahead and acquiesce to this? I know that he's.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, well,
we don't know exactly where he lands on the special session. We know he has vowed to fight this coming down from the Biden administration. We don't know exactly if that's going to mean a special session or what it's going to mean or how it's actually going to play out yet.
Absolutely. We're very, very grateful that the governor has joined the 27 other states for basically legal redress in Washington, D.C. So we know he's working that front as well. But we at the Missouri Liberty Alliance and also the Make Missouri Great Again organizations believe that it's probably really good to have a plan B, and that may involve a special session of Congress in the state of Missouri. So that's why we're calling for it, so that we can have work both options at the same time.
All right. Well, I will certainly pass that on to the governor.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate you being live with us on the air with the Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube.
All right. Well, you have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, gang. First phone call done. And there'll be many of them throughout the day, gang. Many of them. Okay, hang on. I missed some stuff here. Oldie P says, you need to watch how you say peanut head, Jimmy. It doesn't always come over as peanut, more like male anatomy. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I suppose when he's breaking up.
That was not my intention. That was not my intention. Okay. I was not saying what you guys are trying to infer. Peanut, as in the little thing that comes in the shell. That's
Rep. Tony
right.
Lavasco has called for the governor to call for a special session with this to be held, before the start of the veto session. Aaron, that's exactly what we're attempting to do. We're calling and trying to get this pressure up right now. We're working in conjunction, Aaron, with many other Missouri organizations. Hey, Liberty revolutionaries here. Let's see. Hang on. Aaron, we're live right now in Discord. If you check the description section of this video, you're welcome to join us live on Discord and talk with us, actually, on this live stream. We'd love to have you. So that is an option if you want to. By the way, we extend this to anybody who's watching us live on YouTube. You come right into our Discord, be a part of the conversation, let your voice be heard. And by the way, we happen to know that there are people in Jeff City that actually watch his channel. So it's a good way for your voice to be heard anyway. Old Lee says, hey, but Jimmy D, it is so fitting.
I would concur. I would concur.
Yep. So, anyone who wants to basically have your voice be heard, feel free to come into the Discord. And I will continue making phone calls live in real time on this live broadcast too. And guys, I always let them know that we are live on YouTube when I call, because I don't want to break any rules. I don't want to burn any bridges. Just so they know when they're actually on the air with us. So, but like I said, we started with the governor's office, and then the next call will be to the lieutenant governor's office, and then after that's done, I'll be starting to hit senators.
Well, Patrick, after you get done with the lieutenant, the governor, the attorney general, and the lieutenant governor, and all of those happy guys, you got to get one in there for Schatz.
I should make Schatz my first senator call. And literally say...
Well, he's the boss, right?
He is the boss. He is the Senate pro tem. He is the president of the Senate. It's time to talk to Schatz's office, I think.
Schatz, Roden, and Huff.
All three of them will be called KC Rich, I guarantee it. I will be talking to... And you guys will see how I deal with these guys on the phone. I'm very gracious. I don't chew them out, but at the same time, I'll let them know that I have noticed that their social medias are very much against anything that Biden's doing with this mandate, and I'm very curious why they're not willing to put their name on a piece of paper that states that and calling for a special session to deal with it. I'd like to know the the meaning behind not joining that movement.
Oh, we all would.
Yep. So we'll give him a chance. Rowden goes to voicemail every time. Grant, that's exactly what happened during SEPA too. He did not take phone calls. His his staff did not take phone calls. Rowden, literally, I mean, what's really weird about Rowden is he keeps on going in front of mainstream media and also on social media, trying to project himself as a saint and as a victim. Well, behind the scenes, he's working against all the best libertarian conservative causes, and conservative causes too. I mean, it's weird. I mean, he's been an issue for us. Oldie P says, "Be back later, guys. Got to get back to work." Understood, Oldie. Thank you for coming in and joining us. Please remember to make your phone calls today, if you don't mind, sir. That would be very helpful. Guys, let's keep the phone calls going. That's the purpose of the show today. Not necessarily to entertain or, basically something to do. We need to be very productive today. And you guys will see this. I will be making phone calls all day long live in the chat. Literally, you guys can hear them and me simultaneously. So hopefully, for those of you who are nervous about calling a politician, there is no reason to be nervous. There are people just like you and me. You probably will not be talking to a politician today. You'll be talking to an office assistant anyway. So, but hopefully I can serve to inspire those who are nervous about making these phone calls or have never been politically active before to actually start making phone calls and being active.
Another thing you can do if you really are like nervous when you get on the phone, even to leave a message, just write down on a piece of paper what you want to say, and then when you make the call, you can just, because you're probably just going to get a answering machine, and then just read it off. You can do that too. So I used to be real nervous and stuff when I had to make calls.
Yep.
Once upon a time, that's what I would do. I'd just write it down. That way, you could just read it off if you have to. Because the more different ways everybody says something, it seems real anyways, as opposed to just everybody saying the same old things. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's good.
It shows like, oh, you got a bunch of different people on here calling. It's not like some kind of, well, I don't know what would be the word. Oh, well, you get what I'm saying.
Yep. So let me get the lieutenant governor's telephone number. And we'll be giving him a jing-a-ling-a-ling. Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Mike Keogh. Mike Keogh. It's time to call Mike Keogh.
Hey, what's up, Pat?
Hey there! That sounds like Joe Mama.
Hey, do you know, is Brian Williams on that list?
Hang on one second. I can check. Give me a second. You're talking about Senator?
Yeah, I just found out my mom knows Brian Williams. She went to school with him.
Okay, hang on. I've probably taken that off the page now. I'm going to have to go back and find it real quick. Give me just a few moments here, and I will get you the answer.
Yeah, I just want to know if he's on that petition thing.
I've known him forever.
Okay, give me a second here, Joe Mama. I will get you the data.
We hear your mom in the background, Joe Mama. She's saying, "I've known him forever. I've known him forever."
I have. I've known him before I had kids.
But yeah, I've been calling down the list, and I just went him a mama list to start making calls as well. And she was telling me that she knew him, so I figured it'd be
I've been trying to get a hold of Brian anyway because I've been wanting him to do stuff.
Okay.
Well, you guys keep trying. Any favors you can call in would be appreciated. That's for sure.
I will. I'll definitely try.
No, there is no Brian.
No Brian. Call Brian Williams and get him to sign that.
Yeah, Mom, call Brian, please.
I'm gonna try. I'll give it my best shot. I swear.
Okay.
I agree.
Hey, Mom, I can get you Brian's number if you give me just a moment here. You got it?
I just gave her an that same list that you gave me.
All right.
I printed it out for her.
Okay, thank you very much. And by the way, I don't know your name, Mom, but thank you very much for participating in this. We really
No
appreciate it.
problem. No problem. Hey, I agree with you, you know, and I feel the same way you guys do. And like I say, I think I have Brian's home number too.
Yep, I got it right here. 573-751-4106.
She's saying she's got his home number.
Oh, now we're cooking. Let's call these guys at home.
Yeah.
My friend.
Want to share that number?
Yeah, no, not on the air, please.
Because he rarely answers.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that. Plus, aren't we live on YouTube right now?
Yes, we're live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And
that would
Discord.
But anyways, Mom, yeah, you want to go start calling down that list? We'd appreciate it, okay?
Okay, what is it again that I'm having to sign?
The petition,
Petition for,
the block the COVID-19 vaccine mandates.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and help her out with this. I'll get back with you guys in a bit, all right?
I need a ride though too.
All right. Joe, that sounds good, Joe Mama.
Y'all take care.
All right, you take care
See
too.
ya.
Thanks for checking in here, buddy. Good to hear your voice again.
Anytime, man.
Okay, guys, it's time for me to call the Lieutenant Governor. It's time to call the Lieutenant Governor's office. 57. I just put the number in the YouTube chat, by the way, for those of you who want to call the Lieutenant Governor, too. Leave no stone unturned because liberty is hanging in the balance here, gang. Okay, 573-751-4727. All right. Calling now, going back to speaker.
Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe's office. This is Amy.
Hi there, Amy. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we're live on YouTube right now. Is that okay?
Who are you wanting to speak with, Mr. Holland?
Well, basically, I was hoping to talk to the Lieutenant Governor, but if he's not available and the normal process is to talk to one of the assistants, that would be fine as well.
Okay, he is actually not here at the very moment. Is there a callback number where we could give a call back?
Well, actually, technically, yes. You can actually give me a call back. However, the main thing is to give him a message.
Okay.
And that is basically we're calling for a special session of Congress in the state of Missouri to deal with the mandates coming out of the White House. And we're leaving no stone unturned. We're calling the governor, we're calling the lieutenant governor, we're calling all of our senators, all of our representatives, so we can actually get something accomplished in Missouri to protect Missouri citizens from the tyranny that is coming from the White House. And so we were wondering if, first off, if there were calls like that coming into the lieutenant governor's office.
Yes, sir, there have been, and the Lieutenant Governor did release his statement on Friday.
Okay.
So you're welcome to go to his Facebook page and Twitter as well to find his statement on Friday relative to this very subject.
Okay, gotcha. But we're hoping
right.
we're hoping to actually change his mind, so he will do a special session. So that's the reason for all the phone calls. I have a feeling you'll be getting more phone calls today and tomorrow and even Wednesday. But we're hoping to change some minds here so we can have a backup plan for, the 27 state lawsuit against D.C. Also have a backup plan so we in Missouri can get something done with our legislative body.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
Thank you very much.
Have
Bye.
a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, gang. Lieutenant Governor's office done. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Patrick, you are such a nice guy.
Yeah, I was wanting to talk to him for a bit. Wanted to ask a couple of questions concerning some, some potential legislation that might be coming up.
I think Casey Rich is on the phone.
Person to person.
Casey Rich, I think, is live on the phone right now. Grant, she did not want to talk to me, but yeah, but I had to let her know that we were live on the air.
You won't. We'll be here Wednesday. Okay, well, you know what?
I wish we could hear the other side of that conversation Casey Rich is having right now.
Yeah, I know. Patrick, you are so nice.
Starts on Wednesday. Noon. Okay. Hmm. I don't suppose if I gave you my phone number, maybe he could call me sometime between now and when he leaves. Okay, well, damn, see, I don't have it pulled up in front of me. Uh,
Go get him, Casey.
I would, what's that? Well, there's a couple of things I was wanting to get his opinion on, or how he sees it. One, there's supposed to be some kind of, I don't know if it's a referendum or what. It's going to be to legalize marijuana here in Missouri. Like I said, I don't have it pulled up in front of me. He just called and that, and also I guess right now, you got President Biden coming down with all these COVID mandates, that like especially like federal employees and stuff, they don't get the shot or whatever, they can lose their job or whatever. And I know the governor and attorney general, they're joining some other states in a lawsuit or something, and then you got some other senators that are wanting to call a special session.
Casey's calling the lieutenant governor, I think, guys. I think that's who he's talking to right now, or lieutenant governor's office.
I was just wanting to talk to him about some of these, see how he's seeing it.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
Senator.
You know
Yes.
that
Yeah,
those
okay.
keywords are coming through, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, because he told me then, he said if I
Okay.
ever, had a problem, need to get a hold of him. Oh no, you're not. Believe me, I understand how busy the dude is. It's
Okay. It's time for me to find a senator to call, and I think I'm going to start with Schatz.
I'm going to be down Tuesday, and I'm going to try and make it Wednesday too. I was originally going to go down Wednesday, but now I'm going to go down there Tuesday because there's no veto session started, so I might be able to hit senators in their offices or whatever. But I guess obviously he won't be there. But I'm also going to try and make it Wednesday too. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, what was your name again?
There he is.
Lisa. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm bad with names. So I usually have to ask you a couple times if I can remember. Yeah. It's like somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Yep. Bye.
Okay, we heard that, Casey. Are you with us, Casey?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I had to take my headphones off to talk on the phone. But basically, I just called my senator, Senator Rizzo, and I was wanting to, find out what his take was on all this.
Yep.
And I talked to Lisa, his aide, and
Well,
he's not he's going to be there Wednesday, I guess, for the veto session. And I was hoping maybe if I go Wednesday, I can sneak in kind of early and maybe get a hold of him. But she's going to kind of relay those questions I gave him and see what she can come up with and let me know. But I think he's going to be in Kansas City tomorrow. He's got something he's got to do there, so he ain't going to be in his office. But being that he's my senator, I figured, hey, ask him what he thinks on all this stuff as far as the lawsuits and all that, and putting together a special session. So.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. It's time for me to call Dave Schatz. You guys want to listen in?
Oh, yeah. Bring it on.
All right. Let's call Mr. Schatz. Calling speakerphone.
What's in, Rich?
Yeah.
You can.
You're cutting out.
Mailbox for
Dave Schatz.
is full.
Oh, of course it is. Okay, there's no calling Dave Schatz. Okay, everyone, just so you know, Dave Schatz' voicemail is full. So we're going right to Senator Rodent. I'm sorry, Rowden. I get that, mixed up all the time. Let's call up Rowden. And his number is right above that. 573-751. Let's see, 3931. Did I read that right? 3931. Yep. Okay, we're calling Rodent. Speaker.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Caleb Rowden, District 19. We are unable to take your call at this time. Please leave a short message with a telephone number, and we will contact you as soon as possible. Thank you.
You may start your message now.
Hi there. I'm calling for Senator Rowden. My name is Patrick Holland, and we're live on YouTube right now with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And we'd sure like to talk to Senator Rowden about setting up a special session, an emergency session in the Senate and in the House to deal with the draconian measures, the mandates coming down from the White House. We did notice that Caleb Rowden's name was not on the letter of 16 senators asking for a special session, and we'd like to know why. So basically, if you get this message before 5 p.m. today, please check out our live stream on YouTube. That would be the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And you can, Senator Rowden, we'd love to have you come on and talk to us. Please do consider doing so. Lots of folks in Missouri are kind of curious why you didn't sign the letter. So we'd like to talk to you about that and also what your plans are to deal with this draconian measure by the White House. So thank you very much for taking this voicemail. Once again, my name is Patrick Holland. I'm with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're everywhere. So we look forward to talking to you, Senator Rowden. Take care. Have a good day. Okay, guys, that's Rowden, and then we have Huff. Let me get Huff out of the way. Where is Huff? How? Huff? Crab cakes? It's all the same. You guys still listening in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 751-1311. Okay, calling and going to speaker. Good morning, Trib.
You've reached the office of Senator Lincoln Huff. Please leave a detailed message and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. You may start your message now.
Good morning, Senator Huff. My name is Patrick Holland, and we are live on the air right now on YouTube with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're hoping to talk to you, sir, about what the plans are in the Senate to deal with the draconian mandates coming out of the White House for all things vaccination. Also, we were curious why your name wasn't on the letter of 16 senators that actually are calling for an emergency session to deal with this in the state of Missouri to protect Missouri residents from this draconian measures from the White House. We're live on the air right now. Please join us, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Just look us up on YouTube and you can join the live event. There's a lot of folks in here that would love to talk to you, sir. So please consider joining us. Have a wonderful day. Once again, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Take care. Yeah, he knows who we are. Well, he knows the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast is what he knows. Senator Crab Cakes. Okay, guys, I got the three, that cause problems for us in the state of Missouri for the Second Amendment Preservation Act. Schatz, Rowden, and Huff. Those were the.
And as usual, all three of them are not taking phone, or their office isn't taking phone calls.
Yeah. So right now, that's what they do. They hide behind voicemail. But the fact of the matter is, legally, those voicemails, they have to have a record of that voicemail and what people were calling about. So we can at least get that part done. But I'll tell you what, though. I wouldn't mind making one more phone call before I break from phone calls again. And I want to call my senator's office and Eric Burleson and thank him for signing the letter. So let's do that real quick because we got to make those phone calls too, gang. Let's see. Burleson. There we go. Oh, 573. Let's see. Burleson 751. And where are you, Burleson? 1503. Call and speaker. Maybe I'll get Matthew.
More than likely.
Hello, this is Matthew Smith with Senator Eric Burleson's office. We were unable to take your call at this moment, but if you leave your name and number, we will return your call as soon as possible. Thanks. Have a good day.
Senator Burleson, this is Patrick Holland calling. I wanted to first off thank you very much for being on the letter of 16 senators to actually call for an emergency session. I know I don't have to call and ask you for that. So what I'm doing is I'm calling to thank you for that. And we're calling with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're live on the air right now as I'm leaving this message with you. We are calling all the senators. We're actually calling the governor, the lieutenant governor's office, all live on the air. While people who are watching the program live on the air, this live stream, are also making phone calls to get an emergency session going. I know that Senator Bill Eigel has a plan during that session. It's not just for calling a session. We have a plan, and that's very comforting. And I want to say thank you very much for standing up for the people of Missouri, and I'm proud to call you my senator. Thank you very much, Eric. Take care, buddy. Once again, Missouri Liberty Alliance, this is Patrick Holland calling. Take care, buddy. Bye.
Patrick, invite him in. Invite him in anytime.
I don't think they'll be inviting in. These guys are not at work today. We're calling their office in Jefferson City. So I mean, actually, you're right. I should have invited him in case they get the message and he wants to come in. Yeah, you know what? Let me call Eric back again. Hang on. Speaker.
Yeah, just tell him what we're doing and invite him to come in anytime he wants.
Hey, Mike 68 from Carter County. Awesome, buddy.
Hey, Patrick, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How's Matthew doing?
I'm good.
Hey,
What's going on?
I just left a message. By the way, you're live on the air on YouTube right now. Is that okay?
No, it's not okay.
It's not okay. I'm sorry, buddy. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do most of the
Do
talking
you want
then.
to?
And I just wanted to
Sure.
say thank you to the senator for being on the letter of 16 senators calling for a special session in Jefferson City to deal with this madness coming out of Washington, D.C. I wanted to say how proud I am that he is my senator and he's actually trying to get something done for the people of Missouri. And then also, we're live on YouTube. And if Eric wants to come on air live, just check out the Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube. And he can come in and chat with us live. We'd love to have him.
Okay, I will let him know that for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Matthew. I appreciate you, buddy.
Absolutely, and thank you for everything too.
You bet. Bye.
All right, bye bye.
Okay, guys. So some Matthew and I are on a first name basis because of what we did with SEPA. He's a great guy.
You
Jimmy,
gotta love Matthew.
yeah, Jimmy knows him very well too. If you guys are coming up to Jeff City tomorrow or Wednesday and you stop in Burleson's office, be sure to say hello to Matthew. Like I said, he has been so instrumentally helpful to the activists that were trying to get SEPA passed. So, quite often we forget about the office assistants that were critical in keeping the lines of communication open between senators, representatives, and their constituents. When we really needed to apply pressure in certain places, these guys were communication hubs because getting Eric on the phone sometimes can be difficult. I mean, he's a busy guy, plus he was dealing with all that stuff when SEPA was going on. Matthew was always there for Jimmy and I. So at any rate, yep. So that's the thank you call, basically. And we'll do more thank you calls today. I'll take a break from taking phone calls right now. Guys, please keep it up and keep your phone calls going as we're doing this live stream, this Ubatubathon. And Aaron, once again, let's see. Oh yeah, David, I love property taxes, Shats. That's right. Don't forget gasoline taxes, Shats, as well. Let's see. Completely understandable. Rowden gets it all the time. Let's see. Bye. Proper Missouri phone etiquette. That's right. Bye. So, hey, while I'm taking a little break from making phone calls right now, and we'll get back to that in a minute. And guys, I'll continue doing them live just like we did during SEPA, so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. And if you guys have never made phone calls to a representative or a senator before, it's really, really quite easy to do. You're certainly not going to get a representative or a senator on the phone. The chances are extremely unlikely that will happen. You'll be talking to an office assistant. That's who you'll be talking to. So just keep that in mind. These guys are just like you and me. We're calling and we're letting them know what we want. I didn't have to do that with Burleson because he's already on board with a special session. Burleson and Representative Seitz are basically saying it's really up to us, the constituents now, to put pressure on these people for a special session. So, and as I read earlier this morning, I should go back to it. And I need to actually have this saved on a page so we can keep going back to what that senator had said. So give me a moment and we'll get back to that. And I posted it last night and I'm going to read it again. And let's see, I'll find it. Give me a sec. I'm scrolling on my other screen right now. There's so much going on our Facebook group. Guys, I just love this Facebook group. The activity level is just insanely awesome. So thank you all for participating in the Facebook group. Okay, let your voice be heard. I'm bringing it back down to the main screen. This is from Representative Brian Seitz. This is what he said. Missouri citizens, you have less than 72 hours to convince Governor Mike Parson to call a special session for Wednesday, September 15th to deal with the invasive Biden vaccination mandates. This is important, gang. The next sentence is this. It's 5 words. backdoor channels are not working. It's literally, in other words, what they try to do internally to get something done is not working. So this has got to be external. This has to come from the constituents. So he goes on, call, email, present yourselves at the Capitol on Wednesday and let your voices be heard in Missouri and all of America. Now, Senator Brian Seitz doesn't have to mention all of America, but he sees this as a real threat to the foundation of what we are in America. Guys, it doesn't end here. This tyranny is just beginning. Trust me, it's going to get worse. And I think we're going to hear more from Biden here later on this week about more mandates. So he says, basically, in all of America, individual liberty hangs by a thread. So let's keep our calls going, gang. I'll keep this page separate so I can keep bringing it up
In
throughout
my
the day.
opinion, in my opinion, Patrick, that guy is right spot 100% on the money.
Yep.
Thought you'd like to know that I just called my state senator, Mr. Paul Wieland, and got voice recording and left him a big message, told him that we were on YouTube all day today, invited him to join in, also left him with my callback number. And I'm not quite as nice as you, Patrick. I said ordinarily, I don't like to do this kind of aggressive phone call, but sir, this is not a request anymore. This is a demand. This country is in a crisis.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, incidentally, the wife was driving by some businesses down in Fenton, Missouri here the other day, and one of the businesses there has the American flag flying upside down.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we all know the reason for that. One thing that I can't get used to, the flag is at half-mast so much, I don't even know what it's for anymore. But I do know what an upside down American flag means, and that's we're in distress. That means we're in trouble. That's what an upside down American flag means, if those of you who have never heard of that before or seen someone literally put a flag up that's upside down.
Yeah, if you put it upside down, it's an international distress signal.
Yep. Let's see. Is there a reason why a patriotic seeming rep did not sign? Retrolife is asking. That's why we got a call. So I don't know of a letter. If Retrolife, this is important. If you know of a similar letter to what the senators did, that the representatives did, please let us know and link that up or tell me where it's at. We'll get it linked up. We'll get everyone to see it. We need to see that letter if it exists, if you know of one. Right now, I only know of one in the Senate, and there were 16 senators that signed it. Just 16. Guys, we have to know who our friends and who our enemies are, too. You know, let's be honest about that. When you look at that letter of senators that actually are calling for a special session, they're our friends. Not only that, they're actually putting themselves on the line here. And basically, and now we know that Representative Seitz is literally putting out the distress signal. Make your phone calls. Do it now. We can't, he's saying backdoor channels are not working. In other words, they can't get it done internally. They need external help from us, the constituents. Keep calling, keep the pressure up. And we're doing it here in Missouri. If you're in another state and you're doing something similar, let us know. We'll promote you. We will. I mean, we'll let people know. But we have to get this done by Wednesday. So why is it we have this deadline? This looming deadline. Why does it have to be Wednesday? Because Wednesday is the very last time that they're actually meeting for this year. It'll be January when our Congress reassembles in the state of Missouri. So they want to try and get it done, literally, as quickly as possible, because it's more likely that a special session will be called while they're up there versus when they're not up there. So this is the reason why. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Lord knows what kind of damage can be done if we're sitting around waiting till January till they come back into session. So this is one day that they're there for a veto session, the last day of this session. It's like an individual day set off to the side, but they'll all be up there. after Wednesday, you're not going to get another crack at these people until January when they come back into session.
Yep. And so hello to Reza Nunn, who is in the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us today on YouTube. SC Drifter, old friend SC Drifter, says very nice. Thank you, buddy, for joining. Hopefully you're doing something similar in South Carolina, friend. We're all in trouble. And like the world looks to the United States to keep some sanity, justice, and some kind of freedom in the world. We're a beacon of hope. It turns out Missouri is that for the United States now. We're the beacon of hope. And it shouldn't be that way, but it's turning out to be that way. But guys, it's up to us. We are the beacon of hope, apparently, for the entire United States of America. No one else is doing this that we're actually aware of right now. So this grassroots effort that we're doing right now, remember now, share this live stream in all your socials. Please let people know that we're doing this so they can actually watch, see what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how important it is. And I'll continue making live phone calls on the air. We'll keep doing that. I have no problem doing that. As you guys see, I let them know that they're live on the air when I call, so I don't get in any trouble, and I certainly don't want to get in any trouble. Let's see. I'm surprised we don't see any more upside-down flags. I think that's going to become a thing here, Mike, within the next 3 months, is upside-down flags. Indeed, this is just the beginning. It'll be a boot in the face all the way through October. I think so too, Drifter. In fact, I'm thinking a lot of things are going to happen between now and October. I think we're going to see some extreme market turbulence. I think we're going to see more totalitarian moves from the White House. I think the mandates are just beginning. I think they're going to extend to travel before the end of the year. That's what I think. But I could be wrong. But it doesn't matter. People are facing losing their jobs right now if they don't take the serum. You know, this is America. This isn't supposed to happen here. And we're all supposed to just take it, as someone's literally putting a boot heel on our face. And the time of turning the other cheek is over. We are fighting off a transition into communism. That's what we're doing. And yes, I know if I had a good friend of mine on here, Conjecture, he would have me define my terms and say, no, it's more like feudalism, or it's kind of like feudalism and fascism. Guys, I don't want to mince words here. I don't. Let's just say communism, because it's kind of like communism that we're going into right now. And the people that are okay with these mandates should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. There are other countries you can live in if you're okay with mandates. China comes to mind. That's an excellent country to go to. Venezuela, awesome country to go to for mandates and communism. Cuba. There are other choices out there, gang. Please don't transition our wonderful free country into communism with a smile on your face. Biden is a totalitarian dictator. He truly is. By all definitions, go by Webster definition terms here. Biden is a dictator. Now, I don't like getting involved in federal stuff. You guys know this. This is all about people in Missouri making phone calls to try and save our people here in the state of Missouri. We can't save the United States. I'm not going to have people, we can't save D.C. That's what I mean by that. I'm not going to have people calling up federal folks on this. I really don't think it's even worth the effort. The individual states have to take responsibility. The individual states have the 10th Amendment. But we have governors that are compromised. We have, every state, I think, has compromised people in their state legislature. So this is literally Plan B. And we won't talk about Plan C. You can't do that on YouTube. Plan C will get you in trouble. Plan B is what we're working right now. So, okay, does anyone want to say anything here before I make another phone call?
Well, actually, Patrick, I think this should be Plan A. I think their federal lawsuit, although that's all well and good, but like we discussed on countless times before, that's like the feds asking the feds to straighten themselves out. Yep. That's a fantasy. It's a fantasy. It's not going to happen. No, you need to make it so that the feds have to come here to our borders, and once they reach these borders, oh, there's a great big stop sign in front of their face.
Yep.
With ramifications, I must say. You've got to have some penalty for this stuff, or it's just dust in the wind.
Yep. Yep. Well, once again, I agree. But it's on us now. Like I said, that Representative Seitz has made it very clear. It's on us, the constituents now. In other words, they can't do it internally. He sent out a distress signal basically with that Facebook post. Backdoor channels are not working, guys. So literally, we got to put the pressure on them to try and get this done. So we need to continue making phone calls all day long, and it's time for me to make another phone call. So I'll tell you what, you guys in the live chat, pick a senator. Pick a senator, and I will call that senator. You guys get to choose. So if we have some consensus,
Senator Moon.
Senator Moon, that would be a thank you call. His name is on the letter.
Yeah, but you know what?
Okay.
You think there's any chance of getting him live?
I doubt he's in his office
We'll go
today.
live. He's on live with other groups I know. So I'd say that's worthy call.
Okay, gotcha. Let's call Moon. Yeah. Okay, give me a second here. 573 Moon. There we go. 751 1480. Okay, calling. Speaker. Here we go, gang.
Hello, you've reached the office of Senator Mike Moon, serving the people of the 29th Senate District. We are unable to come to the phone right now, but please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and we will call you back as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
You may start your message now.
Hey, Mike Moon. This is Patrick Holland with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're live on YouTube right now on the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We'd like to, first of all, thank you for being part of the gang of 16 senators that actually stood up for Missourians' rights against this totalitarian edict coming down from the White House having to do with vaccination. So we want to thank you for that. We'd like to invite you to join our live stream, which will be going on all day today. Once again, the Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube. And Mike, you do have, this is Patrick Holland, you do have my cell phone number, so you could call me direct on my cell phone too, if you would rather do it that way. But we wanted to call to say thank you and also give you an invitation to come and talk to us live. So please do give me a call, Senator Moon. Once again, Patrick Holland, Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day. Okay, gang. Okay, let's see. Crawford. Okay, let's see. Crawford. And you can put a number up there. Let me double check that, though. Crawford. Sandy Crawford. 751-8793. Okay, Retro Life. Your wish is my command, sir. And I'll get to your comments after the Crawford call. 573-751-8793. By the way, I do know that those numbers will be taken out by YouTube. When this video is done and they re-render it and repost it with the chat, they will take the telephone numbers out. So those of you, oh, hang on, speaker. Was Crawford on the letter?
Good morning, Senator Crawford's office.
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland. I'm with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we're live on YouTube streaming right now. Is that okay?
Actually, it isn't. I just answer the phone, so I'm not interested in being on a YouTube channel, please.
Okay, got you. Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't mind, let me do the talking. I would like to, first of all, I'm calling out for basically senators in the state of Missouri to actually get involved with having a special session having to deal with the tyranny coming from the White House right now, the mandates that are coming down from Biden's White House. So that's the main reason for the call. I know that you're probably getting phone calls, regarding this. But but I just wanted to, first of all, ask if the senator is on the list of 16 senators.
She was not.
She was not?
No, she was not. The letter went out on Friday, so no, she was not on there.
Gotcha. Does she intend to lend her voice to that letter to call for a special session?
I do not wish to answer for the senator, but when her policy is usually to write her own letter, but it would not, it's not indicative of whether she would be supportive or not.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, thank you very much for your time. Please let the senator know we called. Missouri Liberty Alliance is who we are. We're on YouTube Live right now, and thank you very much for giving us your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Sorry, guys, I didn't need to dig on that one. She wasn't going to talk much more anyway. Okay, so Crawford, Crawford is not going to sign the letter. I got that out of her office assistant. I could hear it very, very, very plainly. Okay, Mike 68, you know Missouri has always stood strong. Even during war between the states, a lot came out of Missouri. Missouri has really always been tough. I agree. Let's see. Retrolife says, no, I don't know the other things being done by the reps. Okay, that was a question I was asking about a possible letter from reps versus the one we have from senators. I'm now just getting quick political education. Let's see. My soon-to-be senator is Sandy Crawford. She looks so American on her page. Why didn't she sign? Well, we found out because apparently she likes to go it alone, is what her office assistant said. She doesn't like to be part of a group fighting for liberty. She wants to be alone fighting for liberty, apparently. SC Drifter says, I don't think this group will be in office in January. I think there will be a general election to install a new government. I may be wrong. Well, actually, it seems like Harris is being set up to take over the White House right now. She is directly going against Biden on a lot of things he's doing right now. So there could be some shenanigans in D.C. here and a transition of power in the near future. And yes, we have been expecting the collapse. Go ahead.
Oh, and something to that same effect, Patrick, what you're saying, I found it very odd, but in Biden's profile picture on Twitter, he has him and himself walking with Vice President Harris. I was like, oh, that seems kind of strange. Why doesn't he have, like, his wife or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't read too much into that stuff.
But I think I think they are setting her up to become president, though, like you're saying.
Okay. All right, guys. Who should we agitate or thank next? You guys be the judge. Our lines are open. All right, guys. Get me another. I'll continue making phone calls, gang. That's what I'm doing. Let's hit the Senate first, and then we'll start hitting representatives. We've got a lot of time to fill today. By the way, at 11:30. Hang on. Mike Bolden's live. Son of a gun. Guys, give me a second here. I got to get Mike Bolden on. Give me a second here. And I'm going to shut up and 10th minute. Gosh darn it. I can't believe I forgot about this.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me on the Path to Liberty. It's Monday, September 13th. 2021, and by now, if you're watching the show or listening to it, I'm sure you already know there's.
Let's all say hello to Mike, by the way, in the chat. This is the 10th Amendment Center.
That's coming our way in the very near future. So on this episode, I want to do my best to explore.
Welcome aboard, Mike.
Oh, he can't hear you. We're just watching his live stream.
Yep. Didn't know what connections you were making. Let him know what we're doing, Patrick, if you can.
And stop this mandate without relying on the federal government to limit its own power, whether that's through Congress or the executive branch or even the federal courts. Relying on the federal government to limit the powers of the federal government is not a great strategy at all. It hasn't played out very well. We live under the largest government in the history of the world, and of course now we have new executive orders and new mandates on the way, and it's only going to keep getting worse if we keep going that direction. But we have to take a look and see, well, how does this play out? So this is not necessarily a really polished episode because I'm just exploring this. So what I really want to do is walk you through the process that I go through to start
I can't hear anything.
When someone asks, can this be done?
Shoot.
Years ago, when people asked me, hey,
you can't hear this.
What are we gonna do about this
oh, hang on.
surveillance?
YouTube can hear
Can
it
the
live.
states
You
do
guys
anything about it? I
can't.
immediately said,
So
no
let me
way,
get you the
not a
link.
chance. But I had enough people asking me that
Sorry about
Yeah, I can hear him on YouTube.
And as I
Yep.
learned over doing a bunch of research over a period of weeks, I found an Achilles
Okay.
heel
I'll just go to YouTube
from the
then,
NSA.
cut
They
off the
rely
Discord
on
for now.
resources provided by
Yeah, I
the
can't
states
type
and
it in
localities
to,
like
so
water to
here's the link.
supply the cooling system in Utah, millions of gallons in order to keep it running. And so therefore, if the state doesn't provide that, then the NSA can't operate the facility. So the question that I'm really trying to answer here is not, will the people of the several states nullify these mandates, but can they? So we have to understand what they are, how they're going to be implemented, how it gets enforced. And I think you might be surprised. I've got some really interesting numbers from OSHA on enforcement. I think you might be surprised how much the federal government relies on the states to actually take care of this. So if you want the short version, I think it's possible, it's maybe. The question of will it happen, will people have the fortitude, is probably left for another episode. But I've got a lot of interesting info. We'll get some stuff from James Madison, from the White House website, from the anti-commandeering doctrine, all kinds of strategy, and of course, information from OSHA as well. But first of all, before getting to that, my name is Michael Bolden. We broadcast live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9:30 a.m. Pacific Time from here in my home office and studio in downtown Los Angeles for the 10th Amendment Center. Our show homepage is everything you need to follow this program, all the archives, all the individual episodes. I include a bunch of links and references so you can read and learn more on your own time. I've got a lot of information here today, and I'm really just going to be scratching the surface. So I hope as a community, we can really look at the ideas that I'm sharing and then build upon this, and then hopefully someone can take it and run with it and make something happen, because I haven't been able to get there myself, and it really is going to take a lot of people taking a lot of actions to stand for the Constitution and liberty in the face of this great threat. So I'll have all those links in the show notes at
Patrick, can you hear me?
I can.
/Path to Liberty. You can also find all the platforms we're on and even our membership program. But let's get right to this, and I'll get to that information a little bit more in just a moment. I want to start out.
Are you going to
here
let
with a quick
the
note
10th Amendment
from James Madison,
Center
writing
know
in Federalist
what's
47.
happening here right now?
And here he is citing
what we're doing?
Yeah, I already have.
where
I
he
sent
says,
him
quote, "This is a
a
great
private
maxim
message in Twitter this morning.
in government, in liberty," that James Madison says. He says there can be
Okay,
no
very
liberty,
good.
none, where the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or body of
Hey,
legislature.
how's
So
it
the
going?
founding system
Hey, it's going okay,
was
man.
made,
We're
the
live on
founders
YouTube, by the way.
generated a
We are
system
live.
to keep those separate.
I know.
That's what they
Okay.
talked to us about.
I
James
stayed home
Madison
from work today.
reaffirmed this
Well,
in
there you go,
Federalist
buddy.
47. So if the executive branch is having the same power as the legislative branch, and it's all united, there
You know,
is
this whole
no liberty. And we
mandate
see this
thing, everyone's
playing
just
out
looking for new
over
jobs.
and over.
Yep.
This is not the first time. What happened
This is
last
scary.
week and what's coming our way is
Yeah.
certainly not the first
I,
time. It's been ignored for very, very long.
I think I may have already
many,
found
many
one
years,
last
and
night,
it's
so
only going to keep
Okay,
I just
good
gotta
for
I
work
wanted
for
to
it now.
remind people of that important thing.
So,
So let's take a look.
you know,
over
the ways of getting
Conjecture.
White House, whitehouse.gov. Here's a quick
Jimmy
overview
D.
of what's coming.
Hi,
The
buddy.
Department of Labor's Occupational
Hello?
Safety and Health Administration, that's
Uh,
OSHA,
Yeah,
they
it's
write,
Jimmy
is
D. Hi,
developing
buddy.
a rule that will require
I know I
all
kind of butted in,
employers
but I
with
just
100
I
or
wanted to
more
tell everyone
employees,
how to
not
do it,
100 or more on
how to get out of the
location,
mandate.
but
Can
100
you-
or more, not
Thomas
100 or more
Massey.
working from the
Can you
office,
wait till after
not
the 10th
100
Amendment
or
Center
more that
broadcast
don't
is
work
over on
from
that
home.
conjecture?
So
I'd love to have you
perhaps
tell
we
us
could
Yeah,
do
that.
sorry.
for example.
Okay.
We'll see
Because
how
we're
this
I, didn't know that
rebroadcasting
was
Michael
going.
Bolden live.
Home still fit
Yep.
under this mandate, under
Okay.
this language, certainly, but we haven't seen the final rules yet. 100 or more employees to ensure their workforce is fully vaccinated will require any workers who remain unvaccinated to produce a negative test result on at least a weekly basis before coming back to work. OSHA will issue an ETS. This is an emergency temporary standard. This is something where they basically bypass the normal rulemaking process. Side note, I don't think OSHA, as a general rule, is constitutional and shouldn't exist really. So we're avoiding that. We're just kind of looking
Yeah,
at this
please.
status quo, how they're going to implement the legal authority that they're going to use, because we have to live in reality and see how we can basically battle that off. But OSHA's going to issue this emergency temporary standard. So when they normally issue a rule, it goes through a comment basis, a feedback basis. It can take months and months, I think up to 6 months. And this is basically a way that they say this is grave danger. It has to be implemented right now. And then in the coming months, we'll come up with a formalized final process that goes through the regular system. They say at the White House this
Sorry
requirement
for all the
will
dead air,
impact
guys.
over
No, it's not dead air.
8 million workers in private
If you
sector
check on
businesses,
YouTube, it's not dead air on
okay.
YouTube.
100+ employees. And most people are, of course, are
Okay.
paying attention to this part
Excellent.
because it's so many people. It's 80+ million. I've seen as high as 100 million people that this is going to impact. But there's also another order. There's multiple orders coming out of this single one that is going to affect around 2.5 million people, requiring a vaccination for federal employees and then contractors providing services to the federal government. And they don't even get a testing opt-out option. So on the private employers, you can either get vaccinated, you get the jab, or you get to get a test. For the other mandate of 2.5 million people, no option for a test at all. And then there's another 17 million healthcare workers at Medicare and Medicaid participating hospitals that I believe will also not be able to get an opt-out. Here, one quick note from Ilya Soman over at Conspiracy at Reason, and he's talking about Medicare and Medicaid, on how they're basically, what they're doing is they're implementing a new requirement to receive the funding or to participate in the program that maybe wasn't there in the first place. Here's how he put it. Supreme Court precedent requires that spending conditions be unambiguously stated in the authorizing statute. So the statute that created the act that authorizes them to enter into these deals with the states, it has to be unambiguously stated what their requirements are. And so if they go outside of those, then they don't get the funding or they don't get to participate in the program. And they can't just willy-nilly from administration to administration just add new conditions to say, well, now you also have to abide by this. We often hear from people that if the states get out of line, the feds are just going to yank federal funding. And that the Trump administration tried to do this in regards to immigration sanctuary cities and got just smoked in court. It just absolutely got destroyed over and over and over. And Soman points this out as well. He said the Trump administration repeatedly ran afoul of this requirement in its efforts to pull federal funds from sanctuary cities, because at least under Supreme Court precedent, whether we like what the Supreme Court has done or not, the status quo says if you try to add a new condition to something that they've already agreed to, you can't do it. We're going to strike that down. So the Trump administration lost over and over trying to say, now you have to do this or you're going to lose funds for these unrelated items as well. And here Ilya says, before offering a considered judgment, I would like to know more about what the statutes the administration plans to cite as authorization for this particular mandate. We don't really know exactly what they're going to do or how it's going to play out. Here also from Conspiracy Reason from Jonathan Adler. And I don't think, I'm going to link to these, but I don't think you're necessarily going to agree with either these two gentlemen as far as their goals.
Guys, just so you know, I'm stepping away for a few minutes. I'll be back. You guys continue listening on YouTube here. He's talking about the stuff we're talking about too. That's why we want to carry Mike live today, is he's talking about these totalitarian edicts coming out of the White House. So stay tuned, gang. We'll be back with our regularly scheduled program here in a little bit.
Emergencies are temporary, but precedent is forever. Not the emergency power, but what they claim is going to be an emergency. That doesn't last forever. But they always use this. Fear is the foundation of government power. And so they want to scare people. They tell people there's an emergency from people overseas, so therefore we need temporary powers to deal with the terrorists. We need a TSA screening system, and then the TSA spawns another company called Clear, and now Clear today partners with Open Table to check vaccine passports to go to restaurants. So the idea that every time you give them a power to do something because you're scared of something today, you got to think how it's going to play out in the long run. So even those of you who may like this temporary ETS, this emergency standard that they're going to issue because of the political goal, you also have to think, what might someone in the future do with this type of authority? Unilateral executive authority, where James Madison, citing Montesquieu, said if you can legislate from the executive branch, there can be no liberty.
He stepped away for a second.
There's not going to just be very little liberty, but Madison himself said there can be none at all. Back to Jonathan Adler, he says, while this is unquestionably an aggressive use of OSHA authority, It does
Hello,
not
Brett.
represent a dramatic departure from the sorts of things OSHA has done over the past 50 years.
He stepped away from the
You have
mic
to
for a
keep that
second.
in mind. Read that full article if you want to understand what he's getting at there. But the point is that OSHA does stuff like this. And maybe he's not saying this, but I am. Maybe we need to start paying attention to more of these agencies and the stuff that they do and the precedent that they're creating, because what might someone do when they get into office and there's an emergency and a lot of people are scared? They're going to get more and more aggressive. I think we shouldn't be surprised at these types of things. And one other thing I want to point out, this is what we tweeted over the weekend, or maybe it was last Friday, is this. If the years of compliance while waiting for the courts to stop Obamacare taught us anything, it's this. Waiting on federal judges to limit the power of the federal politicians is a really,
I just realized I had my speaker
bad
muted. Is
strategy.
that on?
So although the articles from Soman and Adler are very interesting, if you want to get a good background of how the whole thing plays
I
out,
finished
what the arguments
calling
are
down
going to
that
be,
list.
that's great. But it's mostly legal jousting, and we're not going to rely on the federal courts to do stuff that they just don't normally do. Here's Mike Meharry in an article we published last week. He said, during the run-up to the 2013 federal government shutdown, the National Governors Association started an admission. The federal government depends on the states to do pretty much everything it does. The federal government depends on the states to do almost everything it does. Maybe that doesn't have the impact to you that it does to me, but check this out. Here's what they sent out in a panic letter to congressional leadership, begging them to avoid that so-called shutdown. Side note, we know that those shutdowns are never real shutdowns. They don't shut down the military-industrial complex. They don't shut down the police state or the surveillance or the civil asset forfeiture. They shut down some parks, and we're supposed to think this is the end of the world. Anyways, they say states are partners with the federal government in implementing most federal programs. A lack of certainty at the federal level from a shutdown therefore translates directly into uncertainty and instability at the state level. Now, here's the dirty little secret. States are partners with the federal government on most federal programs, and guess what? Partnerships don't work too well when half the team quits. So this is just kind of a reverse of how we look at our strategy at the 10th Amendment Center and how to deal with federal programs on a state or a local level. That is, quit the partnership. Because if you're working together to implement or enforce a federal act or regulatory program, when half the team is gone, they can't get the job done. We've seen this play out over and over and over. Whether you think there's 100 or 700 immigration sanctuaries, the reason that people don't like them is because when localities simply say, we're not going to help the federal government enforce this, the federal government has an incredibly difficult time making it happen. They can't pull it off. And if you read the ERO reports, the Enforcement and Removal Operation reports from ICE every year, which I cover this on this show from time to time. They repeatedly, for a number of years now, cite those jurisdictions that don't participate, even in the most narrow way, in their enforcement plans as being a huge roadblock for being able to do more ERO acts, more enforcement and removal operations. The same happens with cannabis. Now, we have about 36 states telling the federal government, or basically just define it, people of the several states literally saying, we're going to do something, we're legalizing a behavior that you're saying that we can't. And the federal government has been overwhelmed for many years. They have no way of being able to enforce this. I often cite the ATF as well. They have about 5,100 employees, maybe 5,500, 5,000 for the whole country. A third of them are in administration. They can close somewhere around 10,000 cases per year. And if there were, 10, 11 million undocumented short-barreled shotguns in violation of the NFA, the National Firearms Act of 1934, there's zero chance that the federal government would be able to do anything about this. So the feds rely heavily on the states, and they use this carrot and stick approach. They say, here's all this money. Of course, the state politicians love that. It gives them power, but the states really are implementing most federal programs. Meharry goes a little further. He points out that a 2021, so we're looking 2013 National Governors Association, but there was actually a study from Pew Research just this year that did a report on surface transportation funding, and it reiterated this important point. Mike says the paper is the first in a series on fiscal federalism in action. And in this report section, the authors make the same admission the National Governors Association made 8 years ago. Quote, the federal government and the states are partners in almost every major domestic policy area. Together, their dollars pay for health care, education, transportation, public safety, and many other programs important to the American public. Of course, Pew's going to sell this as all these programs, all these government programs are very important, and therefore we don't have enough funding, and the states need to get more grants, or the federal government needs to increase its funding. So they're taking it from that more progressive view that they want more of this garbage, but we can also get this gem out of it. We recognize that they are partnering, and if there can be some courage on a state level, opting out and doing something different than what the federal government wants them to do, we've seen this play out in huge ways on immigration and cannabis already today. We are starting to see it in places like Missouri and Arizona, a little bit of Montana on the right to keep and bear arms. We hope that spreads much further, certainly. Going further, Mike Meharry points out that Alexander Hamilton stumbled on this exact same truth, writing in Federalist number 16, and he put it this way: if the interposition of the state legislatures be necessary to give effect to a measure of the Union, they have only not to act or to act evasively, and the measure is defeated. Now, Hamilton, of course, like Pew Research, Hamilton was complaining about this. He didn't like the idea that all the states needed to do was just act evasively or do nothing to defeat a measure. And that's where we are today. This was at a time when the government was going to be absolutely tiny, unrecognizable in comparison to the largest government in the history of the world that we live under right now. And so if all the states have to do is just not participate or act evasively, then the measure can be defeated. We've already seen this play out. This is exactly what James Madison advised in Federalist number 46, a refusal to cooperate with officers of the Union. Madison didn't advise how to defeat the federal government in Federalist 46. He gave us 4 steps. He did not say vote the bums out or sue the federal government in federal courts. No, he said the governors need to be very outspoken. People need to be out there protesting. States need to use legislative devices, and there needs to be a refusal to cooperate with officers of the Union. And he said if a number of states took the same approach, it would, quote, present obstructions the federal government would hardly be willing to encounter. Again, Federalist 46, at a time when the government was going to be tiny, not when the government, like today, relies on the states for implementation of most federal programs. I won't get any more detail on that, but I'm linking to an episode on James Madison, How to Defeat Federal Programs, in the show notes. And then one other important piece of information. This is surprisingly, this Madisonian approach in Federalist 46 has been surprisingly backed up by the Supreme Court in a series of 5 major cases dating from 1842 through 2018. It's called the Anti-Commandeering Doctrine. And here the court has said over and over and over that the federal government cannot require the states to help implement or effectuate federal acts or regulatory programs. And in 2018, the most recent case, the majority opinion specifically said, even if the state is taking an approach that differs from federal law. So the federal government cannot require them to spend money, personnel, use personnel, or any other type of resources to help enforce or implement federal acts or regulatory programs. I will link to an episode covering the 5 major cases, anti-commandeering, the legal basis for refusing to cooperate. That's really, really important stuff for our foundation here. Now, the big question, of course, we have right now is, can this strategy, which we know already works on other stuff, which we know comes from the founders, from James Madison, which we know has already been supported by the Supreme Court in a bunch of major cases, can it have any impact on the upcoming mandate? So understanding how OSHA enforces these things and how much they rely on the states to do it for them is essential. And as I said right at the beginning, the amount that OSHA relies on the states is absolutely massive. It's actually a little bit more than I expected. And I'm going to get to some important numbers and details on that in just a moment. But what we do know is that it's going to take a lot of people willing to take a stand for the Constitution and liberty, even if the government doesn't want them to. Here's how Samuel Adams put it in a letter that he wrote as Candidus in the Boston Gazette in 1771. This was basically the mouthpiece of the Sons of Liberty. Samuel Adams put it this way: the truth is, all might be free if they valued freedom and defended it as they ought. So we not only have to understand that an executive order mandating stuff on 80 to 100 million people is bad. We have to tell people that that's a problem. And if they think the goal of it today is good, we have to explain to them that maybe they don't want their political opponent to have that same power. Now, a lot of people just aren't going to be convinced because they're partisan hacks, so we don't waste our time. Move on to someone else. There's hundreds of millions of people to reach, so we want to reach as many people with that. But we also have to understand how to defend it. Now, the number one way that we reach and teach new people about this is through the financial support and the financial faith of our members. Our membership program starts out as just $2 a month over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/members. And before getting to the stats from OSHA that I think are so important for this discussion, I just want to say a quick hello and a shout out and a big thank you to just a handful of people who have subscribed as members of the 10th Amendment Center recently. There's Floyd in Texas, Mary in Colorado, Robert in New York, Kenneth in Missouri, Robin in Missouri. A lot of Missouri people lately. Missouri Liberty Alliance, I know, is doing some organizing in regards to this type of effort right now. So this is very important stuff, and we're grateful for their work there in Missouri. There's Don in Illinois. Thank you so much for your support. So let's look at OSHA. OSHA, this is so important because OSHA is the one that's issuing this rule. So OSHA's going to enforce. But how does OSHA do their enforcement? Here from the Tampa Bay Times, they're talking about OSHA regulations in regards to Florida, but they have some very good general information. They say about 2,000 OSHA workers regulate more than 7 million businesses nationwide. 2,000 employees for 7 million businesses. You heard what I was talking about in regards to the ATF. They have 5,100 employees. A third are in administration, so they have like 3,500 enforcement agents. Their 3,500 enforcement agents repeatedly gives them a capacity between 8 and 10,000 closed cases per year. So if there's 100,000 cases to close, then they're only getting 10%. If there's 1 million, they're getting 1%. So there's a kind of a 1-2 punch here. And not only do we have to understand freedom, we have to understand how to defend it, but we also have to understand that it's a numbers game too. I guess it's a 3-punch. We have to understand that it's a numbers game. They do not have the manpower, the person power, the resources to enforce all their acts or regulatory programs. They rely heavily on fear of getting busted. And of course, that's legitimate. No one wants to... People don't like risking their cozy, comfy lives. But as they're destroying the economy and destroying the purchasing power of the dollar through inflation worse and worse every single year, I've seen statistics that say the purchasing power since the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913 has gone down somewhere over 95%. So as they keep doing this, people are becoming more and more upset because their lives aren't as comfortable as they should be. We're in a very advanced society, and yet government is holding us back at every single turn. Anyways, side notes there. OSHA has 2,000 workers for 7 million businesses. OSHA's leaders say the agency is understaffed and underfunded. I call that a positive, often citing a statistic that it would take 160 years to inspect every workplace in America once. 160 years. So in other words, OSHA does not have the impact that they want us to think they do. They're like a caged beast, just like every other federal agency. They will attack people and make it high profile. They'll bust people. They'll prosecute. They'll raid like they've done for years with the cannabis dispensaries. If you followed the marijuana legalization effort for over the years like I have, you would know what happened, which is it was bad under Bill Clinton. It got worse under George Bush. And although the propaganda wants us to think that Barack Obama, the so-called peace candidate, peace president, was good on this, he was actually worse than Bush and Clinton combined. And what they did, because they recognized they didn't have the person power to enforce federal prohibition against especially the western states, which has really been defying them for a long time, and now we've seen it spread across the country. It's growing, pun intended. But what they would do is they would do a ton of raids in California, and then we start hearing things like, oh my God, they're going to shut it down. The federal government can do whatever they want. But then they run out of steam, and then they move to Montana, and they do a series of raids around the state of Montana, and then they run out of steam, and then they move everyone to Colorado. In fact, they moved everyone, all their enforcement effort, to Colorado just about 6 weeks before their legalization went into effect, whatever, 2013 or whatever year that was, I forget. And they did the largest series of raids in Colorado history as a warning sign. And that didn't stop them either. So this is basically what they do. They'll lash out. A lot of people do get hurt. They get arrested. They lose their liberty. They lose their property. But when enough people say no to the federal government and enough states pass laws to help back those people up, there's not much the feds can do if we zoom out in the big picture. We're not going to get from despotism to liberty in a feather bed. That's how Thomas Jefferson put it. So 160 years it'll take OSHA to inspect every business in the country just one time. That's insane. Here's from Politico. There's a quote from Debbie Berkowitz, who is a former OSHA policy advisor, now with a group called NELP, National Employment Law Project. Here's how she put it. This was in 2019. The agency now has the lowest number of inspectors in its entire history. It's not that much lower. They want to make this a big partisan thing, which I'll get to in a moment. It will now take over 160 years for the agency to inspect every workplace under its jurisdiction just once. This, of course, she says, does not bode well for workers, but it does bode well for people who want to look at what OSHA is trying to do and defy them, to nullify them, to defeat them. Because if they can't do the inspections, well, I think it makes a lot of sense right there. Here from the AFL-CIO, not a group I cite very often, but they've got statistics. Of course, their goal is far different than mine, but this is really important stuff. As of fiscal year 2020, OSHA has 1,798 inspectors to inspect 10.1 million workplaces under the Occupational Safety and Health Act's jurisdiction. And here's where it gets even more interesting. OSHA, they say, has 1,800 inspectors, but they're not federal inspectors. There are 774 federal inspectors and 1,024 state inspectors. So actually, when they say partners, states are partners with the federal government on most federal programs. In this one, it's almost the other way around. The federal government makes the rules. The federal government steals the money from everybody and divvies it out. But most of the work being done, not a huge majority, but a certain, definitely more on a state level, 1,024 to 774. So even under those limited 1,800 numbers, 1,800 inspectors, it's still a pretty good majority are still being done on the state level. The number of OSHA inspectors, they say, is near its lowest number since the agency opened 50 years ago. There's one inspector for every 83,000 workers. And I saw a reporter actually tweet about this over the weekend as well. I wonder how OSHA is going to do this enforcement. Of course, I think the implication there was, well, we better beef up the funding for OSHA. But that actually, if that's what they're forced to do, then that is a serious roadblock for them, because we see how all these budget fights go, and the more that they're gridlocked, and even if it's just for partisan reasons, the better. The more layers, the more attack vectors there are, the more that you can slow down the process, the greater that you have a chance of success in nullifying something. So we have to look at the amount of inspectors they have. They say the number of, but as I said, they like to blame one side, and a lot of people, we've also got some tweets on this just in the last few days as well. Oh, this was intentional. The Trump administration was trying to destroy OSHA, trying to bring it down, and he did reduce numbers, so I will give him credit on that. I'm zero fan of that guy. I think he was terrible on the Constitution, but there was a reduction in the number of inspectors of OSHA under his administration, which I see as a positive. I don't see it as a positive that he did the most federal gun control enforcement in history year after year. That's obviously a huge negative, but this is a positive. But it wasn't much different in the time when Obama was in office. The number of OSHA inspectors, Political reports, fluctuated throughout that administration, Obama, rising to 1,059 from 2009 to 2011. Then it went down to 943. We don't hear the progressives telling us, the progressives who love executive mandates to enforce health requirements or vaccinations. They don't say, oh, well, Obama was gutting the agency from 1,059 to 943. Then it rose again to 952. Basically, I don't know, what's the number now? It's like somewhere around 800 or so. So they don't, it's not a huge difference. It's not as if the Obama numbers would have been anywhere close to reducing the 160-year statistic that it's going to take for them to enforce or it just inspect every business just once. And here's how Peg Seminario, Director of Health and Safety at AFL-CIO, put it. This is a sign of erosion in OSHA's ability to inspect workplaces. They put it this way. In fiscal 2020, they had inspected 21,000 on the federal level, 21,000 businesses, and on a state level, they did 32,000 inspections. So total over the whole country, they did about 53,000. This was a pretty big drop in 2020 because of the pandemic, about 30% if we kind of do the numbers together and kind of mush it together. 35% reduction on a federal level, 24% reduction on a state level. Sorry for all the statistics. I know some people glaze over on that stuff, but we have to understand that. If we're talking about 7 million businesses or 80 million employees, 100 million employees, here's the number of inspections they've done on a year-to-year basis from OSHA.gov. Of course, I will link to this in the show notes. In 2014, it was 36,000. 2015, 35,000. 2016, 31,000, 32. 2017. So 2016, as the turnover from Obama to Trump, it was 32 and 32,000. Trump kept it the same at 32,000. And the inspections actually went up under Trump. Even though the number of inspectors went down, it went up to 30, almost 33,500, about the same as the average in the Obama year. So they like to make this everything's a partisan issue to supporters of the monster state. It's either you're on this side, you're good, this side, you're bad. And the other side says the exact opposite. But the fact of the matter is the amount of inspections on the federal level was about the same year in and year out, in the 30-some-odd thousand. How many businesses need to be inspected if people are willing to defy? Much, much more than that. And now we know that there are 22 states, and I've got a map here from OSHA.gov, which I will link to in the show notes, which shows you all the states that have a state plan. Basically, federal OSHA regulators or inspectors do nothing in those states. This is 100% in the hands of the states. Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Hawaii, California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Wyoming, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, South and North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and New York. No, New Hampshire does not. The states that I did not mention are federal inspections. So there's federal offices for OSHA in those states. And in the states that I did mention, the 22, if I got them all, and plus Puerto Rico as well, those states, the state does all the OSHA work for the federal government. That's very interesting. So almost half the states are in charge of all OSHA inspections. Here from the Tennessee plan, they point out that, well, I guess this is what would happen if a state literally said, we're not going to do this anymore. They're going to tell us the feds are going to come in and take over. But the feds only have 2,000 employees or 774 inspectors. And they don't even have close to enough to handle the 28 states that they're doing already. So let's say Tennessee says, we're no longer going to participate in this state OSHA program. I'm not sure they're going to have the courage to do that. We're going to hear arguments like, oh, well, at least if the states are doing it, then we can at least have some say in how it plays out. That is utter bullshit. There's no way. You're literally just acting as an agent for the empire. And if you think you can do it just a little bit less bad, just stop. The states should stop helping the federal government enforce their garbage on everything all the time. That's my view. But if this were to happen, they already put this on the link for the Tennessee plan, on every other one. In the event that federal OSHA resumes enforcement in this state, those federal standards will be enforced. Federal OSHA also retains the authority to monitor the state plan under Section 18F of the OSHA Act. So States are not making it better by running the program for the federal government. States didn't make things better running healthcare exchanges for Obamacare. It's still a government program, and it's not better if the states violate our rights, if the states violate the Constitution, or if the states get federal funding to help violate our rights and the Constitution simultaneously, or the feds. But what we do know is if you kick the can over to the federal government, they don't have a lot of employees. I mean, they do, but they're doing so many things that they shouldn't be doing that they run low on employees for basically everything that they do. States are partners with the federal government on most federal programs. So what should be done? And again, like I said, this is not really a polished episode. This is me just kind of thinking out loud, walking you guys through the process of how I look at things when we look to create model legislation to nullify a federal program or take it on, to undermine it. So the first step would be to ban material support and resources for the implementation or effectuation of the federal mandate or whatever. It doesn't even have to be for OSHA. This could be for anything. That's step number one. It's banning material support or resources for the implementation or effectuation of whatever act or order we're talking about. This should absolutely be done in the 22 states. I'm certain it's not going to happen in Hawaii or here in California or in Oregon, but it could happen in a few of those other ones. Tennessee, for example, South Carolina, North Carolina, maybe Indiana. These are places where it could happen, but it should also happen in all the 28 states that don't have a state plan, that have already kicked it back to the federal government. Texas, Florida, I think Montana, Missouri, all these other states should absolutely pass legislation to ban material support or resources. The reason is, even if we don't think that there's a connection, what we found over the years in trying to ban material support or resources to federal surveillance programs or federal gun control programs, we found in state after state, heavily in places like Arkansas and Arizona and Missouri and Montana, all the various agencies that come out and say, oh, well, what about this program? We're partnering to help that federal agency on this. So this will help smoke out some of the process, the many layers of federal-state intertwinement that is out there. So that type of legislation needs to be introduced and passed in as many states as possible. The second step is we have to expect to get sued. There's going to be legal arguments that are going to be made. And just like, Trump kept losing on the sanctuary city statements, sanctuary city cases, well, there's going to be an argument that, well, under this ETS, this emergency thing, are workers really in grave danger? So they should just do it and see what happens. You got to just have some backbone and stop worrying about getting permission from the federal government to do the right thing. Because if we wait for government permission, it's not liberty, ever. And then the third step, it really is about the people. So it doesn't matter whether state help is going to be there or not. If states withdraw support for material support or resources for enforcement, it has no impact if everyone is complying. If everyone, all the businesses out there are just complying immediately with whatever the president says, whatever OSHA says, then it doesn't matter if states help enforce that or not, because there's no enforcement action to take. So really the underlying thing here on this and everything from gun control to cannabis prohibition to everything in between is it's about compliance or a refusal to cooperate with officers of the union. If regulations are not resisted, ignored, or disobeyed, then there's no question about enforcement. There's nothing to enforce if people comply. And that's how John Dickinson, the penman of the American Revolution, put it in a broadside in November of 1765 in response to the Stamp Act. And he put it this way: if you comply with the act, you rivet perpetual chains upon your unhappy country. So as soon as you comply, you've given them the precedent to do more. There's no reason for them to withdraw something. Government isn't going to give up its own power on its own, and it's definitely not going to give up its own power if everyone just follows what it tells them to do. John Hancock, in a letter to his London agent Jonathan Bernard, around the same time that the Dickinson broadside came out, just weeks before the Stamp Act was going to go into effect, he summed up the spirit of the people of the day. I think it's a spirit that we need way more of today. He said this: the people of this country will never be made slaves of by a submission to the damned act. Well, I hope you guys found this interesting. It's a lot of information. Again, it's kind of a thought process. I'm not 100% certain. The question is, can the states nullify the federal mandates? I think the answer is maybe, because we really don't know the layers of enforcement, how it all plays out. We don't know the agreements. We'd have to look at the agreements each state has with federal OSHA. How can they withdraw from that? How can they stop participating? Can they end that? I don't know. But at the end of the day, it really gets down to compliance or resistance. And Clay Kent over in the chat says, blind compliance equals slavery. Defending Father says, liberty or death, literally coming to an America near you. Tim Martin says, I'll be declining the jab. After all, identify as part of the control group. That's awesome. And this is really an important mentality. Liberty Revolutionary says it's 27 states that are calling out the feds right now. Most of those states, Liberty, are basically saying, we're going to see you in court. And again, let's look at the Obamacare situation. There's lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And we kept getting told by people on the right when we were saying, no. We had model legislation to nullify Obamacare. We still have it. No one uses it because we're told, we got to wait for the courts. Let's just see how this plays out. Oh, well, that didn't play out well. Now we need to get the Tea Party in. That didn't play out. Now we need the 2016 election. That didn't play out. So in general, the right is looking for permission or just looking to get their people in charge to tell us that we can be free. And we have to change that mentality to what John Hancock had to say, what John Dickinson and so many others. That is, if you continue to obey, you've set the precedent, and they're never, ever going to stop. And that's how Hancock put it. The people of this country will never be made slaves of by a submission to the damned act. The question still remains, can it be done? I think the answer is maybe. We'll see. But more importantly, will the people have the backbone required to make a difference? I'll look over in the chat a little bit later today and see if I can reply to some questions and comments. Of course, you can email me at team@10thamendmentcenter.com. If you like the work that we do, you enjoyed this episode, please consider leaving a review on Apple Podcasts, smashing the like button, subscribing, leaving comments on all the video platforms. All that stuff helps trigger the algorithm and tells the platform to show the program to more people. Of course, our membership program over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/members, where you can put your financial faith behind our work for as little as $2 a month. And I can't thank you enough for any consideration you can give to supporting our work. I hope you found this interesting. I hope you're learning as much as I'm learning as I'm going through this as well. I hope you had a great weekend, and I'll see you next time here on the Path to Liberty.
Okay, gang. Are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that episode there is done. And he gave us a shout out. Wasn't that awesome, gang?
Yep, that was cool.
I just got back from taking my mom on an errand. But yeah, I already called all the senators on that list.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Let's see if I can.
Rock on to everybody that's doing it. Rock on to everyone. This is a team effort here. It's great.
Yep, it is indeed. In fact, it's about time to start making phone calls again. Let me get set up here. There we go. There's our senators list.
Is there any more to call? Because I already did that whole list.
You can call representatives now.
Call representatives?
Yep.
Is there a list for that?
I will get you one. Give me just a moment. You betcha. Your wish is my command, sir.
All right.
Hey, Patrick.
Yes.
I've been kind of in and out making my own calls, too.
Okay.
There's like, I know you called one Republican senator that wasn't on the list, but there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more.
Yep.
That aren't on the list. Have you called them online here?
No, I haven't. I'm going to resume making phone calls here in a little bit.
I was going to say, get them on here or call them, get them live on YouTube and see why they haven't signed on.
Yep. Yeah, I know that making them a little bit uncomfortable. Okay,
Yep.
I am putting right now in the YouTube the member roster for the House of Representatives, and now I'm going to put it in Discord.
Okay, cool. I already got that pulled up, but
Okay, gotcha. Well, that's for everyone that you can't find it easily. No problem. We got you covered.
okay.
Okay, gang. It's time for me to make another phone call. So, who should I call in the Senate?
Jason Bean,
Jason
Republican.
Bean. Okay, let's call Jason Bean.
Yeah, he's not on that list.
Patrick,
Yeah.
come up with a brilliant idea. We need to put every one of their names on a spin wheel, and then you get to spin the wheel, and where it kicks to a stop, that's who we call.
Okay.
Testing.
Yeah, we're here, and we're getting a lot of feedback from, not feedback, I'm sorry, static from somebody.
I just plugged in a headset on my laptop.
Okay, I'm not even sure who it's coming from. Hang on one second, I'll find out. It is coming from Joe Mama.
How about now?
Nope, still there. There we go, it just went away. Okay, gang.
I don't think it's static. I think he's got something. I got a fan on or something in the background. It didn't have noise cancellation.
Gotcha. Hey there, Liberty.
Just thought I'd pop in.
Okay, well,
I'm
heck.
in my car today, so I'll be listening.
Okay, gotcha. It's time to call Jason Bean. So, calling right now, going to speaker. You guys can join in on the fun.
Senator Bean's office, can I help you?
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're live on YouTube right now, and I was curious, first of all, if the senator was available.
He is not.
He is not. Okay, we were curious if he was going to support an effort to call for an emergency session of Congress here in the state of Missouri to deal with the mandates coming down from the White House.
I know he supported a letter that went around.
Okay, did he sign the letter that went around?
I believe he did, yes.
He did. Okay, wonderful. I know that you're probably getting phone calls in regards to this. Would you say you're getting a lot of phone calls asking for an emergency session?
I can't say a lot, no.
Not a lot. Okay, gotcha.
I've had two.
Two? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Please let the senator know how much we appreciate his standing for Missourians' rights.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Bye. Did you hear that? She said he's on the list.
Yeah, did anybody confirm that?
I'm going to bring it up here real quick. I hope we just didn't get lied to. What's that?
This latest list, he's not on it.
Okay. We just
that's why I wrote his name down.
Okay,
this
guys.
Is the one oh God, come on, prepper guy or
help me out here, gang. I am going to put this in the chat. That is Jason Bean's number. He needs calls to his office supporting this. Do you guys see this on YouTube? I'll put it in Discord.
Hey, my bad. He's on here.
Oh, he is on the list. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. It's a good idea because she says he only 2 calls so far, calling for a special session. That's a problem. We need more phone calls.
Yeah, you need reinforcement whether they're for or against.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the House of Representatives you called or the Senator?
No, Senator Jason Bean.
Yeah, that's my bad. He's on there.
Okay.
But this next guy, Justin Brown, he's not on there.
Okay, gotcha. I'll tell you what. Let me give you guys instruction real quick. Jason Bean's office needs, a little bit backing. He signed the letter, but he's not getting enough calls from his constituents apparently to back him up on that letter. Probably make him feel real good if he got a few more calls thanking him for supporting this effort for calling for a special emergency session of Congress. The number is on YouTube and also in the Discord, 573-751-4843. Let's give him some love and let's let him know we appreciate his efforts. Voodoo Queen's back. Awesome. Just got finished watching the 10th Amendment channel. Please call Doug Hageman. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's take a look at our list real quick and see who. Let's see. Okay, Doug Hageman, another Republican. Let me do that real quick before we move on to the one you're suggesting, Casey.
Okay.
First off, is Doug Hageman on the list?
Okay, you mean Dan Hegeman?
Dan. Dan Hageman.
Okay. Dan Hegeman is not on the list.
Not on the list. Let's give him a call. Let's find out why he's not on the
Okay.
list. 573.
He's on the naughty list
Yep.
now.
Okay, 1415. Okay, calling. Going to speaker. Let's talk to Senator Hageman. Hedgeman.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Dan Hegeman of the 12th District.
Hageman.
We are sorry we missed your call. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message after the beep, and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. You may start your message now.
Senator Hageman, my name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're live on YouTube right now, and there's a lot of folks that have been asking me to call to find out why your name was not on the letter of 16 senators calling for a special emergency session of Congress in the state of Missouri in regards to fighting the mandates coming down from the White House. So if you could, please check us out on YouTube. We're live right now. The Missouri Liberty Alliance. Your name has come up several times, and we're kind of curious why you didn't sign the letter. If you didn't want to sign the letter, that's fine too. If you want to come on live and let us know, that would be awesome. Thank you very much, Senator. I hope to see your name on a letter soon, as do many Missourians who are asking why you haven't. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, Senator. I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye.
Oh. Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
Patrick?
Yeah.
You gonna do Justin Brown next?
Okay, Justin Brown. Okay, there we go.
And then, Patrick, after that, do Wheeland. Do my guy.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right, we're doing Justin Brown. Okay, is he on the list?
He is not on the list.
He is not on the list.
He needs to be on the list.
He's on the naughty list. 5713.
He needs a talking to.
Okay, calling, going to speaker.
Don't forget to ask him his fridge is running.
Senator Brown's office is Diane.
Hi there, Diane. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we're live on YouTube right now. And is that okay? Can you talk just a little bit?
No, it's not. I'm eating my lunch right now. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll call you back in a little bit. Thank you. You guys heard it here first. She's eating her lunch, so therefore she can't be live while she's eating her lunch. Okay, so
You know, peanut
Can't handle
butter
no calls.
and jelly is a hell of a lot more important than our Constitution.
yeah,
You know that, don't you, Patrick?
yep,
Patrick?
yep, I do. Yep. So
Okay, just so you know, peanut butter and jelly.
peanut butter and jelly. We'll be calling Justin Brown's office again in a little bit. So apparently, while she's eating her lunch, she cannot participate in a live event through the phone. Okay, but she can answer the phone though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So okay, who are we calling next, gang?
Mike Searpoy.
Wheeland.
Wheeland. Hang on, I'm going to go with Wheeland.
Go ahead.
Hang on, Wheeland, is he a representative or is he a senator?
He's a senator. Are you calling representative?
No, I'm calling senators right now. Wheeland, Paul Wheeland, I found him.
Okay, yeah. That,
Okay, is Wheeland on the
Wheeland,
list? Is Wheeland on the
no, he's not on the list.
He's
No,
not on
Wheeland
the
is not on the
list. Holy
Hey, be
mackerel.
sure to tell them to get on a government list they can be proud of.
Yeah. Okay, going to speaker.
Thank you for calling State Senator Paul Whelan's office. Unfortunately, we are unable to answer your call at this moment, but please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, and we will return your call as soon as we are able to. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
You may start your message now.
Hi there, Senator Whelan. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling you from a live YouTube stream, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And we got a lot of folks here that are wondering why your name didn't end up on the Senators of 16 asking for a special emergency session of Congress to deal with the totalitarian mandates coming from the White House. We have a lot of your constituents here that are very curious. We were kind of hoping to talk to you, but I imagine we'll see you either tomorrow or Wednesday when we're in town, so we can talk to you about it personally. If you want, please check us out on YouTube as we're live throughout the day today, all the way to 5, 6, maybe even 7 p.m. It's the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And we really would like to see your name on the list. And if you can't be on the list, an explanation as to why would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much, Senator. Have a good day. Okay, Whelan. Okay, and then KC, you had one more to call.
Justin Brown.
Brown. Justin Brown. Okay, is he on the list?
He is not on the list.
He's not on the list. Okay.
Nope, he's not.
Okay. Oh, speaker.
Hello, you have reached Senator Justin Brown's office. I'm sorry we can't take your call at this time. If you'd please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, we'll be happy to return the call to you as soon as possible. Thank you. You may start your message now.
Hi there, Senator Brown. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling live from YouTube. We're doing a live stream in your honor, sir. The Missouri Liberty Alliance. And there's a lot of folks on the live stream right now that are kind of curious why you did not put your name on the letter of 16 senators asking for an emergency session of Congress to deal with the totalitarian mandates coming down from the White House. And any answer is fine. I mean, if you had a reason not to be on that letter, we'd sure like to know. A lot of your constituents are very curious as to what your motivations are. So if you have a chance to, we're going to be live today, literally until probably 5, 6, or 7 p.m. tonight. It's the Missouri Liberty Alliance. If you have a chance to, please do come in to the live stream and let us know. Once again, this is the Missouri Liberty Alliance, live on YouTube, wondering why you did not sign the letter of 16 senators asking for an emergency session to deal with the totalitarian overreach of the federal government that'll affect all Missourians. So thank you very much for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Maybe even tomorrow or Wednesday. We're thinking about going there. We'll see you soon, Senator. Bye. Okay, guys. I'm going to take a break a little bit from making phone calls here. I got some text messages. Yep, Liberty, that TAC episode was absolutely beautiful. Yep, indeed. Okay, let's see. We've got 19 people watching us live right now. Okay, Debbie said, why isn't Josh Hawley and Emmanuel Cleaver not on the list or in the letter? They're federal. Now, I don't know who Emmanuel Cleaver is, but Josh Hawley is a federal politician.
Cleaver is actually my congressional representative.
Oh, okay. We don't know that there's a letter from the representatives. So.
No, I'm talking congressional representative, not state.
Okay, to the federal government.
Yeah, so.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he's on the federal level.
Yep, Debbie, this is all on the state level. Now, the federal level is being dealt with governors. They're trying something on the federal level. We're trying to get something done on the state level as well. So there's plan A and plan B. So we're working both sides of this. And hang on, if Debbie, if you just joined us, I'd like to read something real quick here. And let me see if I should have it saved here somewhere among my multiple tabs. Here we go. I'm going to bring it down so everyone can see here. This is from State Representative Brian Seitz. And this was yesterday at 9:39 a.m., so this is over 24 hours ago. And guys, this is actually, it's pretty dire. Listen to this. He said, and by the way, this was a Facebook post, Missouri citizens, you have less than 72 hours to convince Governor Mike Parson to call a special session for Wednesday, September 15th, to deal with the invasive Biden vaccination mandates. Listen to this sentence. Backdoor channels are not working. Okay, what he's saying there in this is that they cannot get this special session done internally. It's going to take us, the constituents, making phone calls, demanding, not asking, demanding a special session of Congress. So his advice is this: call, email, present yourselves at the Capitol on Wednesday, let your voices be heard. In Missouri and all of America, individual liberty hangs by a thread. So he understands what these mandates are coming out of Washington, D.C. You know, from this is to, guys, we're shifting into communism as we speak right now. It's up to us whether or not we can take a little bit of time out of our day to make a phone call, to send an email, and to try and stop communism. Now, if, and once again, the joke is coming up, gang. Please don't get offended. Please don't get offended. This is a joke. But, you know, if you can't take the time off of work to make a visit to Jeff City tomorrow or Wednesday, then that's fine. Next year, about this time, when you're actually taking your last breath of life in a FEMA camp as you're starving to death, know then that, gosh darn it, it's such a good thing that you were able to make work on Wednesday, because they really needed you there. Who really needs you is the people of Missouri, the people of the United States. I don't know that anyone else is doing what we're doing right now in any other states. I haven't checked into it. I somehow I just doubt it. Please, let's make these phone calls. Share this live video in all your social media platforms if you're in Missouri. If you're not in Missouri, that's fine too, so other states can see what we're doing and they can kind of replicate it. But guys, the clock is ticking out here. I wish Conjecture were back in here with us. He did some research on this last night. These edicts coming from the bully pulpit in Washington, D.C., I believe begin in 75 days. So 2.5 months. And basically, if you refuse this, you don't have a job. You're not working anymore. And it applies to all corporations over 100 employees. This is serious, gang. So please don't get offended when I talk about this, but this is how passionate I am about this. I'm not trying to shame people. I know that it's difficult on short notice to take time off of work, but at the very least, make some phone calls, call some senators, call some representatives, call the governor. That's your first phone call. And if you've never been politically active before, if you've never made a phone call before, it's easy. I mean, basically, you will not be talking to the governor, guaranteed. You probably won't be talking to a senator, and it's very unlikely you'll be talking to a representative. You'll be talking to their office assistants. You'll be giving your opinion. You'll be giving your voice. Why aren't we doing something here in Missouri to protect Missourians from this draconian nightmare? Now, I know that, by the way, the governor of Missouri is joining 27 other states to take this on in court in D.C. I get that. But we're asking a federal court to prosecute the federal government. Okay? This shouldn't be plan A. Unfortunately, it kind of is. Jimmy alluded to earlier, no, that's plan B. Plan A is what we're doing right now. Special session. Let's get it done. We need a special session right here in Missouri to actually deal with this. Michael Bolden says there's ways to deal with this. Bill Eigel has already put out a plan. I will find that. I will share it with you guys. He put it out on Facebook. So we are not flying by the seat of our pants right now. There is a plan, but we need the special session first. That's on us. Bill Eigel's already come up with a plan and probably has worked with other senators on this. It's on us to get the governor to allow the special session. We're doing it the easy way right now, gang. As hard as this is right now, the easiest way is to keep calling and putting pressure on these guys. By the way, emails too. And I'm not going to do live emails, but I will be doing emails. I will do live phone calls for you guys. It's just I don't want to sit here forever typing. At any rate, once again, this is a Ubatubathon. This is literally to inspire people to make these phone calls, to send these emails, particularly to the governor and your senators. And then when you're done with that, please move on to your representatives. Let them know this is what you want. I put a phone number in here a little while ago. That was a representative that is on the list. And but at the same time, his LA said there's only been 2 calls calling for this to happen. Now he's already on the list, and that's probably why he's not getting the phone calls. But we need to call everybody, and those who are on the list, let's thank them. So okay, Casey Rich, you're actually keeping the books for us right now, and thank you so much, because I'm here this side working 2 monitors and all this stuff. Let me know if there is another senator that's not on the list that's a Republican.
No, we went through all the Republican senators. All
Okay.
that's left now are Democrats.
Okay, is it time to call Democrats, guys?
Hey, call up my senator, Rizzo.
Rizzo! Oh!
See if Lisa picks up the phone.
Okay, let's find Rizzo. Hang on.
Oh, hey, Patrick.
Yes.
You know, the funny thing is, they're calling this whole thing with the challenging it in court, Plan A. That shouldn't be in any level of plan. You should have A, B, and C. And A is getting the legislator. B is blatant disobedience. And, well, we can't talk about C.
That's correct. We can't talk about C. But I know what C is. You know what C is. I think everyone here knows what Plan C is.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, the C is the first letter of the word, too.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. I am calling Rizzo. It's time to call Rizzo's office. 573 751. Guys, keep making your phone calls too. Everyone on YouTube, please continue making these phone calls. This is critical. This is important. In fact, this, guys, I hate to say this. Before I make this phone call, let me say this. This is more important than SEPA. I hate to say it, because we all were into SEPA. We wanted SEPA. We worked real hard for SEPA. What we're doing right now is actually 10 times more important, because this stuff coming from Washington, D.C. equates with communism. Now, if smarter people were on the chat than me right now, they'd say, no, feudalism. No, this is fascism. I get it. Let's just lump it all into one term, communism. The government's authority over you as a sovereign individual is communism. And that's exactly what they're doing. Take the shot or else. Take it, no matter what. Dictatorship, yeah. So this is what we're dealing with here, is literally the government's authority over your life as a sovereign individual is what we're dealing with right now. This is no different from communist Russia, from China, from Cuba, and what's going on in Venezuela now. And by the way, as the financial system falls apart, we have to fight this all the way too. This is a serious situation. Now, it's not, the Biden's edicts apparently start in 75 days. I was talking to Conjecture last night on the phone. He was looking that up. 75 days before people start losing their jobs. No kidding. This is not a joke. The current statistics show us right now that of roughly about 25% of the population, workforce, 25% of the workforce refuse to get the vaccination no matter what. They will literally leave their jobs. Think what that will do to the United States economy. Think what that will do. And they don't care. They think you'll acquiesce. Well, shoot, you'd rather take the shot than starve to death, wouldn't you? Guys, this is serious.
Yeah. I think it's more of a scorched earth policy.
It is. Some people just want to see the earth burn.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. That's why everybody in every single state needs to be doing something against this. That's what I think is really important, like what you're doing, Patrick.
Yep. Okay, guys, we're calling Rizzo now. 751-307.
This should be entertaining.
Okay, speakerphone.
Senator Rizzo's office.
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we're live on YouTube. Is that okay?
I don't know. What were you needing?
I was just kind of curious if the senator was interested in fighting the mandates coming down from Washington, D.C. We know that there was a letter, and 16 senators actually put their signature on it, saying that they would fight this if we could get an emergency session going in our Congress. Do you know if the senator is interested in an emergency session?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. I would have to pass on your information to Seth Bundy, and he could get back with you, or you could call him direct.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry, is this Senator Rizzo's office?
It is Senator Rizzo's office, yes.
Okay,
He
gotcha.
is on his staff. I am just, the secretary.
Okay.
So I am not privy to that.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I'll tell you what. What would be the best case scenario is if Senator Rizzo were interested. We're doing a live stream today, and it's all day. It'll go until probably about 7 o'clock tonight. It's the Missouri Liberty Alliance. He could join us live on the air and basically let us know what his thoughts are about what Biden's doing, and if he has any plans to fight that here for Missourians, because Missourians.
What was
Go
your
ahead.
name, sir?
Go ahead.
What was your name, sir?
Sure. My name is Patrick Holland.
And a phone number that I could have somebody get back.
You.
Okay. All right, I will pass the information on.
Thank you very much. I look forward to talking to the
Have
senator.
a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Sorry about the mute there, guys, but I was giving out my phone number because she said she'll get the senator to give me a call back. So we'll see if
That could be interesting.
That could be very interesting. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. He's
for a Democrat, him and his aide there are a lot nicer than a few of those
Yep.
three amigo Republicans.
I agree with you. By the way, I have called Rizzo's office more times than I can remember. And one thing I've never talked to Rizzo directly. Never. It's never happened. But his staff is really, really nice. So I got to hand it to him there. I mean, he's got nice folks answering the phones there. Guys, you understand here, when I'm putting them on the spot like this, their gut reaction is to get off the phone as quickly as possible and not say anything. Because I'm letting them know we're live on the air. So kudos to her for actually staying on the phone with me. You know, the other gal's at lunch. Apparently she can't talk on the phone when she's at lunch.
Well, you think she's finished that peanut butter and jelly sandwich yet?
I don't know.
Probably needs time to digest.
Yeah, gotcha. How about Lauren? Is it time to call Lauren? Yeah, go ahead. Is that conjecture?
I was gonna. Oh no. I'm
okay.
just saying. She probably got like a 10-course meal in front of her or something.
It could be. You know, she does work for the government. Okay, guys, should we just go down the list of Democrats here? Should we go to Lauren's office?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we'll do that. Once again, guys, we're making live phone calls. Guys, I know that it's entertaining for you guys to watch me do this, but please make these phone calls yourself. I'm begging you, please. I'm just one guy. If all of you guys are making these phone calls too, this would be just awesome. This is how it works. I'm just letting you know how I do these phone calls. I'm doing them differently this time because I'm letting them know we're live on the air, which I've never done before. If you guys have watched during SEPA, I never told them I was live. But I also know that that is not proper. I should be letting them know we're live. But also, too, guess what? I get to throw out the name the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Maybe they'll check us out. Maybe they'll start watching the channel to put their finger on the pulse of Missouri, right?
Yeah. Oh, just keep in mind though, Missouri is a single-party consent state, so.
Yeah, I know. Okay. All right, next one, Lauren, 573-751.
Testing, testing.
Hey, I hear you, Joe. Joe Mama. Okay, 751-5282. Okay,
Testing.
calling Lauren's office. Speaker.
Oh, I had you on mute. Hey, Patrick.
Hang on, I'm calling.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Lauren Arthur. We are sorry we missed your call. If you need assistance with a state agency or want to share your opinion, please leave your name, number, zip code, and a message. Thank you and stay safe.
You may start your message now.
Hi there, I'm calling for Senator Arthur. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live on YouTube right now, and we were just curious what the senator's thoughts were on the federal mandates coming down from Joe Biden's office in the White House. We know that there is a letter with 16 senators' names on it calling for a special session to actually deal with this and to stop this attack on the sovereignty of Missouri citizens. We're curious why Senator Arthur's name was not on the list. Please do get a hold of us. We are live on YouTube all day. We're doing this in your honor. It's the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Call you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Bye. Okay, guys, I just muted again because I was giving my phone number out. Okay, so we've called Lauren, left a message. I guess Doug Beck is next on the list.
I just got off the phone with the office of Alan Andrews, and the secretary says she hasn't got to talk to him today, but she can imagine him actually supporting this. And she also said Mike Parson is considering calling an emergency session over this.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, talk is cheap. I thank you for that information, Joe Mama, but I don't, how do I say this? We know Parson well enough to know that he says a lot of things. That's all I'm going to say. So we need to keep the pressure up regardless. So we don't want people to stop making phone calls. We need to keep the pressure up.
Oh, I'm definitely going to still keep making calls because I agree with you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, when I called that Senator Holly chick earlier, she had this very nice country accent. I even said that in the voicemail I left her. Hopefully that sweetens the deal with her.
Quest Fanning says based. I don't know what that means, based. Let's see. None
know
dare
exactly
call
what
it.
that means.
Oh, what does that mean?
It just means it's what's really good, cool, whatever you want to call it. It's
Okay.
same thing.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you very much, Quest. Quest, are you in Missouri? Aaron A., I know you're in Missouri, and thank you for being here. He's a Twitter friend of Liberties and Mine, and we're honored to have you on the show with us today. By the way, Aaron, if you so choose, you can come into Discord and talk with us live while we're making these phone calls. And I'm hoping everyone's making phone calls today. Guys, I'm just going down through the list. I'm not even saying I'm a constituent. I'm really just trying to put them on the spot right now to figure out why they didn't put their names on the letter. And I think that that's justified here. So we'll continue going down the list. I am nor in Missouri. Not in Missouri. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay, Cantina Crew in the house. Gotcha. Okay. Just that what you're doing is awesome. Okay, thank you, Quest. Okay, guys, we're going to Doug Beck now. Unless someone wanted to say something or if we needed to have a little mini conversation in between phone calls.
Nope.
Okay.
Go for it.
573, Doug Beck, 751, 0220. Okay, calling, going speaker.
Senator Beck's office is Lillian. How may I help you?
Hi there. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live on YouTube. We're streaming right now. Is that okay?
No, it's not. I don't do live interviews on behalf of the senator.
Okay.
I just answer the phone and take messages.
Okay, gotcha. If you would then, could you take a message for the senator?
I sure can.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for that. We're curious, at the Missouri Liberty Alliance, we're looking at the senators and representatives that are supporting some type of political action via legislation against the edicts that are coming down as mandates from the White House. And we were wanting to talk to the senator about joining that action to protect the sovereign rights of Missouri citizens from overreach at the federal government. And so we were hoping that maybe, he would get on board with this.
Patrick Holland, Missouri Liberties Alliance,
Yep.
correct?
The Alliance.
Okay, I will pass that to the senator.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome, sir. You have a good day, all right?
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, so we got Doug Beck out of the way. Sorry about that, guys. When you see I'm lifting up my mic, I'm muting it because I'm giving my phone number out. I'm not sure I want my phone number going out on YouTube.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
You really need to get a business or a burner number for that
Yep.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I really do. I need a burner phone. Okay, Bernsketter. Was he on the letter? I think he was, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, to tell you what, guys, since I'm going through the list, let's give him a call and give him some love. So let's do that real quick. 573
Okay.
751 2076. Call speaker.
Senator Bernsketter's office. This is Matt.
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we're live on YouTube right now, if that's okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not authorized to speak with the press. Sir, you're welcome to contact me, and I would be glad to forward any requests you have. Thanks.
Hey, if it's okay if I can leave a message for the senator. Can I? Hello? Hello? Okay, guys. I wanted to give him some love, but he got scared away.
Dude hung up on you?
He did. Okay, let me call Bratton's office. I know Bratton. We're friends. 573 7. I know he's on the list. I don't even need to look.
Well, you just called Bernsketter, right?
Yes, I did.
The guy who signed that thing, his age just hung up on you.
Well, yeah, but it's because he got all nervous because I told him we're live on YouTube. Okay.
Just say, hey, we just want to thank the dude.
He didn't give me a chance. He didn't give me a chance. I tried. Okay, now we're calling Bratton's office. Okay, speaker.
Hi, you've reached Dr. Jobs, Chief of Staff to Senator Rick Bratton of the 31st District. Please leave your name, number, time you called, and a brief message after the beep, and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi there, this is for Senator Bratton. This is Patrick Holland calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance. I'd like to call just to thank you, sir, for putting your name on the letter of 16 senators calling for a special session of Congress in the state of Missouri to protect Missourians' sovereign rights against federal government overreach and mandates. We are live on YouTube right now. We want to publicly acknowledge that your name was on the letter and say how much we appreciate you. And you're welcome to join us in the live stream. Once again, it's the Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube. We're doing a live stream until probably about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. Feel free to join in. Thank you for all you do for us, Senator. Have a wonderful day, and may God bless you, sir. Bye. Okay, I'm going to take a little break here from making phone calls. But yeah, we got to give these guys love too, that they put their name on the letter, you know. We certainly need to give the ones that are not on there a hard time. Hey, who was it that I called that was out? The lady was eating lunch and therefore she can answer phones, but she can't do an interview?
Damn, I
I
forgot.
thought it was Huff.
Huff? No, it wasn't.
Justin Brown. No, what? Justin Brown.
That's what I was thinking. It was Brown. So yeah,
Brown.
I'll take a quick break and we'll see if she's done with her lunch yet.
All right.
Yep, let's give her a call. Hey, I don't like doing interviews when I'm eating either, so I get it, you know. But it wasn't an interview. I just wanted to leave a comment. So, yeah, it's as you guys can see, it's really tough to make phone calls. It's really difficult, but no, I'm teasing.
I still can't believe that dude hung up on you, man.
I know, but you know what?
Bird Scatter signed the document.
Yeah, I know. Well, they didn't even let me get to that point, though. I mean, they didn't let me get there. And
yeah, you might have to call him back too.
Yeah.
And take another shot at it. Say, hey, before you hang up, we're just calling to congratulate Mr. Bird Scatter for signing that document.
Yep. Okay. All right.
It's good.
Go ahead, Grant. Grant, were you going to say something? Maybe not. Okay, all right, I'll check in the chat here. Aaron A. says, one of the steps for communist takeover outlined in the Communist Manifesto is for socialists to take the political power of a nation, aka National Socialism. Fascism is one step to communism. That's correct, Aaron A. And if you actually look at the political makeup of the United States and how our government works, we're actually a socialist/fascist nation right now. We are not the only thing we have that's a democracy is voting, but that's even questionable because we're not sure the votes really count. We don't have a constitutional republic because our elected representatives in D.C. do not represent the people. They represent corporations. And then you have a document called the Constitution, which they, literally just don't observe. Look what Biden's doing right now. Totally unconstitutional. Do we have Congress having an emergency session in D.C. to deal with Biden? The balance of power we were all told about as kids in civics class. It's not happening. Something's wrong. Something's broken. And what's broken is the fascism, the pharmaceutical companies, and the power they have over our federal government. That's a big part of it, in my opinion.
I definitely agree with you, Patrick.
I mean,
it's pretty
75% of the FDA's funding.
Yeah, comes from the U.S. taxpayers.
75% of the FDA's funding comes straight out of the pharmaceutical companies.
Or pharmaceutical companies. Yes, that's right. Because they have to pay for FDA approval. Go ahead, Alex. You had something?
I'm just saying that's why there's so much corruption in every state and why a lot of people haven't been doing anything, even in Missouri. You're saying.
Yep. Oh, there's Think You Can from Rhode Island. Hey there, buddy. He says, hey, guys, I'm working, but still here supporting you. Can't express to you what a great job you're doing. God bless you from Rhode Island. God bless you, man, and thank you very much. We'll keep this going all day long. We'll keep going through the list. We'll continue making these phone calls. We'll put them under pressure. We're putting them on the spot. I understand that, and yeah, they may not like it, but hell, I don't like what's going on in Washington D.C. right now, and these guys better protect my butt because they actually swore an oath to do so. I sure hope a tribulation prepper. Hey there, buddy. I sure hope that at least one of Patrick's colleagues will use Patrick's number today. That would be customer service at its best. Actually, that wouldn't surprise me if I got a call back sometime today on my phone from one of these senators, especially since they think I'm press. So, which I'm not, but they're getting that impression because I'm live streaming on YouTube. So, I guess I could call myself press, but that's not exactly accurate. Okay, guys.
Technically, anybody with anybody with a camera and has an audience is press.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's just not your credentialed, credentialed press is what I. But you're right. We're providing a service to the people of Missouri right now. We're showing you basically that we at the Missouri Liberty Alliance, we're doing the same thing we're asking you to do. Make these phone calls, please, particularly the governor. Keep calling the governor's office. In fact, let's call the governor's office before we go on to Justin Brown's office because she may not be done with her lunch yet. So let's call the governor again. 573-751-3222. Wonderful. I have it memorized. Going to speaker.
Thank you for calling the Constituent Helpline. If you are calling regarding an unemployment claim or question, please press 1.
No, that
Other questions, please press
option 1's going to be used quite a bit in the next 75 days if we're not successful, guys.
Thank you for calling. Please wait while we transfer your call to the next available representative.
Ooh, that famous Missouri hold music. Hey, Jody's in the house. Jody Grace. Just tuned in. Thanks for taking time to speak and make these phone calls today. You bet. Yes, governor's office was busy Friday, but it slacked off. We need to make his phone ring, ring, ring. That's right. I'm doing it again, Jody. This is my second call to the governor today. And I've been calling senators all day long. As you see on your screen here, we're going through the list. And people, oh, hang on.
Governor Parson's office.
Hi there. My name is Patrick Holland, and I was curious, basically, if the governor's interested in doing an emergency session sometime soon.
He hasn't confirmed that he will call a special session. I know he has mentioned it, but we haven't gotten any information regarding that yet.
Okay, gotcha. So he let me get this straight then. He's committed to doing an emergency session. The governor of Missouri is going to do an emergency session.
No.
Oh.
He has mentioned it, but he has not confirmed that he will do one.
Okay, gotcha. What would the Go ahead. What would the people of Missouri need to do to help him, make a firm commitment on that so they can feel better about it? Keep calling the office, maybe?
Well, I mean, he's well aware that constituents are wanting that. I would recommend calling your state representative.
Okay, representatives. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And actually, you've lifted my heart today with that news that he's considering that special session, because that's what I want to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So the information we got earlier turns out to be correct. He's full of hot air. He's told legislators no. Gotcha. Right side mom, that's what I thought. And so that's why I'm telling people to continue calling. So now, did you see that? But once again, this is an education process for a lot of people too. Did you guys see the deflection? Stop calling the governor's office, call your representatives. That's what she said. What that means to me...
I thought she said keep bugging the governor.
Yeah, that's exactly what she told me. Keep calling the governor. Guys, okay, so actually, I'll keep calling senators here. I'll call the governor's office every hour. So at any rate, guys, please keep calling the governor's office. We just got our instructions. We just got our marching orders right from the governor's assistant. She told us not to call the governor, but to call our representatives. That means we need to keep calling the governor.
Hey,
No means yes.
I just talked to the House Representative Lewis. What's his name? Lewis.
A senator or a representative?
Representative, and she's instructing. She's saying that the Mike Parson considered calling an emergency session. I'm glad that you told me that because I keep getting told this by these secretaries, and I'm like, well, I still feel that y'all should put your name on that list. And Lewis, Ed, supposedly put his name on the list, the House of Representatives, and no, not Lewis. Yeah, Lewis Riggs. That's what it was, Lewis Riggs, and
Lewis Riggs. Okay.
Yeah.
Riggs.
And
okay, here we go.
And they said they got an emergency session, or a session coming here in January, and they doubt that they'll do an emergency session.
Yep. Well, guys, thank you for that information, Joe Mama. Basically, doing an emergency session in January means no emergency session because Congress reconvenes in January.
That's not. I didn't say emergency. I meant regular session. They said they got a regular. That's why they said they doubt there's going to be an emergency session. But she also said that he put his name on there for he does support an emergency session.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to, by the way, this is, like I said, for all of you watching live on YouTube, please keep calling the governor's office. So critical. She literally told us to stop calling the governor's office and call our representatives. That means we need to keep calling the governor, is what that means, actually. I promise you that's what it means for us to get something done in the state of Missouri. I'm going to keep calling senators. Yeah, go ahead.
What did I miss? I'm sorry. My representative, LA, called me back, and that's why I was on mute this whole time. We've just had an excellent conversation about what's happening on the representative side of things. So,
okay, gotcha. What you missed was a call to the governor's office, and this time I didn't have to leave a message. I was able to talk to somebody. But what she said was the governor is considering an emergency session. I asked her to clarify. She did correct me on the clarification, and I said, so the governor is going to hold a special emergency session. She goes, no. He's in favor of it. He's considering it. He has not announced. And I said, so what? Let me finish up real quick, Joe Mama, so I can let Jimmy know. So I said, what can Missouri residents do because they do want this emergency session? She said, I would say you need to call your representatives. So what she was basically saying is stop calling this number. So that means we need to call the number more is what we need to do. We need to keep calling the governor's office. And she says, also, she said, we're well aware this is what the constituents want. The governor has, okay, and once again, 101, the governor has the ability to call the emergency session without representatives or senators even being involved in the process. She made it sound like this can't happen unless you call your representatives. That is simply not true. Okay, so Jimmy, you're caught up. Go ahead.
No, I'm not arguing.
Okay.
I wasn't arguing with you. It's just that, like I said, I was involved in a very long conversation with my representatives, LA.
Okay.
See anybody by the name of John Levanchi come into any of the talks, that's John.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
He said on the representative side, there's a lot of discussion going on right now on actually how to deal with this. He said what a lot of people don't realize is there are precedences that have been set long time ago, perhaps. And you don't want to step into the middle of one of these because then the outcome of that may not be what you want. So they are working very hard to figure out how they're going to deal with this on the representative side. Did you hear any of that?
Yes,
Hello?
I did. We heard it.
Hello?
I heard it.
Okay. Okay, so it's not like nothing's not being done on the representative side. There's more representatives than there are senators, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there are talks going on about how they're going to handle this kind of stuff. But again, they're looking into, they don't want to step into something that the outcome may come around and bite us in the rear end. Okay. My particular representative, Shane Roden, he is just, you couldn't get any more through several different media platforms, but they are, really having difficulty getting all the legal ducks in a row on such short notice so that they don't step into a pile of horse manure and then go, uh-oh, that's going to come back to bite us in the butt at some point down the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So it very complicated process, but the ones who care, like my representative Shane, they are working on it. So
yep,
there you go.
and just so you know, Jimmy, I appreciate you bringing that to us. I do know that there's a plan by Bill Eigel right now, but they're having to figure this out because hitting us with OSHA was a very difficult thing. And Mike Bolden actually hit that in the 10th Amendment Center this morning. We rebroadcast his stream live, and he said even he doesn't know, but it's figure-outable. We can figure it out, how we can stop OSHA from actually influencing, whether or not people have jobs in 75 days, that it can be figured out. But we do need to have these special sessions in states around the United States to actually start getting rid of these edicts and these mandates somehow, mitigate it somehow. And sometimes it's as simple as stopping funding. Okay. And Joe Mom,
like I said, they're working on the best way.
Yep. Okay, well, the deal is we have to get the special session. So that's what we're working towards right now. Smarter people than us, conservative, sovereign, individual-minded Republicans within the Missouri legislative branch is actually working on this right now, but we need to get them their special session so they can enact all the stuff they're finding out. This is on us, gang, to get this special session. So, go ahead.
I was going to say, if they're looking for, if they're working on this and they're trying to work out these details, is it possible that the governor's office was actually being honest for a second, saying that, maybe the representatives are trying to hold it off until they have something usable so the other side of things doesn't mess it up?
Well, they need to be forthright with us on that then. Because now, hang on, I'm going off of one representative, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen again in case you didn't see it, Caleb. And this is from, I think you did see it though, Representative Brian Seitz. Did you see this? What I have on the screen? Oh, hang on, it's on YouTube, but it's not through Discord. I'm going to read it.
It'll be on YouTube. It'll be about 5-second delay.
Yep.
You'll see it.
Yep. So I want you guys to take a quick look at this. This is incredibly important from Missouri State Representative Brian Seitz. And this was on Facebook, 9:39 a.m. yesterday morning. And he wrote this: Missouri citizens, you have less than 72 hours to convince Governor Mike Parson to call a special session for Wednesday, September 15th, to deal with the invasive Biden vaccination mandates. Now listen to this 5-word sentence. Backdoor channels are not working. Guys, he just sent us an enormously important piece of information in that 5-word sentence. That means internally they can't convince the governor to hold the session. It also means that they don't have 75% in the House or in the Senate to override the governor and hold an emergency session. So it's on us. He told us this. It's on us. He also told us what to do. Yep. Call, email, present yourselves at the Capitol on Wednesday, and let your voices be heard in Missouri and in all of America. Individual liberty hangs by a thread. So that was from...
Patrick, have you called him?
I have not. In fact, we should call his office next. So it's Brian's...
Honestly, I would...
Good.
Go ahead, Liberty.
I was going to say, honestly, I'd recommend that if we can get this session, I would recommend that, one, you blockade that portion of OSHA. ban the enforcement of it by Missouri law enforcement, like you did with the other, because they depend so heavily on that. And then make sure that you have something pushed out there to businesses, like, you know, say something having a in there having something printed off that's sent to every business in Missouri, saying that this is their enforcement capability. Do not comply.
Mm-hmm.
If all you guys don't comply, they're powerless.
Yep. Yep.
I don't think they can come right out and say that, Liberty.
No.
They would have to say whether you choose to comply or not. You know,
They
you know,
can.
that's the thing.
They can. The states aren't bound to govern like the federal government says.
Yeah, that part is true.
Well,
you know, that's what the 10th Amendment's all about.
Doubt whether you'd get one of them to stand out there and do it, you know. Yeah. But still, I don't think you're going to, what you just said. But I certainly would let the, you know, Missouri businesses, et cetera, know that, you know, Missouri, Michael Bolton said that Missouri was one of those states that basically is self-regulating as far as OSHA is concerned. You could put in effect something that, okay, as of right now, we're defunding you clowns. All y'all, go home. You know?
Yep.
Well, there's another option. One part banning the enforcement of it, and the other part banning federal agents from entering private businesses in Missouri, and then actually having law enforcement actually enforce that and kick them off the property.
Well, yes, but you heard what Michael said about what their employee ratio to business was. It'd be 100 years before they get to, you know what I mean? But I understand what you're saying, Liberty. But you know, once we defund or put the kibosh on the Missouri OSHA team, well, that basically just wipes them out, because then the Fed would have to do it all on their own, and there's no way they've got the manpower. Whatever we can get done, let's get done, because I'm just as PO'd about this whole thing as everybody.
I thought Missouri was one of the ones he listed that defaulted to federal, that did not have a state program.
I understood it the other way. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not. Yeah, ours was a light blue one, I think, to the best of my recollection. But you know,
I mean, I guess whichever way that goes is kind of what depends on the course of action.
Right. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because I can't remember exactly either. Because if we don't have a state program, we could just ban it. If you have a state program, you have to ban that, and then you also have to ban the state program from doing it too.
Well, I would think that the state of Missouri would have an easy task of banning, if in fact we had a Missouri program in place. They could, with a stroke of the governor's pen, he could probably shut that down. And then the feds would be left to fend for themselves, just like they are in SEPA. They'd have to come in here with their own crew, their own employees, get their own information, which I don't think they're going to do. You know?
Yeah.
And then it would just be a non-compliance thing. Yeah, we're doing it again, Liberty.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, if we had a state program, that's an executive department, and it just could be shut down with a stroke of a pen.
Right. Agreed. But like you, I can't remember if it's state or we have a little federal entity in there. You know, I can't remember the map that well. I thought it was we were doing our own stuff, but
I know
maybe somebody could go back into.
I mean, Missouri was light blue, just like a lot of other states like Kansas would. And I think, Illinois was dark blue, and I would think, and I'm not going to assume because I have to go back and check it, but I would think that Illinois would have been the one that would have, their own state program that doubles down the enforcement mechanism. But I don't know.
Well, you've got a faster bandwidth than I do. So by all means, go back and check it out. So at least we know what we're talking about then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I might do that real quick.
Okay, guys, I'll
Get
tell you
my
what,
hands
it's
off.
probably time to make another phone call. Is it time to call Justin Brown's office? You think she's done with lunch, guys?
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Fire it up, brother.
573-751. And he is not on the list, correct?
He is not.
He is not on the list. Okay. All right, calling back. Go on speaker.
Good afternoon, Senator Bratton's office.
Hi there. Is this Senator Bratton's office?
It is his office.
Okay, gotcha. Wonderful. Actually, I left a message earlier. I just wanted to say thank you to Senator Bratton. We're live on YouTube right now on the air. This is the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And we wanted to publicly thank you to Senator Bratton for putting his name on a letter with 15 other senators calling for a special session of Missouri Congress to basically deal with the totalitarian overreach of the federal government with vaccination orders. We just wanted to make that very public how much we appreciate Senator Bratton.
Well, thank you very much for that. I know the senator appreciates that. He's always going to push for protecting our liberty and our constitutional rights, and that's what this is all about.
You bet. In fact, what he's done by putting his name on that letter is he's recognizing the sovereign individual in the state of Missouri. And I recognize that as well. And he has my respect. He has well, actually, I've got to know Senator Bratton through the Second Amendment Preservation Act process. So he probably remembers who I am. But just let him know that Patrick Holland with the Missouri Liberty Alliance is giving him some love real time live on YouTube right now through the Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube.
Well, sir, I will make sure that he knows that, and we appreciate you calling.
All right. Take care, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank
you. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I actually called Bratton's number, which was right above it, which is usually why I highlight them. And now we have to go to Justin Brown. But at least we're able to talk to Bratton as opposed to leaving a message.
Yeah, at least he didn't hang up.
Yeah. Okay, 5713. Okay, Justin Brown's office.
Yeah.
Go, speaker.
Hello, you have reached Senator Justin Brown's office. I'm sorry we can't take your call at this time. If you'd please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, we'll be happy to return the call to you as soon as possible. Thank you. You may start your message now.
Hi there, this is Patrick Holland calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We called earlier. We're live on the air on YouTube right now. We just basically wanted to talk to Senator Brown and find out why he didn't put his name on the letter of 16 senators that are asking for an emergency session of Congress to deal with the federal government overreach into Missouri's sovereign rights. So if he could literally look us up on YouTube, we're there right now. We will be live until probably about 7 p.m. tonight. So please look up the Missouri Liberty Alliance.
What happened to Patrick?
Hey, he's probably giving out the phone number or
Yep,
something.
I was giving out my phone number, so I muted my mic.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now I've left a detailed message with them, and so we'll see if they call back.
I hate to tell you, buddy, she got your number last time, and she made a mental note.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, Jimmy, just so you know.
She was probably still
not to pick up the phone.
Probably still eating for lunch.
Yeah, it's a long lunch. Okay, Let's see. Mike Sierpo. Sierpot?
Sirpoi.
Sierpoi. Hey, Joe Mama's back. Joe Mama,
And-
you wanted to say something earlier. Please do. We can't hear Jimmy right now. He's breaking up too bad. So you go ahead, Joe Mama.
You're good. I just got off the phone with Dean Van Scotiac. I can't even say his last name. And it's funny. She was like, only the governor can call for a special session. I'm like, no. I know their House representatives and Senate can do it too. They just have to put in a petition. She said, yeah, you're right. But they have to do a petition. And I'm like, so we should have no. And she's telling me he supports getting rid of these vaccine mandates and going against them. I was like, good, then there should be no problem with his name not being on that list. And she's like, oh yeah, he's gonna sign it. I pressured her into it, saying he's gonna sign it.
Gotcha. And who was that? Representative who?
That was Dean Van Schoiack.
Van starts with V.
Dean Van Schoiack. From Savannah District, I guess, I don't know. He's from District 009, phone number 573-751-3666.
There we go. I found him. Okay.
Yeah. She tried to tell me that Mike Parson would have to call. I was like, no, we could get the House reps and the Senate to do call for a special session too. And yeah, she pretty much was like, well, he hasn't signed it yet, but I know he's against these vaccine mandates. I'm like, well, then there should be no problem with him wanting to sign the list.
Yep. Yep. Well, that's it. We got to pressure these guys. We got to pressure. So basically, I'll tell you what. I'm going to call that number next since you just called. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, rock on, man.
Okay.
I actually want to hear what this says.
Okay, guys, I'll get back to the Senate list here in a little bit. By the way, if you're watching at home here or at work or whatever, please do continue making these phone calls. The most important call you can make is to the governor. And that number is 57. I'll actually type it out. Remember now, these numbers will not be available in the replay of this video. YouTube does take them out, but you can have them in real time.
I've been calling the governor's office nonstop. His voicemail's full, and I ain't getting nobody answering over it. I'm actually shocked that you got through.
I got through twice. In fact, I'm going to have to call from my other phone when I call back next.
I haven't gotten through one.
Well, there you go. There's the governor's number. Go ahead.
I've been calling on two phones too. I got my house phone and my cell phone going like crazy.
Guys, please do keep calling the governor's office. Even though she said she knows the constituents want this, she's still saying, call your representatives. There's no reason to call your representatives. The governor can do this alone, single-handedly. And in fact, the pressure, once again, I don't need to bring this up again, but you guys saw the Facebook mention from Representative Seitz. And in fact, we need to call him too. Representative Seitz said that the backdoor channels are not working. He is a representative. He did this yesterday. He's saying internally they can't get it done. So it's going to take us calling the governor to get it done. In fact, maybe we should call him before we... No, let me call Dean real quick first, and then we'll go to Seitz. Keep up the good work, gang. Let's keep making these phone calls. We can't stop. Let's call 573-751-3666. Oh, my gosh. He's like the representative of the beast. Okay, go on speaker.
Representative Van Scoiack's office, this is Deborah.
Hi there, Deborah. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live right now on YouTube. Is that okay?
That depends on what you want to ask about.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to know, first off, if people are calling wanting a special session of Congress to deal with the government overreach coming from the White House.
So my mild correction. Yes, we are getting phone calls about that, but they're calling for a special session of the Missouri General Assembly, not Congress.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry, General Assembly. You're absolutely correct.
Nope, that's okay.
Okay, so basically, I'm going to ask, and I know you cannot speak for the representative, but I'm going to ask what his general feeling or opinion is on it if you have access to that information.
Sure. So Representative Van Scoik has publicly claimed that he is not in agreement with vaccine mandates, nor is he in agreement with the requirement of, vaccine passports or showing vaccine papers. He has said repeatedly, publicly, that he believes that it is a broad overreach of the federal government's authority and that people's, livelihood should not be dependent on whether or not they choose to participate in a medical treatment.
Okay, that's wonderful. Next question. I know for a fact that there is a letter with 16 senators' signatures on it calling for a special session or an emergency session. Is there one like that going around in the House of Representatives?
I can say that there has been a letter sent to the governor. That is something that's also been made public. A group of legislators have requested that the governor call for a special session. At this point in time, a petition has not been sent because they are hoping that the governor will just respond to the letter requesting it.
Okay, gotcha. So there's no active letter from the House of Representatives at this time, specifically from the House of Representatives that you're aware of?
Not one that has been sent to the governor's office at this time.
If there was one, do you think that the representative would sign it?
I can't speak on that because he and I have not had an opportunity to discuss it. Based on his previous actions and his previous statements, I would say yes. However, I can't guarantee the accuracy of that information because he and I have not been able to speak on that specific topic.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, please let the representative know we appreciate his efforts to stop the federal government overreach. And once again, this is live on YouTube. We're the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and there's a lot of Missourians on this channel. And so they're very curious what their representatives are thinking. They're making phone calls too, but we did think, it might be a good idea to get some of them live on the air if we could. We've been unsuccessful so far, but I thank you very much for coming on live with us and then letting us know what the representative is doing. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, she called me out. I keep saying Congress, and I am very sorry about that, gang. I know it's the General Assembly. You have to forgive me on that. And I get corrected, actually, on these phone calls once in a while. But, yep, she's been friendly and helpful, but she did not, once again, I was asking about whether or not he would put his name, to paper if there was one going around. She didn't want to answer for him, and frankly, I probably wouldn't either. Okay. Now we need to go to...
She's being straight up with you on that. Man.
Yep. Now I need to go to sites. Here's Brian's sites. Okay. We're calling sites now. 573. And hopefully I can get sites. 751-1309. Let's hope he's in his office. Okay, going speaker, guys. This is the guy who wrote the write-up on Facebook, by the way.
Nice.
This is State Representative Brian Seitz. Please leave a message.
You may start your message now.
Hi there, Representative Seitz. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're live on YouTube right now, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And we wanted to, first of all, talk to you about what you'd put out on Facebook, and actually more specifically, get some more specific information about the internal system not working very well. Backdoor channels are not working. We're working very hard to get a emergency session. As an organization, we're live on YouTube, encouraging others to do the same thing. We're doing a very long YouTube live event today in order to support exactly what you're calling for, which is people calling the governor. So we wanted to see if we could get you on live. Apparently we can't. You can call me back, Representative. 82714. Thank you very much for everything you're doing for us, Representative. Take care. Have a good day. Okay.
Hey Pat, I
Yeah.
just wanted to tell you that you could hear a few numbers when you made that call.
Okay, got you. Could you hear all the numbers?
Maybe if you replayed
No.
it, but
Oh,
Okay.
just to tell you for when you call next.
you'd be hard pressed to put it together, Patrick.
Okay, thank you very much.
I didn't hear all of them either.
Okay. Yeah,
There's all of about 4 numbers, so.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, gotcha. Guys, like I said, you guys understand. I don't want my phone number on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's
so.
why I wanted to tell.
Yep. So I'm swinging my mic up, and the boom is supposed to deactivate and go into mute mode when that happens. Okay. All right. So we've called Justin Brown's office and left a message. Burleson, Sierpo. Is that correct? Sierpo?
Earpoy.
Sierpoy. Okay, gotcha. Is he on the list?
No, he is not on the list.
He is not on the list. Have we talked to him before? Did I call him earlier?
Nope.
Okay.
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Dial that naughty boy.
Okay. We're calling him now. 573. Hey guys, I know this is entertaining for a lot of you and everything, but don't forget you need to be making phone calls too. I can't be the only one doing this. 751-1464. Okay, calling. Speaker.
Hello, you have reached Senator Dearpoy's office. Please leave your name, phone number, and brief message, and we will return your call just as soon as we can. Thank you, and have a great day. You may start your message now.
Hi there, I'm calling for Senator Sierpo. My name is Patrick Holland. I am calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live on YouTube right now. We were kind of hoping you were available to talk to us a little bit. We understand there is a letter going around that went from senators to the governor calling for an emergency session of the Assembly in order to deal with the federal government overreach with vaccination mandates. We were hoping to see the senator's name on that letter, but we didn't see it. We would certainly like to know why. There's many people in Missouri that would like to know why the senator did not put his name on there. So if you could, please do join us live on YouTube. We'll be live until 6 or 7 p.m. tonight, and we'll be nice and friendly, I promise. We're curious why you didn't want to be involved in that. So please do check us out on YouTube. It's the Missouri. Back. Thank you very much, Senator. Have a wonderful day and God bless you. Okay, left a message with Sierpo.
Sierpoy.
Patrick,
Earpoy.
I'm going to take a little break here from this so I can make some phone calls myself.
Understood, buddy.
Hey, Jim,
and I
Jimmy
will be
D.
back. Yeah.
Jimmy D, before you go, Missouri is a default to federal state on that.
Just
you're talking about OSHA?
You mean they're a default to federal?
Yeah, it's default to federal for OSHA. We do not
Okay.
have a state program.
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to make some phone calls, guys. So, like we all know, the squeaky wheel gets grease. So Jimmy's got to go to work.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a little break here from making phone calls. We're going to go to Bill Eigel next because we've already hit Crawford. But I'll tell you what, here in about 15 minutes, I'm going to call the governor's office again, and I'll be doing that from the home phone. So, guys, if you have a chance to, please do call the governor's office now. in Missouri, and once again, we have until 5 o'clock. Then they shut off the constituency hotline. You'll notice when you call, though, option 1 is for unemployment problems. And believe me, if we don't get option 2 done in the next 2 days, option 1 is going to be heavily used in about 75 days. So let's keep Missourians working. Let's keep the federal government overreach out of our state for all things serum. Let's get it done, gang. Let's get this emergency session going. Remember now, the easy way is for the governor just to call for the emergency session. Literally, set it up, schedule it, make a public announcement about it. That's the easy way. The hard way is literally to get 75% of the representatives and 75% of the senators to literally put their name on paper for an emergency session. And then they can override the governor and just start the session without his permission. That's the hard way. I was told that by a representative, by the way, Saturday morning. He says that's almost impossible to get accomplished. The easy way is just to get the governor to acquiesce. We need to keep calling the governor. I've put the number up several times. It's still up there in the YouTube chat, 573-751-3222. Call for an emergency session. And yes, we will continue calling senators and representatives while we're live, but it's very important that we keep calling the governor as well. That's where the rubber hits the road, gang.
Going to be the first call I make when I dip off of here for a second.
Okay, gotcha. In 15 minutes, I'll call them again. I'll do it. I'll still do another speakerphone call, but it'll be from the other phone. Okay.
All right, guys. I'm going to mute my mic here and go and continue on with these phone calls for a little bit. So
Gotcha. Thank you, Jimmy.
I'm off the air for a little bit. Bye.
See you, man. Okay, Jody Grace, are you still with us? Are you still watching the live event? Please chime in if you don't mind, because I'd like to talk about Tuesday and Wednesday. I know Wednesday, CRT is already doing a rally, but you said in your video this morning that tomorrow most of them should be in their offices in Jeff City, so that's a good day to knock on doors. So please chime in and let us know if you're still here. I can, if you want, I can get you on the phone. If Jody, I would love to have you on live right now. So calling Jody Grace, if you're there, just listening in the background, please let me know that you're still there. And that would be Right Side Moms, if you guys saw her type in the chat before. Okay, she may not be with us at this time. Let me see if she's on Facebook.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, is Michael Bolden still doing a stream?
No, his stream is over. We're still live on YouTube right now, though. But I understand that you want to talk about the job situation out there, so I'm very happy to have you back, Conjecture.
Yeah, I was just going to report on what Thomas Massey said.
Okay.
The U.S., I think congressman or senator. I'm not sure if he's perfect or anything, but I mean, at least on this COVID stuff, he's been really good.
Okay.
Him and Rand Paul have been like leading everything. But essentially, from what I gathered from him, is he's read the mandate, and I can't seem to find it online.
Okay.
He said there are ways to protect yourself from the mandate. One is you could ask your employer if they'll 1099 you. Then you could be protected from.
Then you're an independent contractor.
Yeah. And then another thing you can do, outside of 1099ing yourself, is if you find, you can maybe able to switch to a company that has less than 100 people, which not necessarily doable for everybody. But it is an option. Another thing you can do is, and this would kind of be a little squirrely, kind of down the 1099 direction, would be you could start your own, type business or whatever, like a business of one, and kind of represent yourself. and then you can kind of contract, your company to fill spots. That's not very viable for most people, but for some people it might be to help avoid the mandate. And
That's
I was just
exactly what owner operator truck drivers do.
yeah.
A little interjection here, gentlemen. Please.
Okay.
Just got off the phone with the governor's line. Number one, it's all voicemail. Number two, the voicemail is full.
Okay. All right.
So take that for what
okay.
it's worth. I'm going to continue on making phone calls.
Yep. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you for that. I encourage people to still keep trying. I'm going to try here in about 10 minutes on my home phone calling the governor again. I'm right now in contact with Jody Grace on Facebook. I'm going to see if she wants to come on live and talk to us about the two events tomorrow and Wednesday up in Jefferson City, so we can get some more direct information. I have no idea how. Okay, no, Jody, you can just call on the phone.
Actually, back to what you were saying.
I was just driving. I just got flipped off. I was just looking, but what I was saying. Well, I mean.
Okay, she's calling the phone, gang. I'm sorry. Go ahead, conjecture when she calls. In fact, let me tell her in 5 minutes. So you have 5 minutes. The information you're giving is important. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, those are basically the three ways you can kind of protect yourself. Well, I mean, is just that, but it's not going to be viable for most people. I was also reading from a lot of news articles. There's a lot of businesses that have submitted inquiries to OSHA, asking them if they will honor the, American Disabilities Act, and a lot of other protests about religious exemptions. And in those articles, they mentioned Mississippi and Arkansas. Those two states do have mandatory vaccinations for children that there is no exemption for in order to use the public schools.
Okay.
So in some of those places, I don't know how to say it, but essentially, sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought. Okay, here it is. So a lot of inquiries have been sent in about that, and some news articles I was looking at were citing that other states have mandatory vaccinations for children, and we're wondering if OSHA would be citing those as reasons why this one can bypass a religious exemption, saying that some states already have it, even among the states that are protesting it, claiming, that potentially it could just kind of show hypocrisy. If you're going to mandate it for children, why do adults get to have a choice? Potential argument you could run into.
Yep, gotcha.
If I might add something on that 1099 thing, there is one thing that you can kind of incentivize your employer with if you want to switch to a independent contractor, and that is their tax rate goes down because they don't have to match what they pay you in taxes, and they don't have to pay out for the Obamacare thing.
Yeah. You might also be able to, depending on how that fee works, you might be able to negotiate a, potentially not have to take it and have your company absorb the charge, because they are running into a labor shortage, and there is a possibility that if you quit, they won't be able to replace you. So you may be able to say either you soak up that charge or you get to find somebody else. Yeah. And it depends on how valuable you are to the company. They may be willing to soak up the tax on your behalf.
You mean the fee or the $14,000 thing you're talking about?
That's not a fee, that's a tax.
Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, well, the fact that we're even having to talk about all these ways to avoid this federal overreach is disturbing. It's a disturbing indictment, actually, of a total, complete failure of the federal government to actually respect our rights as sovereign individuals. I mean, it is just ridiculous. We shouldn't have to do this.
But as Thomas Massey said, the best hope you have is to resist. And if any of those 30 million people who are unvaccinated or refuse to show their vaccination card, if any of them are willing to just lose their job over this, that would go a long way out there. But then again, you kind of have to hope a lot of people are willing to do that.
Yep.
And if a lot of people are, I mean, then you have safety in numbers.
Yep.
Something I know of well is that the most I'm not gonna say most, but close to half of health workers want nothing to do with any of this. And when it comes to even first responders, about 75% of them are told they don't want to do it either.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Well, just so you guys know, here in just a minute or two, Jody Grace will be calling, and we're going to get very specific information about what's happening on Tuesday and Wednesday up in Jefferson City, tomorrow and Wednesday. So those of you hanging on YouTube that are wondering about the actual rallies going on in Jeff City, we'll be talking to the woman who's setting them up. So we're piggybacking on what she's already started. Let's see, as of 40 minutes ago, Governor Parson is tweeting about bicentennial quilt showing. Okay, Aaron A., thank you very much. So if anyone wanted to know about the Missouri bicentennial quilt, please go to Parson's Twitter and blow it up asking him what the hell he's doing with his time right now. When Missourians' very sovereignty, their individual sovereignties are on the line. Let's see. SC Drifter says, make them fire you, then sue them. You will not be able to collect unemployment if you quit. Yep.
Something else to keep in mind, too, is if you're still debating it and they send you somewhere and you look at the vial that they try to give you a jab for, if it still says EUA, you have the right to refuse it.
Yeah.
The difference between the EUA and the FDA approved version are completely different in their legal standards.
My wife just pulled a massive watermelon out of our garden. She was showing me through the window. So it looks like we're having watermelon today, gang. Well, at least we are at my house. Let's see. SC Drifter says, retired. No problem. Your Social Security is next on the table. I believe that, Drifter. I believe that. I also believe military retirement is coming soon because they're already forcing the military to get jabbed. Guys, this is a very slippery slope. We have to stop it butt cold right here, right now. And
Yep.
So, all right. And Conjecture, thank you very much for that information from Massey. Once again, when you have Congress literally saying, hey guys, non-compliance is the only thing we can think of right now, it's very disturbing. And disability, says Latanya. And disability. I think you're right.
I really think Massey is about to just say, you just go full anarchist there, because at this point, he's sick of the whole thing.
Yep. Well, why isn't Congress in D.C. assembling right now to shut this whole thing down? This is a reach into sovereignty that we have never seen before, into individual sovereignty, taking away people's rights that we have never seen on this level before. Congress should be having emergency sessions right now to figure out, number one, how to stop Biden, and number two, how to restore confidence. Even people in the Democratic Party on the national level are literally starting to question Joe Biden and what he's doing. And yes, we can all say the guy's got dementia, he has the bully pulpit, he has a microphone. But, they were saying that about Trump very openly when Trump was in office, if you guys remember. The guy's crazy. The guy's just crazy. And stories were coming out from the New York Times and the Washington Compost saying that, it's so difficult on the inside to deal with this because, we're trying very hard to contain this crazy man, and we're not hearing anything like that from Joe Biden's camp.
Oh my God, that's never not gonna be funny.
Yeah.
Washington Compost.
And the New York Slimes.
Yeah.
Voodoo Queen, seriously, a quilt versus freedom rights shows his priority. I agree, Voodoo. This is very disturbing.
He was.
Go ahead.
He was tweeting all about the what is that called? The bicentennial parade earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this whole bicentennial thing. Literally, he could take 15 minutes off, put a tweet out and saying, "I am calling for an emergency session of the Missouri General Assembly." That's it. Problem solved. Then we could go back and do other things instead of, literally, begging people to call up the governor's office to make sure that they understand their sovereign individual rights are on the line right now. They truly are, gang. And you know what? If you're not in Missouri, it doesn't matter. Your rights are on the line too, in whatever state you're in. Please do something. I mean, fight for this. I mean, communism cometh. A year from now, we may not have these options to communicate anymore. You never know. I mean, we don't know. But I do know this. Oh, hang on. That's Jody Grace. All right, guys. I'm going to put her on speaker. Jody.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing awesome. Thank you very much. You're live on the air right now, if that's okay.
Oh, wow. I guess it is.
Okay, gotcha. I'll tell you what. They can hear you, but you can't hear them. So, because we're doing it on the phone as opposed to Discord. So, I am so happy you called. First off, I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing with your organization. I would like to publicly state that you did change the name Right Side Moms to Make Missouri Great Again. And you just did. Go ahead.
I did. I just did it last night. I've been thinking about it for a while. When I started this several months ago, I had no idea what was fixing to happen. And I was really just at home feeling like I was just a mom and there had to be other moms like me. But along the way, so many men like yourself, dads, grandparents, just concerned Missourians have wanted to be part. And the first thing they ask is it okay if I join? I'm not sure if I should because I'm not a girl. And so anyway, it's grown, and we're doing so much now that we just need everybody. So we did change the name to just help make it a little more clear that we just want liberty-loving Missourians to join the fight.
You bet. And I'm right there with you. And so is the entire Missouri Liberty Alliance.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet. Okay, so here's where the rubber hits the road, guys. This is the lady that is actually setting up rallies in Jefferson City. Now, I saw your video from this morning. You're talking about tomorrow now, on top of Wednesday. Could you let the audience know a little bit about the rallies, the potential rallies?
Sure. Yeah. So I would hesitate to call what I'm doing this week a rally, only because it's not what people typically think of when they think of a rally. The Rotunda is already taken for another event. They're having a CRT event in the Rotunda all day long, so there will be speakers down there and tables set up. We will actually have a table set up at that rally, but they are very focused on CRT. And while I do agree that CRT is horrible, and I am in that fight as well, right now, this week, my belief is that the most pressing fight is in this fight against tyranny from the White House. We really need for the governor to call special session as soon as possible. I would like to see it happen this week while the legislators are already here in town. So what I would like to organize people to do is, rather than just stand in the rotunda or sit in the rotunda and listen to speakers, which is very helpful and beneficial in its own way, I really want to activate Missourians who are willing and able to come, actually empower them to go into the hallways, to go into the offices of the legislators and speak to a few different people really throughout the day. We need to address the key leadership, the gentlemen who have the key leadership roles, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, Speaker of the House, both majority floor leaders, the Lieutenant Governor, of course the Governor himself. I don't have any high expectations that we'll actually have face-to-face time with the governor, but we definitely can. Take our signs, stand up for the governor's office, walk in a couple at a time, ask the gals at the desk, if that's possible. We can kind of do the same thing that you're doing on the phone today, but actually in person, face-to-face. Just give them a lot of opportunities to say no, or, prayerfully there will be some miracles, and, maybe he will step out for a few minutes, or somebody would actually get to, have a few minutes with him. That would be great, but it will be a great opportunity even if we don't get to see him in person. There will be wonderful photo opportunities to share all over social media. And then we should actually have lots of face-to-face time with legislators. So I think a lot of people are unaware that when you come to the Capitol, you literally can walk in these guys' offices and expect to see them face-to-face and expect to have conversation, shake the hand, and express your feelings. And the truth really is that it doesn't happen very often. So when it does happen, these legislators are really moved by people, regular citizens who do take time out of their day to make the effort to come. It happens rarely, so when it does happen, it's kind of a big deal. So that's really my purpose this week. I'll be at the Capitol Tuesday and Wednesday. The legislators will actually be there Tuesday. They have committee meetings and different things going on. I'd expect the governor to also be in the building on Tuesday. So, if someone was unable to come Wednesday, I would be around the building and available to help on Tuesday if they would like to come. There won't be a lot of other people, so it would be a different experience, but I'll be there to help if somebody wants to come on Tuesday. The big day will be Wednesday, I believe, because there are a lot of people already coming for that CRT event, and I'm just trying to provide another outlet for actual contact and real. This is actually the real grassroots effort. This is actually the work of it. Actually going into these offices, having the conversations, and letting your voice be heard in a face-to-face situation. So that's what I'm hoping. The more people we can get, the more power we'll have, of course, the more impact it will have. So I'm hoping to have several. I would love to see, oh my gosh, if we could see 50 to 100 people, that would be a great turnout. It would thrill my heart to see all of those halls lined with people. If we could affect something like that, I think our chances might be good that we could see something happen. But, we'll pray about it and believe that God's in control and do our part and trust him for the rest.
Gotcha. I'll tell you what, if you don't mind, I'll let you know what the latest scuttlebutt is.
Yeah.
We're making live phone calls, as you've probably seen on the air.
Yes.
And now Jimmy D, one of our members at the Missouri Liberty Alliance, has reported to us that unfortunately the governor's voicemail box is full again. You can't leave a voicemail.
Good.
Okay, and then also Voodoo Queen, also with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, is reporting that his email box is now full. It's rejecting emails as well. So we continue calling the governor. We got to keep trying.
Yes.
But we're continuing to call our senators and representatives as well,
Yes.
all calling for the same thing, an emergency session.
Emergency session. That's right. And we do right now. We have 16 senators who are pushing for emergency session. There are a number of representatives as well, and I'm working on trying to find out exactly how many. I have not seen that signature page yet, but I'm trying to find it. So hopefully soon we'll know how many there are. I don't know if you know or not, the legislators can call special session themselves, but it takes a number of them to make that happen without the government.
75% in both houses.
Right. So, I don't know how close we are to that. 16 senators is not quite half, but at least if we know who was, working on our side and who wasn't,
Sure.
that would be helpful information to know.
Sure,
So,
absolutely, especially going into November of next year.
Right. So we're just going to do all the work we can, do the groundwork, get over there and do the boots on the ground work, and see if we can make something happen.
Okay, Jody, for those who would like to go tomorrow, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the day it's more likely that you'll be able to talk to your representative and your senators tomorrow, Tuesday. Is that correct?
Well, I think both days are going to be good for that, but you have to. So if you're not somebody who spends much time in the Capitol, you kind of have to understand how the flow of the day works,
Mm-hmm.
Their session usually starts around 10 o'clock. I say usually, that can change. Sometimes it changes on the fly, but usually their sessions start around 10 o'clock. Once they go onto the floor, you have a much harder time with them. It is possible to pull them off the floor to have conversation. It's just a little bit more difficult. So you really do, it's ideal to be there before the 10 o'clock mark so that you catch them, when they're in their office. So I think if you were there either Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday it could be all day, but Wednesday you really need to be there before they go into session. Then they're going to be in session probably till around lunchtime. They usually will break for lunch for a couple hours. So between that 12 and 2 time frame, you also have another possibility to get in to see them. Sometimes they have committee meetings and things like that during that window. But so you have to know where you're going. You have to have a little strategy, know where the offices are, know where you're going. But as long as they're not in session, it's really pretty easy to walk in. As long as they're in the office, you don't even really have to have an appointment. Just walk in, tell the legislative assistant that you'd like to speak with them, and usually that happens. So I think either Tuesday or Wednesday are going to be good for that. Tuesday is not official session. There are committee meetings and something like that going on, but they'll be around on Tuesday. Most of them will be.
Okay. So both days,
it's really
I'm going to.
You can't guarantee anything, unfortunately, in these situations.
Yep, I'm going to try and make tomorrow and Wednesday. Wednesday's for sure. I'm there. Now Tuesday was a little more up in the air because I need to get some personal stuff done, but I'll see if I can make it. And even if I get there early and leave early, maybe I can make an appearance on Tuesday. It's always a treat for me to try and get in and see Schatz. He won't see me, by the way. Yeah, unfortunately, we have some history. It's SEPA history, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. But what advice would you give to those people that, first of all, what I've been saying on this channel is this is such an incredibly egregious attack on our individual sovereignty. I don't think most people understand this yet until these edicts go through and become law. And I don't think they fully grasp what's going on with these forced mandates. So what would your advice be to people that, that right now you're activating, the entire network. We're activating ours. Pardon me. We're reaching into the pro-life community. We're reaching into the Second Amendment community because we all need to fight this. What would your advice be to someone who's never been politically active before?
Well, those are the people that kind of have my heart. That's my biggest passion in this fight is the regular citizens who are just busy about their regular lives. I think my biggest piece of advice would be that they just shouldn't be intimidated. That's really the biggest thing that I find with people is that they're just intimidated by the whole process. By the building. Even when you walk up to the building, where do you go in? How do you get inside that big building? You don't just walk up the steps and open up those big doors. So just don't be afraid. Don't be intimidated. These are regular people. These legislators, most of them have other jobs. They are part-time legislators, and they're doing that part-time work in service to us. They work for us. Mm-hmm. We pay their bill. We pay their salary. And it's not the other way around. They're not all experts. They certainly have a lot of experience in areas that a lot of us don't, but, they don't know everything. A lot of times they need you to come. They need to hear from you because hearing from their constituents actually gives them an excuse to do the right thing. Mm-hmm. Some of them, I think, would like to do the right thing, but it's I think the people have failed to be active in the past and to participate the way it was designed for us to participate in. And so when we're not there speaking, they have a constant, and I mean it's constant, army of lobbyists walking those hallways and knocking down their doors.
They do indeed.
And I think they need to hear from us. I think that we need to give them an excuse to go into a chamber and say, my constituents are telling me this is what they want. And a lot of the times they can't say that because they're not hearing from us. Mm-hmm. So I think it's our responsibility. If we want something to change, it's our responsibility we have to do the right thing. And the right thing for us to do is to go make our voices be heard.
Yep, I agree. Pardon me. I've been doing this a long time and my throat's getting there, but
you've been at it all day from what I understand.
Yeah, we started at 9:30 this morning. We'll be going till at least 6. But what it is a giant, basically Yuba-tubathon to get people to make these phone calls. And I'm making them live on the air, for those who have never done these before to show them how easy it is to do.
Right. I think that was an excellent idea because, it really isn't difficult. But again, people that haven't ever done it before, it's just intimidating. They're not sure what to say. That's why I started, back during spring session, actually writing email templates for people and giving them all of the details, the phone numbers and the email addresses and the email templates, because I would kind of report back to the group, this is what happened today. I was following a COVID liability bill very closely and a vaccine bill, oddly enough, very closely, and a few other things. But I would report kind of back, what was going on, and I'd say you need to contact, whoever, the committee chair, or whatever was happening. And, the question was, what do I say? I don't know what to say. So I think it's great that you're doing this on air, encouraging and inspiring everybody else to be able to do it. I think it's awesome.
Yep, and I'm happy to do it. And I'm hoping that other states are watching this too, and they're doing something similar. As I've always said on the program before, freedom isn't relegated to just Missourians. It's for everybody in America. But you have to stand up, as you said. You have to stand up. Let your voice be heard and be counted.
Yep. They gave us a republic, and Ben Franklin said that they had given it to us, if we can keep it. And we have to work to keep it.
Yes, we do.
Freedom isn't free. It never has been. It will never be. And we need to teach our kids
we need to teach our kids how to be involved and how to fight to keep it for the generations that are coming. So.
Yep, it truly is on us, and this is, I'm 49 years old. I have never seen overreach on this level before in my lifetime. I've just never seen it.
I can't. When I think about it, it just blows my mind that anybody would even think that this is okay.
Yeah.
And it really isn't, for me, it's not about the vaccine, whether you want it or whether you don't. If you want to have the vaccine, I have the vaccine. But nobody should force you to have any medical procedure.
It's more than that now, though, Jody, because people are looking at losing their jobs if they choose no.
Yeah.
This is really. Go ahead.
If this is, no, as far as I am aware, and I'm certainly not an expert, there are many, many, many things that I don't know, but, for the government to dictate to private businesses how to handle their employees, like this is some OSHA issue. I mean, just give me a break. If that's where he's going to reach into, dictating private businesses how to function, then how can we not ask ourselves what's next?
Yep. That should be what's foremost on everyone's mind right now, Jody. What is next? What comes after this? Is it restriction of travel? Because they're already saying it's okay for you to lose your job because you are now an enemy of the state if you're not vaccinated. You are a danger, a clear and present danger to the health of society, which is not true.
Right.
But they say that. So restriction of travel, I think, is next on their list.
Right.
Are you going to take questions from the audience?
That they can't get into, functions, ball games, and concerts, and take part in regular life activities, lose their jobs. That it's just a level of tyranny that I never ever imagined.
Yep. And if you could wait for just 1 second, Jody, I've got some audience questions. I know you can't hear them, so I'll have to relay them to you. Conjecture, go ahead with your question for Jody.
Just to kind of be clear, maybe OSHA was never such a good idea to begin with when you at it, because the entire purpose of OSHA is to tell businesses how to run their business.
Yep, Conjecture was pointing out the whole idea of OSHA was not a good idea to begin with because it's a government regulatory commission that literally just tells businesses how to run their business.
Right.
Yeah. So, and when I was speaking with my representative Saturday morning, he thought it was quite insidious that Creepy Joe was going through OSHA because that's something that he doesn't think we can deal with on a 10th Amendment level. And so, but I think we can. I actually think we can. I just don't know how to do it yet.
Right.
Okay, guys. Well, I have Jody. Do you guys have any further questions or comments? Okay, nothing at this time. Well, I'll tell you what. Hang on. Okay, go ahead, Conjecture. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say is that when you think about it, one solution may be just to throw OSHA out of your state.
Yeah, throw OSHA out of the state. Yeah, I got it.
There's a lot of these government agencies. Everyone thinks they're there to protect you. And in the beginning, they did provide superior protection at the start, at the onset. But you know how bureaucratic agencies go? They look at what they think is good. They say do that, and then when times change, they fail to keep up. So, it wouldn't be the only one.
Okay. Yep.
Like the FDA.
Yep. And I'll tell you what, Jody can't hear you, so I'll kind of relay that very quickly to Jody. Questions for Jody, though, rather than comments, if that's all right, gang. But basically what Conjecture was saying is, clearly OSHA has failed. Its original intention has been malused, basically, and now it's getting to a point where it's being used as a weapon against the citizens of the United States. And Mike Bolden, we had him on live. We rebroadcast his stream this morning, and he was talking about the same thing Conjecture's talking about. And I know Conjecture didn't see his broadcast, but the state of Missouri can do something. And in fact, Bill Eigel has a plan to deal with OSHA, by the way. So, I mean,
Senator Eigel.
yeah, Senator Eigel, I'm sorry.
I have a question, Pat.
Okay, hang on. Free American Press has a question. 1 second, Jody. Go ahead, Alex.
So, Jody is really into advocating homeschool, so I was wanting to ask her how she plans on increasing homeschooling in the state of Missouri and making it more available for parents and maybe legislation to help with homeschooling.
Okay.
I just want to see.
Gotcha. A little bit off topic, Jody, if you don't mind. But Alex with the Free American Press knows that you're into school choice and was wondering if you have any plans for further legislation for school choice, if you're planning anything, for instance, maybe with Bishop Davison at this time.
I don't. I support school choice. That's not something I really have my hands into. I'm definitely supportive and I keep track of what's going on, but no, I don't.
Okay. So Alex, she has no. Okay, go ahead, Conjecture.
Sorry, I was meaning to just kind of finish up. I know it sounded like a comment at first, but what I was getting at is that the ask at the end is maybe we need to nullify other federal agencies because they're going to use OSHA, which instead of helping us, in a lot of instances has actually hurt us. When you look at worker safety rates, it actually started to slow down the number of accidents on its downward trend after they got implemented. So maybe it's better to get rid of them because between them and the FDA, they could hit us with any number of try to make us do whatever the heck they want.
I get that, but that's something. Jody, basically, he was talking about nullification of other federal agencies, which is getting, pretty close to even just the beginning discussion for secession. And I'm not sure that we've hit that point at this point, but that is something that should be on the table at all times when we're being abused by the federal government and our individual sovereignty is threatened by our federal government, and when Congress, in D.C. refuses to do anything about these clear violations of our constitutional rights.
Right. I'm praying we don't get that far. I'm praying we don't get that far.
Me too. I think this is. I have compared this on the Missouri Liberty Alliance. This is not a shot across the bow. This is actually they fired a volley at us as individual citizens, and we have to fight this. For all of you whose voices, can be heard here in the state of Missouri, make sure they're heard. Make your phone calls. Don't. Yep. And emails. Please do the emails as well, but we can do those at night. During the day, we can call their offices when people are there. Let's not stop calling the governor's office. Even though his voicemail box is full, his email box is full, we need to keep trying. Literally, our liberty is on the line. It's hanging by a thread. That's what Representative Seitz said, is our liberties as Americans are hanging by a single thread right now because he understands what comes next.
Right. Right.
So... well, Jody, hang on. I'll ask one more time if anyone has any questions for you.
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead, Casey Rich.
All right, look, I plan on going there tomorrow.
Okay.
I think it's more, it's just as much, if not more important than Wednesday because time's at a premium, and I'm going to talk to all these senators and representatives because, if the governor ain't going to do nothing, the more people we talk to tomorrow to try and get that 75%, the better. And I think might as well hit it Tuesday because, before they have their sessions or whatever. I just want to know who's going to show up there and what time and maybe where to meet at or, I'm going to do this thing on my own or what.
Gotcha. Excellent point there, Casey. Hey, Grace, what Casey had asked was, first of all, he made a comment. He thinks that tomorrow may end up being more productive because they're not in session, but they're in their offices.
It could very well be. When they're in session, you really have to work around that schedule. You can get them pulled off the floor, but it's a little more difficult, and that's even more intimidating for the majority of people. So.
Yep.
Tomorrow may be a really productive day.
And so he was wondering, how many people are you expecting to go? Is there a plan for a meetup? And basically how to do that.
No. So, what I've told people, I live here in Jefferson City. So, what I've told people is that I'll meet them on the front steps of the Capitol at 9 o'clock in the morning. I do have a form to fill out if you're planning on coming. I just kind of put that out there. I've been working on it all morning, and some other things as well, but the form really just got put out there just a little bit ago. So when you fill out the form, you'll get an email with all of the instructions, all the helpful information like where you can park, things that you should bring with you, things that you should keep in mind for the day, kind of just the whole rundown. So I've told people that I'll meet them on the front steps at 9 o'clock, and my intent is to give them some quick education. They'll have the instructions, of course, that I've given already, and send them out to do the work. I'm not going to be able to just be right with everybody all day. I may have some other meetings and things that I need to tend to. So I'm just praying that everybody comes ready to, be assertive and take action and can just follow directions, basically.
Okay, gotcha. Where is it? Your website where they can find this form that you filled out, Jody Grace? Is it jodygrace.com?
I didn't put it out in the public because you never know what's going to happen when you do that.
Okay.
So, can I send it to you?
Send it to me on Facebook, Jody. I'll make sure that all the people that need it get it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, guys, that form and the information will be coming direct through me, and it will be in our Discord group. So those of you watching on YouTube, basically you'll want to probably create an account or get with Timmy Chonga on Facebook, which is our Facebook account. My wife and I share that, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, I just sent it to you. Now I have put it in our MOGA Facebook group, so it is in that Facebook group.
Okay.
And the way to stay connected really to me is by joining the MOGA network, and those links are in the Facebook group. And those links are actually on my website, jodygrace.com.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. You put in your name, your email, and your phone number, and then hit "I'm coming," and then it'll bring you to a form, or it'll email you a form.
Yeah, it's going to email you. You'll get one email that'll have information in the email, a couple links in the email to all the information that you need. And really, tomorrow I haven't really organized anything per se for tomorrow, but if anybody's coming tomorrow and needs help, all they really need to do is reach out, and we can connect up at the Capitol, and I'll help however I can.
Okay, gotcha.
Tomorrow too.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. In fact, I've got to strongly consider going tomorrow too. Casey Rich has already committed to it, and I'm sure others will as well as we continue on through this broadcast today. So everyone, just so you know, tomorrow it might be a better day to actually talk to your representative and your senator, an easier day to talk to them directly. That is the point of going to the Capitol. Rallies are great too. Don't get me wrong. They're a good thing. But guys, we're looking to make the most impact right now. And making the most impact is physically going into your representative and your senator's office. Literally physically going in. That has more impact than a rally does. And that's just the truth.
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick?
Yep.
The rallies are beneficial. I would not, but what they're beneficial for, and I think people don't really realize this, I believe the benefit to a rally is really to encourage the troops, to encourage the troops to raise the spirit. It's really, the networking opportunities are wonderful. It's wonderful when you see other people that are on your same page. But the real truth is, as far as legislators, the ones who are going to come down to the rotunda are already on your side.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who, they may say a few words from the platform, and they want to connect with you, and they want you to know that they're speaking up for you and that they're on your side. The people that you really need to reach they're not going to be there. They're going to be in their offices. So, if you want, coming to hear speakers and learn and network is all a great thing. It really does serve a purpose. But for this specific issue, we've got to move on these people to take some action, and that's not going to happen if we are just outside on the lawn or in the rotunda.
Yep, and also if we're sitting at home and doing nothing.
Right.
Yeah, we can't do that. This is, for those of you who have been reluctant in the past to become politically active, we need you. We absolutely need you. Like we said, this is serious now. This is getting serious. Your sovereignty is hanging by a thread. Yeah. And so we all need to work together as Missourians to make sure that we can protect not only ourselves, but our children, our grandchildren, and our posterity. Those who come after us, they will not have these freedoms if we don't act. They'll never know them. They'll never know they existed. So it.
I might also just let you know in case you have people there that I don't get a chance to talk to, but you do want to come and speak to your legislator. That's very important. I think in this particular situation, it's also to stop by the governor's office. Actually walk in there if you can, talk to the gal at the desk, let them know why you're there, let them know you're in the building and why you're there. I'm asking people to bring some signs and create a photo opportunity outside the governor's office door. But you can also talk to anybody who will listen in this particular situation.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, those key leadership individuals, even if they're not your personal legislators, they are serving all of Missouri, every Missourian, in these leadership positions. So they have a responsibility to all of us because of their position. So, I would say don't be afraid to go in and speak with them. They have great influence with the governor. Lieutenant Governor Kehoe also, we expect that he'll make a run for governor in 24. So, we need to know that he's going to work for us when it comes time to vote. So, stop by Lieutenant Governor's office, and then beyond that, as much time as you can commit to the project, anybody who will listen, especially if their name was not on one of those letters, and even the legislators on the left, if you'll go in and be respectful and polite. I've been told, and I've asked some other people to do the legwork for me because I haven't had time today, but I've been told that there are some Democrats who have publicly said that they are not in agreement with Biden on these mandates. So, if this really is a bipartisan issue as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, it is.
So if we can find the more moderate guys on the other side that might flip, it wouldn't hurt to have conversations with any of them, frankly.
Yep. Casey Rich, you had a quick question for Jody. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think I already asked that question, but something else I want to add. I think tomorrow would be really great too, because if none of these senators call back tonight on this show,
mm-hmm.
tomorrow would be a great chance to get a hold of them and especially find out what Bill Eigle's plan is.
I
talking about that?
Yeah, I can bring you Bill Eigle's plan because he posted it publicly on Facebook.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right. Also, I must have said something about that when I was out. But still, I mean, we need to talk to like a lot of these representatives. I don't know if we can flip 75% of them tomorrow talking to them, but it's worth a shot.
Yes, it is. Okay, he was
So I'm going to be there.
Yep.
I'll probably show up real early.
I think I am too.
As soon as their office opens, let me twist your arm a little bit there, Pat.
Yep. Well, I think I should go there tomorrow because that's where I'm better. I'm not as good at rallies as I am knocking on doors and talking to these guys.
I set my schedule for Wednesday, and I'm switching it around so I can go do this tomorrow. So, hey.
Okay.
Misery loves company. Come on down there with me.
Yep. Gotcha. I'll tell you what, Jody, he was just reiterating he thinks that tomorrow may be more substantive in our efforts to get to turn some of these people or change their minds.
Yep. Yep.
So that's what he wanted to say. Okay, guys, I'll tell you what, Jody was gracing us with a phone call, Jody Grace. If any of you have any other questions, go ahead, Joe Mama. Go ahead.
So you're not going Wednesday, Pat?
No, that means I'll be going tomorrow and Wednesday.
Tomorrow and Wednesday?
Yep. I'll be going both days. Yeah, I'm looking out for my grandkids' rights. You know, I've got to go both days. So.
What do you think would be
This is important, man.
Hang on, hang on. I still have Jody on the phone here. So if you guys have any questions specific to Jody, please let me know.
I was just gonna ask you, what do you think would be best, Tuesday or Wednesday? Should I go? I can only go one day.
Okay, gotcha. We'll talk about that as soon as we're done here, holding up Jody. Okay, gotcha. All right, I think that's it for now, Jody. I am so grateful that you came on this live broadcast.
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to do it. It's an honor to be here. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm really looking forward to meeting you in person.
You bet. It sounds like I'll be meeting you tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So I can help coordinate my crew with you. So
Awesome.
basically, and yeah, I'm not a real early riser, but I'm about 3 hours and 15 minutes away from the Capitol. So, yep, I may not be there directly at 9. So, but I'm pretty sure Casey Rich will. He strikes me as an early riser. So, but I'll tell you what, though, we'll get more of our crew going tomorrow as well, because knocking on doors, I mean, we're used to it. We're the SEPA crew.
Yeah, awesome. Yep, that's the kind of work we got to have.
Okay, gotcha. Well, thanks again for calling. Thanks for everything you're doing on your side, the organization aspect of it. And also, too, just to let everyone know, we'll give more specific information on Wednesday. But can you give us the general assembly time for Wednesday?
They don't caucus until tomorrow, so I can't say for certain. I expect it would be around 10 o'clock.
Okay, around 10 o'clock in the morning. That's the kind of...
I expect they'll have session from 10 to noon,
okay.
Then break for a couple hours, then possibly go back. But it'll depend how much work they get done from 10 to noon. I don't exactly know what their veto session, agenda looks like. So if they don't have a lot to do, it could very well be that they may not work very long tomorrow afternoon. I just can't say, but I would expect them to start around 10 o'clock.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, thanks again for everything, and look forward to meeting you tomorrow. And say hello to everyone on your crew for us. Be sure to let them know about this live stream if you get a chance. We'll be going until probably about 6 o'clock.
Yeah. So hopefully you'll have some more join up, and you have safe travels tomorrow, and I'll see you soon.
You bet. Thank you, Jody. Take care. God bless you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, gang, that was Jody Grace. So, okay, we'll resume phone calls here in a little bit here, but Joe Mama, as far as the more important day to go, it depends if you're more of a rally guy or if you're a more get in representatives and senators' offices and talk to them kind of guy.
I'm down to try to get into their offices too. It doesn't bother me. I just want to be wherever I can be the most effective.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, I'll tell you what. If you can only choose one day, tomorrow would probably be more important. Yeah, because here's the reason why. On Wednesday, your senators and representatives will be there Wednesday as well, but they'll be literally on the floor dealing with veto issues. So calling them out can be a little more difficult so they can come in and talk to you. But tomorrow they're going to be in their offices and between committee meetings before the veto session on Wednesday. You're much more likely to catch them in their offices tomorrow than you will be Wednesday, is what the moral to the story is.
Yeah, I'm contemplating on going both days, but man, that's a far drive for me.
Yep.
Well, you're farther out than I am.
Yep. Well, mine is not 4 hours. Mine is 3 hours and 15 minutes.
I'm an hour and a half.
Okay. Yep.
What time are you going to be here tomorrow?
I'm going to try and be there at 9. That means I got to leave here at 6 o'clock, actually 5:45 in the morning.
I'll probably leave here about 6:37 just to make sure in case of traffic.
Yeah. And that's tough for me, but I'm going to do it. Like I said, guys, this is do or die time now. You know, and I'm not asking anyone to do what I'm not willing to do myself. And I'm not.
Hey,
Go ahead.
this is, I don't know. You know, when SAPA got passed, I don't think people realized the real scope of it. But this here, man, a lot of people will lose their livelihoods if we don't force what do you call it, executive or a legislative session, because that following the lawsuit, they're going to come in here and start pushing those mandates before you can even get a court case.
Yep.
This is, like you said, this as great as SAPA was and all that, this is really much more important.
Yep, I agree.
You know, if you can make it tomorrow, what we got to do, man, is we got to start talking to the representatives and stuff too, because if Parson decides he ain't going to have that session, man, we got to figure out how we're going to get 75%. I mean, we almost got it with the senators. If we can just flip a few more Republican senators, we got the 75% there. But man, we really need to hustle on the representatives.
We and by the, go ahead, Joe Mama.
I was gonna say that's what I was actually saying when I was calling up some of these, representatives or these senators. When I was calling them, they was like saying, "Well, we'll have a session in January, but Mike Parson's already talking about this lawsuit." I'm like, "Yeah, but lawsuits take forever. We need something done now."
Yep, and also I want to
have a
echo.
lot of homeless people between now and January.
Well, not just that, but
They
Casey
need to
Rich,
realize
you
that.
just said some gold here. There's a gold nugget there. We need to act like the governor's not going to do it. That's what we need to act like. So what that means is we continue calling and emailing the governor, but our backup plan is getting 75% of the House and the Senate to override the governor should he not want to have an emergency session, and so they can have it. This is what we're doing, and they're not going to do it by default. We already know this. We have to work for it. In fact, I'm going to show it another time here. This would be Representative Seitz. He's told us basically the backdoor channels are not working. Guys, I'm telling you, I know what that means. That means it's up to us. We have to do this. We have to pressure them to get it done. That's what it means.
I wonder if that guy would help us get hooked up with a bunch of representatives tomorrow.
Well, we go see Seitz tomorrow. Yeah. We'll go see him, and we'll find out where he may say, hey, here's a list of 10 representatives where you really need to put pressure.
That's what I'm saying. We need whatever information we can get, so we're not just, you know what I'm saying, scattershot.
Yep.
I mean, that was fine the other time we were there because we had the time to do it. But man, we need to really, if there's somebody who can help us focus and say, these are the guys you need to talk to, these are the ones you might be able to flip.
Yep.
All the better, man. Because I mean, this guy sounds like he's asking for help.
Yes, he is.
He's sitting there saying, so man, we need to be there, get there early, hook up with this guy. What can we do? What's the best way to make this happen?
Yep.
Man, we got to go in there with a fucking fire lit under our ass, man. This, I think people sit there and listen to this and say, oh, this is great and all this. Man, if these mandates get pushed, it's gonna suck for a lot of people.
Yep.
I mean, you just look at what's happening in all these other countries. It's coming here. They're trying for it. I mean, it's obvious Biden or whoever is pulling its strings is trying to push it here.
Australia's already got more communists than fucking China.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is, man, if we can hook up with this guy, if we can catch him in his office early, I'm going to get there as early as I can. That way, whoever opens their door first, or if this, instead of waiting until 9 o'clock or whatever, we'll get on this. I mean, you'll be able. You got my number. We'll be able to hook up when you get there. But man, we need to get a hold of this guy, talk to him, and say, hey, look, we want to help. What can we do today? Who should we talk to get this 75%? Because we can't depend on Governor Parson. I mean, we still need to email him and call him and keep the heat on him, but we can't depend on him to do it, man. We gotta exercise every possible route we can. I mean, if we're gonna go up there, we gotta make this thing happen.
Go ahead, conjecture. You were trying to say something earlier.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I mean, OSHA is just kind of the beginning when you think about it. Like, for instance, we still have even if we get it passed for most of us, so the rest of us aren't hosed, outside of the hospitals, you still have like all those healthcare workers that quit, that now don't have a job, and even if you nullify what OSHA did, they still have to go by I think it's the FDA guidelines that are forcing them to do all these things, or otherwise they get into a lot of trouble or they lose funding. And the only thing I can think of that might even be helpful here is, how do I say it? You may want to consider, instead of just trying to nullify that fine with OSHA, it's just, why not just kick OSHA out of your state? I know that sounds almost radical, but you do know that if you fight that one fine, they're going to find something else they can do with OSHA. You know, instead of a $14,000 fine, maybe the next thing is they shut down your business. So maybe it would just be better to keep OSHA out of your state. And I was talking to somebody from New Hampshire, and just to let you know how few people actually work for OSHA, for the entire state, all of the people that work for OSHA fit in a 15 by 15 room because they all work out of one office. So all you have to do is just make sure they can't get anything done. You know, arrest them if they try to exercise anything regarding OSHA. If, you know, cut the head off of the snake. You know, the federal government isn't supposed to be doing things like OSHA. That's the job for the state to say what, you know, your working conditions, you know, what you can do as a business. Like, you can't just kill people, but it's not the federal government's job to, you know, regulate what kind of safety glasses you have. You know, I'm not even saying they're doing a good job at it, because as far as I can tell, they've actually hindered the safety improvements that businesses have been implementing. Maybe, and I'm not saying, I suppose I am saying that maybe the only way to truly help the issue is to kick OSHA out of your state.
Yep. That's a form of
I like my
nullification.
position on that.
And also, Wonder Woman put in here, this is something we haven't considered here. Maybe the question the representative should be, many people are going to die when half of the medical staff leaves or gets fired. What if it's one of your family or loved ones that needs care and can't get it? Because these people are leaving. Guys, it's honest to God, it's like 50% of the medical staff, it doesn't matter what state you go to, will not take the jab. They won't take it. What they're doing is they're opting out of their careers. That's how serious this is. You know.
And when the educated professionals don't want to take it, I mean, and you know, it's even worse is that if they weren't killing all dissent on the thing, since we can't say it given what platform we're on, then, I mean, if they're like, that just goes to show my point. They're trying to squash all dissent, but if they truly had a point and what they wanted was truly the correct answer, they wouldn't have to convince anyone. You know, if this, it's kind of like the smallpox epidemic. You had a high rate of people who wanted the cowpox vaccine, which protected you from smallpox, because of how scary smallpox was. They didn't have to convince anybody. They didn't really have to twist your arm. I mean, they did in Brazil, because 40% still refused it when it was that, you know, when it was the cowpox. But, you know, who's to say that, you know, if that vaccine truly works, that they should have to twist your arm?
Yep. And if you guys don't mind, I'm going to make another call to the governor's office right now. So I'm going to do it on my home phone, because I've already called twice today on my cell phone. So give me just a... Speaker. Okay.
Thank you for calling the constituent
By the way,
helpline. If you are calling regarding an unemployment claim or question, please press 1.
For any other
That
questions,
option 1 is going to be heavily used pretty soon, gang, if we're not successful. See you later, Quest.
Thank you for calling. Please wait while we transfer your call to the next available representative.
When they say representative, do they mean like your state representative, or do they mean people taking calls?
That's in LA, an office assistant.
Okay.
Governor Parson's office.
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland, and I was curious if the governor has called for a special session of the General Assembly yet to deal with the government overreach coming from Washington, D.C.?
He has not. It is still being debated.
It is still being debated. Okay. Well, let me throw my name in the hat there for definitely we need to do this no matter what, period.
All right.
So,
Holland?
yes, Patrick Holland with the Missouri Liberty Alliance.
All right. I will share that with the governor.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Okay, gang. You guys can get through the governor's office. Please do so. Please make your phone calls, guys. Holy crap. Yeah, so they're still being debated whether or not you are a sovereign individual, by the way, gang. Just so you know. That's being debated in the halls of power in the state of Missouri, whether or not you can say no to the jab. Isn't that interesting? Keep calling, gang.
Oh, well, we'll
number-
just have to work them a little tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, gang.
I think these people aren't real familiar with Article 1, Section 3 of the Missouri Constitution.
Would you make a call, Liberty, and remind them of that? Guys, I just put up the number for the governor again, 753-751-3222, and you can get through right now. Please call the governor's office if you haven't. Even if you have, this was my third call today to the governor.
Yeah.
So, I'll tell you what, if you guys want to keep it going for a little bit, I'm going to leave for about 5 minutes. You think you guys can keep it going and keep the conversation going?
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay.
You know me, I don't know how to be quiet. It'll be easy.
Okay, I'll leave the screen on the Discord, but I shall return.
Yeah, I got a question. Any of you guys in here on the Discord, you gonna show up tomorrow, or what's the deal?
I'm currently in another state.
Okay, well, I guess that's a negatory.
I'm on the other side of the country, but I'm heading back.
I mean, I was just curious because it's me and Patrick so far. I was wondering who else would be there. Because man, if anybody could make it tomorrow, or because thing is, when we went there for SEPA, basically we just had to lobby the senators. You got 32 senators. That was a slam dunk. I mean, we had all day for that. That was easy money. But this one, we're gonna have to talk to a lot of representatives. And how many representatives are there? 100 and something. Man, that's the more the merrier if we get it tomorrow. I mean, we can't depend on the governor to decide, okay, I'll do a special session. Sounds to me like he didn't want to do it. And you got to really twist his arm. So, man, we're going to have to work on that 75%. I mean, we're already close as far as the senators go because you already got, 16 there signed on. You know, we can go talk to a few of those. We could probably get to 75% there. But, man, that's going to be monumental as far as the representatives. But, man, you have to go up there and take a shot at it. You know, go out guns. Yeah, you got to go out swinging, right? Can't just sit there and go, I just can't do it. You know, it could be done. And if we hook up with this one guy, I keep forgetting the name, the one who's basically saying we got to do it. I'm going to get there as early as I can. If I find this dude's, or I will find his office. If I could hook up with him, man, maybe he can point us okay, these people you need to concentrate on first because you got the best shot at getting them to, to go with the plan. You know what I'm saying? We can do that, but man, I just wish I knew if there's anyone else that's going to be going tomorrow. That's a lot of representatives you got to talk to.
Well, I think Patrick said he was going to go.
Who's that?
I think Patrick said he was going to go.
Okay, cool. The more we can get, the better. I mean, I was going to go Wednesday, and it's a pain in the ass. I got to switch this around, but I think tomorrow's way more important than going to a rally. There's already going to be plenty of people at that rally. Man, we need to be working these representatives and senators. And the best way to do that is when there's not a rally, distracting them and everything else, when we can just go up there and talk to them. It's not that hard to do, man. Like I said, we went up there safe, but that was a slam dunk. It's actually fun. It's just there's going to be so many. Man, I don't know how many people are showing up. It's just going to be a numbers game, logistics. But I think being we got a lot of Republicans. You know, Missouri's mostly Republican. If we get people to go up there and talk to them, we could probably get them to, you know, ask for an emergency session. I don't think it'd be that hard at all.
Real problem with all this is just that, yeah. I mean, I think I understand her point about the, you know, to show the importance to them.
Yeah.
Because you've got a lot of politicians who they really want to do the right thing, but if they don't have people showing them support, you know, how are they going to know that not only do you want it?
Well, tomorrow will be the first part of that. We'll be there to show them support. And if we got to keep making more phone calls this week, you know, people call. You know what would be great? We can get there tomorrow, and we can get, you know, everyone we talk to and the ones that are, you know, that would be for it. We can do another one of these live streams and say, hey, look, you need to call these people and help support them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come back and do something like that. But, dude, we got to act quick on this.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Because if Biden gets away with these mandates, man, a lot of people in Missouri are going to get. We can't wait till January. People will be homeless by then. You know, that's scary. I mean, I don't know about most people, man, but just the thought of like, hey, I could lose my job if I don't, you know, get the shot or whatever. Nah, that's crazy, man. That shouldn't be allowed. Dude, look, I'm a lot older. You know, I was born in '65. If 30 years ago you'd have told me that something like this would be going down, I'd have thought she's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got people probably growing up nowadays, and this is all they know, but it used to be anything like this. I said that just the thought of like, you don't get a vaccination, you can lose your job. It's insane. It's freaking crazy. And they're going to push for it. I mean, they are pushing for it, and it's only going to get worse. And, you know, the federal level is so corrupt. I mean, Trump tried to drain the swamp, and he ended up drowning in it. You know, we got to do it here on the state level, man. I mean, this is serious stuff. I don't know. What do you got to say to get that through people's heads? I mean, I'm hoping everybody that's listening to this realizes that, but I think some people are just like, oh, well, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you.
How do you get them to realize how serious this is? And we got to act, because if we don't do it, it don't get done. Well, you know, I mean, if SAPA wouldn't have got done, if it wasn't for a bunch of us making the calls and going up there to Jeff City and all that, it never would have got done. It never would have got out of committee. It would have stalled. We had to put the thumb screws on and force them to do it. That's going to be the same thing here, man. And I'll tell you what, this, like I said, man, a lot of people are going to get hurt if Biden gets these mandates through. It's just, to me, this whole thing is crazy, man. I still sit there and look at it. It's like, I can't even believe it's happening. It's like, what the hell, you know, the world's lost its mind. You know, I don't know, man. I wish we just get as many people as we could to show up tomorrow so we can talk to all these representatives.
I just talked to Rick Bratton at Rick Bratton's office. He just called me while the senator, one of his employees called me up. And he said we need to flip 2 Democrats in the Senate, and we need to flip 9 to 10 Democrats in the House to get an emergency session. And we would need every Republican on board as well. And he said the best bet would be blowing up Mike Parson. He said there's only one time since the 1940s that Missouri came together and called for a special session. So he said the best bet would be getting Mike Parson to do it.
Well, we keep doing that, but we can't rely on that. We got an opportunity, man. We got to give it our best shot tomorrow.
I agree on that. I'm going to show up there tomorrow, but that's what he said.
Awesome.
We're going to need 2 Democrats in the Senate and 9 to 10 Democrats in the House.
Hey, we get our shot tomorrow, man. We just go for it. We go for it. If we're in there, if we're talking to enough people, and we start flipping them, and then maybe they'll start, they'll start kicking off like a domino effect. But I mean, you got to go in there and try. You can't just even with the odds you just get. Joe Mama just gave us. That's there's always first time for everything. I mean, who'd have thought a SEPA would have passed something with teeth?
Right, right.
But it happened, didn't it?
I agree, but at least we now know how many Democrats we need, and this is actually should be a bipartisan issue. I think Pat was saying earlier.
I think it is.
I think there's some Democrats that even want to speak out against this. So I'm sure there's a good chance we can get Democrats on board with this. And I think tomorrow being there will be our best bet. Showing up there tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you why you're right. I posted a couple things on Discord a few days ago from Jimmy Dore's show, and they're basically a left-wing progressive channel, but even they are against all these vaccinations and stuff. That's why I was hoping people would click on and watch that, because make it like it's right versus left. There's a lot of people on the left that don't want this nonsense either, and they can't stand the Biden administration. So yeah, I guarantee you there's probably Democrats there on the House side and on the Senate that are probably getting a lot of calls from their constituents that don't want this. Yeah.
Jimmy D.
Yeah, Jimmy.
I had taken an absence so I could make a bunch of phone calls myself, and I particularly picked on the Democrats. You know how they were gunning us down at every chance they got over SEPA. Not with this. They seem to be on board with this kind of stuff.
I was talking to Joe Mama, man. I posted those Jimmy Dore videos on here, and I'm telling you, that dude's like a left-winger or progressive if there ever was one. And they were talking about how this is all a bunch of BS and it needs to be stopped, and how this Biden edict is crazy. So it's not just the right-wing thing; it's left-wing. Like I said, we could probably talk to a lot of Democrats too.
Well, I have been calling their offices, and they have been
the ones that are
seem pretty receptive.
Oh yes, absolutely, pretty receptive. Right. I mean, it used to be when we were dealing with SEPA, they'd almost hang up on us, because they didn't want to do anything with it. And they're listening. They're listening to my whole spiel. They're doing the things. I'm giving them my phone number. They're taking the messages down. So I think there's more Democrats than are against this thing than perhaps there is for it.
We can do this, man. We can flip these guys tomorrow. You showing up tomorrow?
I have to ask my wife whether she wants to do tomorrow or Wednesday. I don't know which it's going to be.
She's not here yet.
She's not here yet. She's not here.
Let me talk to your wife.
Yeah.
She's not.
Hold on. Down tomorrow.
Do you hear Jimmy D's voice over this microphone? I mean, if she won't respond to a voice like that, there's no way you're going to reason with her.
That's all right, Jimmy. When you and your wife are drawing your last breaths in the FEMA camp, you'll go, "Hey, at least we only went that one day."
Listen, before I'm going to the FEMA camp, buddy, there's going to be a pile of smoking brass at my feet.
I know. I'm sorry. I got to stop saying that.
Don't forget to install your fuel-resistant sprinkler system in the yard too.
The fuel-resistant sprinkler system.
Resistant?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Tracers too. load some tracers.
I don't know
in
what
there,
any of that
too.
stuff is.
I was really shocked because I did this for sport. I specifically targeted the Democrats, and they were taking all my information and doing this and doing that. I gotta go silent for a second.
Hey, KC.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What I was trying to say, I shared a meme, I think it was today or yesterday, on the Missouri Liberty Alliance that said, right now it's not Republican versus Democrat. This is between freedom and communism, really.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
I'll tell you
whatever
what.
you want to call it.
Yep,
Go
but
ahead.
the discussion is awesome. But I'll tell you what, if you guys don't mind, I need to make a few more phone calls. So I'll tell you what, do you guys mind if, and I'll put them on speakerphone like I did all the others. And if so, if you guys are okay with it, who do I call next?
Who do we got left?
Carla May. Carla May, Democrat.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Before we go any further, I just want to say to
I'm back.
people out there who are calling people,
Mhm.
there is some fun little persuasion tactics you could use to get them to, win them over to your way of thinking. Start out with a compliment, something nice about them.
How lovely
And,
you look today, my dear.
Yeah, but you can't see them.
I can.
Maybe say how great the weather is and this and that, and how you're proud, this that, you know what I mean, and then tell them, try to frame it in a way that they think it's in their own best interest. You could say you're a constituent.
Just like that one Republican lady, I told her she had a nice accent. Right.
Okay, so when I
Oh,
call,
that was-
I got it. Conjecture's onto something, guys. So when I call Carla May's office, I first compliment her on how awesome her brand of liberalism is. It's so closely associated
No,
with communism.
nothing like that.
Oh,
I'm just
nothing.
saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's start over again. I need to compliment her on
Try
something.
not to insult, and insult. Just you come up with something nice to say.
I know I'm teasing.
Remember, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
Well, hang
Because
on.
if you be mean to them, they're going to be more likely to be against you than for you.
I understand that.
Well, I wasn't mean to any of these Democrats. Basically, I said, I just said I'd like the representative to, return my phone call, give me his opinion on this communist dictatorship, arm thingy, so I don't go on YouTube and get in trouble. And they all seemed like they agreed. So that's I was taken aback.
Okay, guys, we're calling Carla May's office now. I'll employ some of the
boy.
psychological techniques that I've learned.
Hey,
Yes.
if you get one that's still hesitant, the best thing you can say is, well, problems are temporary, but precedents are forever. Now wait until we get another Trump in office, another version of Trump in office, and then they use the same precedent again for something you don't like.
Okay, guys, dialing Carla May's office. Going speaker.
Or you could say something to the effect of, if you let something like this go through, you could have another Trump.
Carla May with the 4th Senatorial District. We cannot take your call right now, but please leave your name, number, and the reason for your call, and someone from our office will contact you soon. Thanks.
You may start your message now.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling for Senator May, and I'm hoping that Senator May agrees with me that individual sovereign rights trump federal government edicts and mandates. So I'm hoping you can give me a call, Senator May. Actually saying that Joe Biden's edicts and mandates from Washington, D.C. are not good for Missourians, and we need to do something about this, and that's an emergency session of the General Assembly in the state of Missouri, literally this week. So please do give me a call. Once again, Patrick Holland with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're live on YouTube right now, Missouri Liberty Alliance. I hope to talk to you soon, Senator. Thank you. Bye. Okay. Was that okay, Conjecture? I'm not going to
I
leave
heard you got the Trump word in there.
The Trump word?
Yeah, you said Trumps. So get it?
Oh, Trumps. Yes, I did. And yep. So, but it's really hard to leave compliments with people on the phone or talk about the weather when it's a voicemail message. But I think I did okay.
I know. Keep it brief, discreet, and maybe not give so much detail as to why you're calling. Be vague. That way they are more likely to call you back.
Yeah. Now,
because if it's the same message over and over, everyone being against it,
yep.
Maybe be bright, cheery, and then just be a little vague. Just say you want to talk to them.
Yep.
Conversation.
Gotcha.
That's just an idea. I'm not sure if it'll work better than what you did or not, but for others out there, if we all call saying the same thing the same way,
we all need to call and say the same thing the same way and say it as loudly as humanly possible. Special emergency
I think it would sound more
session.
genuine if we all said the same thing but in different ways.
Okay. Well,
listen to Conjecture, man. He sounds like a little diplomat now, doesn't he?
Does.
What the heck?
Yep, the same guy that. Never mind. I was going to bring up an old story, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
Not on the YouTube live stream.
Yep, that's correct. But it still is. I remember that night very, very well.
Oh yeah.
And yep. And so I'm not going to say anything more. But let's just say Conjecture has a way of being very persuasive when he has a really good argument. Let's just say that. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's get another call in. So I'm going to let you guys decide out of the senator list, who do we need to call? And I'll call them and do it live on the air.
I think all we got left is Democrats.
Okay. Well, hang on. No, like, for instance, we haven't called Rader's office. Was Rader on the list? Holly,
let me check real quick.
Holly Rader. I'll bet you she was.
Holly Rader? Yeah, she's on there.
Okay, should we call and give her thank you?
Call a Democrat.
Call a Democrat.
Why don't you just call him anyways and tell him that you support what he's doing?
Well, we have done a lot of that today too, Conjecture, by the way.
Okay.
So there's been a lot of that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Let's call Brian Williams then, in honor of Joe Mama's mama. 573
Rock on, buddy.
751 4106. Okay, calling Brian Williams. Go on speaker.
Hello, and thank you for contacting the Office of State Senator Brian Williams, representing St. Louis County and District 14. We are currently unavailable, but if you could please leave your name, contact information, and a brief message, we will be sure to get back to you. Thank you so much.
You may start your message now.
Good afternoon, Senator Williams. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling live from the Missouri Liberty Alliance YouTube live stream. And just wanted to call and ask what your opinion was on the edicts and mandates coming out of the White House. I'm certain, sir, that you agree with me that individual sovereign rights come before federal mandates and edicts. And I just would really, really like it if you could chime in with your opinion. I know there's a letter going around the Senate right now. There's 16 names on there. I did notice your name was not on there, and I was kind of hoping to see it on there. But I'm sure it probably will be. I'm hoping that you can give me a call back. 4127. The Missouri Liberty Alliance on YouTube, so you can catch us there as well. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to this message, Senator. I hope you have a great day. Okay, left a message with Brian Williams.
Hey, you need to stay away from your mic when you're giving out your phone number.
I'm flipping it up, and it just takes a while to mute, I guess. So, yeah, that's what's going on here. Let's see. How about Jill Shoop? Should we call up Miss Shoop?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, do it.
Okay. All right. We're calling Jill Shoop's office
Didn't
now.
you say that YouTube will censor that after the...
YouTube will censor out a lot that's going on in the actual chat with the phone numbers. Those don't appear. those actually come off. You can see them in the live stream right now, but when the replay comes out, when it's re-released by YouTube, all the phone numbers will be gone.
Okay.
573-751-9762. Jill Shoup calling now. Going speaker.
Hi. Thank you for contacting the office of Senator Jill Shoup. Your call is important to us, and we're sorry we missed it. If you'll leave a brief message and contact information, we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks, and have a great day.
You may start your message now.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Shoup. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling from the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live right now on YouTube through a live stream. We wanted to know your opinion on the federal government overreach having to do with vaccination mandates. Please do check us out on YouTube. That would be the Missouri Liberty Alliance. But call me directly. Number is 4.
Well, you guys heard it. He muted himself that time when he said his number.
Have a wonderful day. God bless you. Yeah, I was watching on OBS as I flipped my mic up. It took a full 7 seconds before the audio went into mute mode. So
Well, I didn't hear the numbers, so.
Okay.
Hey, you know what, Patrick?
Yeah.
When you're calling these Democrats, you might want to say something instead of just like federal overreach or tyranny or something. They might not know what the hell you're talking about. Might have to mention Biden's, COVID mandates or something.
I did.
And they probably understand a little better. Did you? Okay.
Vaccination mandates is what I said.
Yeah.
Ooh, I said the V word on YouTube.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're terminated.
Oof.
You said it
Strike time.
multiple times today.
Yeah, holy crap. Yeah.
You may
Okay.
want to take this live stream off after we're done today.
Because if you say
And then just
Biden's
cut out those
government
words.
tyranny, the Republicans will understand that, but I don't know if the Democrats will.
Yeah.
They'll probably be like, what's this guy talking about?
Yeah.
Just an idea. Not that I know anything.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Who we calling next?
I don't know.
Who's this, Barbara Ann Washington, Democrat, 9th District. Oh, hell, that's around the Kansas City area. Yeah, call her.
Okay, who am I calling now?
Barbara Ann Washington.
Oh. Yes, she's one of my favorites.
Is she the one that kicked you out of your office?
No, she's the one who was talking about, oh gosh darn it, Jimmy, if you're with us right now, help me remember. Remember when they were filibustering in the Senate? And she kept on talking
Yes,
about people running around with machine guns. Do you remember that?
Yes, she's a machine gun lady. Yes,
She's the
I do
machine
remember
gun lady. Yep. She's really tired of people in America running around with machine guns killing kids in schools. So, okay.
First off, everybody has the right to run around with a machine gun. I mean,
It's obviously quite offensive to her, though. But there is a problem, though, is that it is currently, according to federal law, not legal for people to run around with machine guns. And even by Missouri law, fully automatic guns, unfortunately, are still illegal.
From what I
not
understand,
if
if they're, it's
not if
older
you
than.
go ahead and get.
Go ahead.
You can still get transferable ones.
Okay.
Yeah, if you got $1 million and a federal Class 3 firearms license.
No, it's a it's $200 and a $200 tax stamp, and I know there's some older ones that are about $5,000.
Hey, KC Rich, was Bill White on the senator list?
You know what? I believe he was.
Okay.
Let me check it real quick.
Yeah, please check it because we
Bill
haven't.
White. Yeah, he's the
on.
last name on there.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay, guys, should we call Barbara Ann Washington real quick? Once again, we
Yeah,
should all be making phone calls, by the way, not just me. It's not just the.
I just got off.
Okay, thank you. Okay, calling Representative Washington on speaker.
Thank you for contacting the office of Senator Barbara Ann Washington. We are unable to come to the phone right now, but if you please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as we're available. Thank you.
You may start your message now.
Good afternoon, Senator Washington. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And I was going to call and ask your opinion if you agreed or disagreed with the vaccine mandates coming forth from the White House. So if you could please give me a call, I would.
Yep, there he goes. That way he doesn't say his number again.
Thank you very much, Senator. Have a wonderful day, and God bless you. Okay, guys, I called the machine gun senator.
All right.
Okay, and we already called.
Speaking of machine gun senator, did you guys hear there's a machine gun
There's a machine gun what?
a machine gun preacher?
No.
Yeah, he's out in Africa saving children, soldiers from, the tyrants above them. Sorry, random connection.
I just got off the phone with the Senator Riddle's office, and she said that she signed the petition.
Okay, Jeannie Riddle. KC, can you confirm? Is Jeannie Riddle on the senator's document?
Yes, she is.
I believe she is.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Joe Mama.
Hey, who's next? There's another Democrat here, Senator Stephen Roberts.
Yep, I see that. He's right there. Let's give him a call real quick.
Let's give him some love.
Yeah.
we love our Democrats.
The machine gun love.
Okay, go on speaker.
Senator Roberts' office, how can I help you?
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live streaming on YouTube right now. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, great. I was curious if you happen to know the senator's opinion on the basically the mandates coming out of Washington, D.C. having to do with vaccinations.
I do not. And unfortunately, the senator has been away at a military training, and he will not be available for any kind of comment until sometime next week.
Okay, gotcha. So the senator won't even be here for veto day?
He will not.
He will not. Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, I was kind of hoping that we could find out what his thoughts were, but apparently we won't know until sometime next week then.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate it. By the way, as a constituent, I don't think that the mandates coming out of Washington, D.C. are a very good idea.
Okay.
So if the senator cares about my opinion.
He does.
Okay, great. I'd liking to hear that. I really do. By the way, if you don't mind my asking, military training, is he like in the reserve or something?
He is. He's a captain in the Air Force, and he's currently at JSOC, which upon graduation this Friday, he'll become a JAG officer.
Gotcha. Fantastic. Well, congratulate him for me. And I look forward to talking to him when he gets back.
Absolutely. Thank you for the call.
You bet. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
You as well. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, we're not going to get anything out of Stephen Roberts because he is in military training.
I wonder if they made him take one.
Yep. I'm sure. Well, he's in the military, and it's mandated now for the military. Okay.
Yeah,
we
but
have.
there were those guys who objected to it.
They have until December 3rd.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, Pat. I actually just saw the military suing over these vaccine mandates.
Okay,
Yes.
was it a specific branch or was it all the military?
I couldn't give you specifics on that, but I did hear the military is suing over these COVID-19 mandates. I would have to do more research into it to give you more specifics on it.
Moto Stacker says, easy workaround. Use the leftist logic. Just call yourself trans-vaccinated. Not vaccinated, but identify as vaccinated. That's right. I identify as someone who's already taken the vaccination and all 17 boosters.
Yeah, okay, I do too.
Yeah.
Well, they have that lawsuit that's out there for, I think it was the Army and the Air Force. But regardless, they have until December 3rd to either win that lawsuit or get vaccinated.
Or then what?
Or, from what I understand, they get dishonorably discharged.
That's bullshit there.
By the way, dishonorable discharge means that they no longer have firearm rights either.
Yeah.
According to the federal government.
Well, hang on.
I'm not sure if that's what a dishonorable discharge does.
What they can't do, and I know this, they can't go out and buy a weapon from an FFL if you're dishonorably discharged. So that much I do know.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, should we call Greg Razor?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay, sorry, gang. We're running up the clock here for how much longer their offices are open, and it's better to be able to talk to a person, obviously. 573.
Yeah, but in the military, you always have the right to refuse any vaccine, but they will discharge you.
Going speaker.
Yeah.
This is State Senator Greg Razor's office. Please leave a voicemail and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. Bye.
You may start your message now.
Good afternoon, Senator Razor. My name is Patrick Holland, and I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live on YouTube right now in a live stream, and we were curious, sir, to get your opinion on what's going on with the mandates coming out of the White House for vaccination. If you wouldn't mind, check us out on YouTube.
Yep. There he goes, muting himself. Okay, well, I'm going to hop off the stream here, and I got to get on a talk to you guys later.
Is
Yeah.
basically to protect the sovereign rights of Missouri citizens. I hope you're with me on that, Senator Razor. Please do give me a call, and once again, check us out on YouTube, the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Have a great day, sir. Bye. Okay, guys, you know when I'm muting, that's because I'm giving my phone number. I'm hoping some of these guys will actually call me. Hang on one second. Let's see what... No number on this one. Okay, all right, my wife's got it. Okay, all right. Let's see. Let's see.
Angela Mosley.
I see that now. Mosley. Okay, shall we call the Mosley?
Yes.
Call the Moser.
Yeah.
Call the
Let's do
Moser.
it.
She's the senator with the Mosley mostest. 751 2420. Okay, go on speaker, gang.
Senator Mosley's office.
Hi there, my name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling on behalf of the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and we are live on YouTube right now, if that's okay.
How may I assist you?
I was just curious if we knew what the senator's opinion was for the mandates coming out of the White House for vaccinations.
I'm not able to speak on the senator's behalf. have on that issue, and the senator is not in the office today.
Okay, understood. If you wouldn't mind letting the senator know that I'm a constituent and I am against these mandates coming out of the White House, I'm certainly hoping that she will agree with me that my sovereign rights as an individual trump these mandates coming from the White House.
Thank you for that information. I will share that with the senator.
Thank you very much for your time.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Yeah. It was like talking
Boy,
to a
she
machine.
got her blow. Yeah, she got her blow off technique down.
Yep. That's that's the thing. You want to work in a senator's office, you got to learn to blow people off, I suppose.
No comment.
Yeah.
Oh.
I-
Yeah, of course you're going there, Rich. Of course you're going there.
Yeah, hey, Jimmy. At least you can't, Jimmy. You can't talk.
I just got what I
Jimmy
said,
D,
guys.
Jimmy D can't talk. Jimmy D can't talk.
Why? Why?
Mister, take your shirt off. Get out of here.
No. It was take your shirt off and start playing the guitar, jamming like a rock star.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, clarify that, Rich. Will you clarify that?
You're originally from Canada, aren't you?
No, man. I'm born, bred American, but
Okay.
I lived in Canada for a while.
Maybe that explains it. I don't know.
Okay, mostly.
I just thought you'd look like a good Gene Simmons, especially with that cut up axe you got back there, the one with all the angles and stuff.
He's
on it,
got some good looking guitars. That's for sure.
Yeah. He could have the big old platform boots and hang his tongue way out and look all raunchy and stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
Next,
TC.
next call.
Yeah, they're GFI.
I posted a link down here on the general chat.
Okay.
Maybe you've seen it before, but check it out.
Okay. Let's see. Secretary of Defense, Memorandum for Senior Pentagon Leadership. Okay. Subject: mandatory mandatory beer flu, 2019 serum, Department of Defense service members. Okay, guys, I'm not going to read this out loud because I can't do that because there's too many of the buzzwords in here. What's the gist of it, Greg?
I'll go down to the fourth paragraph.
Fourth paragraph. Service members are considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks after completing the second dose of a 2-day COVID-19 one dose. Let's see. Those with previous beer flu infection are not considered fully vaccinated. Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
A little while ago, someone put in the deal that Wally World in Canada is you either show your card or your SOL for going in their stores in Canada.
Guys, I just put a link in the YouTube chat, which is the same document that GFI had provided us in the chat. Thank you, GFI.
Your pepper, bitte.
Papers, please. We're getting pretty close to that papers, please thing, aren't we, gang?
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
What's that representative's name again? The one, who said we don't have that much time.
The sites.
What's his first name?
Well, actually, I'll get it to you. Sites, I'll find it. Brian
Sites.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's the first person I'm going to talk to tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm going to get down there early.
Yeah, he'll
take
be
a nap right. I'll take a nap right by his door.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure
actually,
he's gonna love that.
Yeah, we need to find out if he'll even be in his office. But I'll tell you what, he's probably a great guy to find out where bottlenecks are within the House. He may not know it in the Senate, but he'll know it in the House.
Hey, I mean, if this is the guy that's basically asking for help. This is the first guy we need to go to. I mean, he might be able to point us towards who we need to talk to because that's a lot of representatives to talk to tomorrow. And if he knows the ones that we have the best shot at getting the you know, ask for a legislative session, I would say that's the guy that knows.
Yep. Yep. Now, James Weber has been putting some interesting information in here, but I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Hi, this is American Man.
Hey there, American Man. How you doing, man? We are
I'm
live,
good.
by the way, as you know. I think you know that, though, right?
I apologize if I'm being rude.
No, no, you're
There
okay.
is- All right. There is something very important that I do need to show with you and your viewing audience. I'm going to put inside of your Discord.
Okay.
And I need somebody to help me verify this, because if it's true, Biden has some of the wickedest COVID restrictions coming up.
Okay. Okay. 1 second. I got a phone call coming in. Hang on.
I heard.
Give me just a few seconds here. Okay, gang. I've got Brian Seitz on the phone. He's agreed to come on live with us. Okay,
Nice.
Representative Seitz, can you hear me?
Yes, Patrick, I can.
Okay, wonderful. I've got this is a live stream event, as you know, on YouTube, also in Discord, so we have folks in both places. And wanted to talk to you just a little bit about your Facebook post. And you seem to see things the way that I see them, that this is a direct attack on our sovereignty as not just as Americans, but as human beings with this federal overreach with vaccination mandates. Is that the way you see it as well?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I see it as a Fourth Amendment issue. I see it as a civil rights issue. Our very personhood is at stake. If you're going to have to be shot or jabbed with a substance that seemingly is ineffective, and as a condition of employment, it's wrong, and it needs to be stopped, both on a federal and a state level.
The ineffectiveness of the United States Congress to even address this issue right now, other than literally sending out tweets, what do you think's going on there? Are they actually trying to do something about this, or is it all just fluff and social media?
I can't really speak for those in Washington, D.C. I would surmise that it's fluff and social media because the Democrats are in charge. Here in the state of Missouri, we have the opposite situation, and yet nothing is being done. The legislature's hands are tied because the governor seemingly is refusing to call for a special session. Now, I did hear, probably within the past 15 minutes, that there may be some action from the Attorney General's office to stop the mandate, the federal mandate, from reaching into Missouri. But I think we need to do a legislative fix as well. Why are we not using all three branches of government to fight this? It's strange, it's unusual, and somebody needs to reach the governor and break through his staff and tell him how important this is to Missouri citizens. Freedom is at stake.
I agree with you. In fact, I'm going to share with you a personal story, and then I'm going to ask for questions. Even though you can't hear the audience, they can hear you, by the way.
Sure.
The phone calls to the governor's office hasn't really been helpful yet. Now, I'm encouraging everyone to continue going forward. Here's why. The governor's aides are saying that the governor is open to an emergency session and is considering it, but people's time is best spent calling their representatives. That's actually what, and I got that live actually on the air
Right.
earlier today. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, again, it's the governor that makes that decision. Every representative in the House, well, we need actually three-fourths to call for a special session. Even though we're a Republican supermajority, we would have to get 6 to 10 Democrats on board, and that's not going to happen. So in truth, it's up to the governor, this passing the buck of calling your representatives. And I do agree with calling your representatives for one purpose, to get them to tell the governor that we need a special session. I'm sure there's even some Republicans that are on the fence because they don't want to tell small businesses what to do. But this is not, we tell small businesses what to do all the time. We set mandatory break times. We're not, there's all sorts of things that we do as far as small businesses go. And we need to stop this invasive legislation by the federal government.
I agree with you. We're doing everything we can. We're raising awareness. The whole idea of doing this YouTube live stream is getting people making calls in real time. We're providing all the data they need to make the calls. Plus, we're making calls live on air for those who have never done these calls before, so they could see that it's nothing to be afraid of, to call your government and let them know how you feel about this. And indeed, even tell them that it's very important that their individual sovereignty be maintained, and it's the duty, if you will, of Missouri politicians to protect their rights.
100%, I agree. I know I'm going to be speaking on the Capitol steps on Wednesday at 10:15. I think there's a rally that starts there at 10 o'clock. I encourage all Missourians, if they can make it there, be at their Capitol on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. Even at the last minute, we could force a special session if the governor will listen to the people.
Okay, gotcha. So Wednesday is will you be in your office tomorrow, sir?
I'll be at the Capitol. I have various events and meetings all day long, but yes, I will be at the Capitol, and hopefully I'll be reachable.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, for those of you listening on Discord right now, and those of you watching on YouTube, if you have any questions for Representative Seitz, now's the time. Go ahead, Liberty.
I was going to say, I don't know if he's familiar with Last American Vagabond, but he always puts up a bunch of information and medical documentation on about what these jabs actually do.
Okay, medical
And
information on what the jabs actually do. Gotcha. So what's the question, though, Liberty?
My point being is, I don't know if he's heard of it, but it might give him some ammunition for talking points.
Okay, gotcha.
Actual documentation.
Okay, gotcha. Liberty Revolutionary, a member of the Alliance, wants you to know that there is a YouTuber by the name of, what's his name again, Liberty?
He's not on YouTube anymore now.
He's not on
There's
YouTube.
Last American Vagabond.
Last American
Just go to his
Vagabond. And he puts out information, scientific, chemical information about the jab. And if you weren't familiar with all of that stuff, that stuff is available, through him online. Okay.
Oh, even bigger, Patrick, is Frontline Doctors.
Frontline doctors. Jimmy D is referring to Frontline Doctors as well, and they're talking about how dangerous this jab is as well. Casey Rich, you had a question?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. First question is he aware that you and I and hopefully some others are going to be down there tomorrow to talk to representatives and senators?
Yep, I'll let him know right now. Okay, Casey Rich wants you to know that several of us from the Alliance and also from Make Missouri Great Again, also known as Right Side Moms, will be there knocking on doors tomorrow. And that is important to us. We're the SEPA crowd, by the way. We were part of the SEPA crowd.
Wonderful.
And so we're familiar with the knocking on doors. We were going to ask you if there was bottlenecks in the House, and I'm sure that was Casey Rich's next question. Are there any bottlenecks that we need to be aware of?
There are, and a lot of it has to do with the last session. Last session, I put in 4 or 5 bills dealing with vaccine mandates, mask mandates, and so forth, and they were virtually ignored by the leadership. what we have to do is get in touch with the floor leader, get in touch with the speaker, and tell them that we need something done about these vaccine mandates. Some of the bottlenecks involve, if your bill makes it into committee, then it has to go to a rules committee. There are 2 rules committees in the House. They were backlogged. Sometimes they had 100 different bills that they need to hear, and they just didn't have time to do it. We need to streamline that process so that the good of the people can be done in the House, so that bills can be heard on the floor. Oftentimes, good legislation never makes it to the floor of the House to be debated because large lobbyist groups do not want that information being heard. One of the bills that I put in, I stood on the House floor for 5 hours waiting to be called on, and then when I was finally called on, I asked, why did I have to stand here to speak for 5 hours? Well, the insurance lobby doesn't care for your bill. Now, who cares about the insurance lobby? Are we not representing individual people, not businesses, not large lobbyists, not corporations, not hospitals? We are sent there to represent individual citizens in the state of Missouri, and it's not happening by and large.
Okay, gotcha. KC, what was the next part of your question?
Okay, I guess my next question is this, or maybe it's more like a request. Is there any possibility, I mean, I know he's going to be busy, but being that he basically kind of was on Facebook asking for help, right?
Yes.
With this, and that we're offering help, is there any possibility that we could meet with him for maybe just a few minutes or something? I mean, how early does he want me to come? I'd show up
Okay.
and talk to this guy so we can get some information before we go out and start doing the door knocks. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Okay.
Ask him that.
Okay. Representative Sites, Casey Rich was referring to your post on Facebook, which I've read it no less than 4 or 5 times so far since we started the broadcast 8 hours ago.
Sure.
And the thing was, what I'm stressing from your Facebook post is the last 5 words of the first paragraph. Backdoor channels are not working.
Right.
And what that tells me is you need the citizenry to actually come forward and tell everyone what they want. Now, what Casey Rich is basically saying is there any way, since we're going to be there tomorrow, is there any way we can meet with you privately for about 5 minutes?
I will attempt to do that. We'll have to get off the phone so I can look at my calendar and see what events that I have to be at, and then I'll contact you and we'll try to meet there. As far as those backdoor channels, there was legislation being created that would have strengthened the, let's see, I'm trying to think of the right terms. I'm actually at work while I'm doing this at the same time. There was legislation being put forward that the governor could have signed, but that legislation is not making it to the governor. It's not making it past his staff, and that's the backdoor channels that we were attempting to use to get something to the governor that he could possibly sign, and it's not making it to him. These unelected attendants seem to be stopping the will of the people and from getting to the governor.
Okay, let me get to that in a quick second here. California Freedom Alliance, who's talking is Representative Sites in the state of Missouri.
Patrick?
So that's who's talking right now. Go ahead, Jimmy D.
Something that you should be aware of right now, American Man posted something. Apparently some more Biden mandates have leaked out.
Yep.
And one of those is the fact that Social Security is not going to be paid to those who are unarmed thingied.
Yep.
Oh, no, there's going to be a war.
Yep.
There's going to be a war.
Okay, gotcha. Well, some of the by the way, Representative, what's happening right now in the chat is some information has started to leak out about the next set of mandates coming out of the White House, and one of them is the possibility of taking away people's Social Security checks unless they get the vaccination. And this is official documentation, but once again, it's early leak. So it's not something that's been officially released at this time. So
Right.
what do
I
I do
haven't
if that?
heard anything about that, so I can't comment.
Yep, I understand. You can't comment on that. That's what they were talking about. Go ahead, GFI. GFI, you had a question for the representative.
Yeah, so not no comments on that yet then.
Yeah, no comments on that at this time.
All right.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to the backdoor channels are not working. So we're thinking basically the assistants, the people that are answering the phones, are not getting the information to the governor from the people calling?
That has to be what's happening, because the governor would be doing something. If he actually knew the groundswell of support to have a special session, he would be doing something. I don't think it's breaking through those unelected, I don't know if we'd call them bureaucrats, but the people that work in the office and so forth. I don't know if our messages are getting directly to the governor. And I've been calling today, and supposedly the answering machine is full, and I can't even get a message to the governor. So I'll be in that office tomorrow morning to make sure my voice is heard.
Okay, certainly let them know that, that your, constituents definitely want this as well. I mean, if I didn't think about that, I figured that every single call that came in was recorded and then basically somehow summarized at the end of the day to the governor about all the calls that came in. And we're thinking that that may not be happening, huh?
I can't say whether it's happening or not, but I called probably 20 minutes ago, and the answering machine is full, so I was unable to leave a message, and others may be having the same difficulty. Maybe we just have to go to email. And what I was talking about earlier, I found the proper words for it. The religious and philosophical exemptions could be strengthened by the governor. Legislation has been created that if he would call a special session, we could have those opt-outs. Right now, we do have those exemptions, religious and philosophical, but the hospitals and so forth are not taking them. If the governor, through a stroke of his pen, will strengthen those exemptions, then the hospital would have to bend to the will of the people.
Wow. Another aspect of this that we don't seem to talk about very much. We're worried about our sovereign rights, but people could be, for instance, dying of heart attacks or not getting cancer treatments because they don't have that special card saying that they got a shot.
Yeah, I had a bill in. I spoke, I think it was the last day of session to stop those vaccine mandates. And again, it went down with the ship with another bill and was not called back. Oftentimes in government, platitudes are given, and they'll say something just enough to placate individuals instead of actually doing anything. I'm a person who believes in action, and right now, if we don't stand up against the federal government and these vaccine mandates, we're going to lose the country, because what is next? If they're allowed to inject a substance into your body as a condition of employment, what is next?
Yep. Deciding whether or not you have the privilege to travel is probably next.
Sure.
Patrick, that's in America.
Those who are not vaccinated, I'm not. Will I have to drink out of a separate drinking fountain? Will I have to ride in the back of the bus? Will I be allowed to sit at the lunch counter? It needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped now.
Yes,
but
it does.
Patrick, ask him if there's a discrimination laws that we can use.
That have to say enough is enough.
Are there anti-discriminatory laws that we can use right off the bat right now?
I really don't know. I don't know. I've heard that it's not a civil liberty issue, but the people that say that are usually those that are all for the vaccine mandates and the mask mandates and the business closures and so forth. Again, I'm part of the legislative body. We're the ones that make law. We can make a law dealing with this, making it illegal for businesses to force vaccinate their employees as a condition of employment. And if we can't make it illegal, we could stop funding for hospitals. We could stop funding for colleges. We control the purse strings. We can stop, we can help, but the governor needs to call a special session.
Okay. Well, do you guys have any further questions for the representative? Go ahead, Liberty.
I was going to say, or ask us. So what's his position on that new DHSS director?
Liberty Revolutionary is curious what your position is on the new DHS director.
I think we're going to be meeting him. I'm part of the Health and Mental Health Committee at the Capitol, and I think we'll be meeting with him tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And I'll reserve my opinion until I actually meet and speak with him.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, does he know his history?
Do you know his history from Illinois?
No,
Okay.
I don't. No. And again, I'm one of the more outspoken individuals on the committee. So if we're allowed time to ask questions, I will be asking some very pointed questions. In fact, I'll be asking him to come out publicly and say that he does not believe in vaccine mandates. And let's see what he says.
Okay. Liberty, you had
He was
something?
Patrick. He was a bioterrorism contact for the federal government in Illinois.
Yeah, Liberty wants you to know he was a bioterrorism contact for the federal government working for the state of Illinois. Okay, Jimmy D, go ahead, buddy.
Please extend to the representative that guy is my kind of guy. Tell him I back him 150%, and I'm making an exception to the rule. I'm adding 50%. This guy is awesome. We need more like him to stand up and buck this stuff down. You know, this thing that American Man sent, you should see the list of what's going on here, Patrick. If any of this is true, it's guns on, buddy. It's guns on.
We'll go through that as a group, Jimmy, but not with the representative because that's hearsay at this point. But Jimmy wanted to let you know how much he loves and respects you for what you're doing for Missourians. And by the way, I echo that as well. You've got a fan club here with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're a young organization, but we're growing very large very quickly.
I appreciate it, Patrick. Keep up the good work. God bless.
You bet. God bless you too, sir. Have a good day. Thank you for calling.
I got a question real quick.
He had to get going. Sorry about that, guys. We ran out of time with him. Okay.
Hey, why would that dude meet with us just for 5 minutes?
He will. He will meet with us.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He said he was good.
Hang on. There was other communication. I'll talk with you later about it, Casey Rich, but I had other communication with him.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. Someone else was saying something and I interrupted.
I was just sitting here about ready to lose my lunch. If any of this stuff that American Man says is true, you know what? If that actually comes down the pike, Patrick, I can tell you right now, this will be a shooting civil war.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we knew that there was more coming, that it's not over. But did you guys hear what he said, basically? What he's saying is what they think is going on right now. All these calls and emails going to the governor, they're not getting to the governor. That indicates a very, very serious problem. A very serious problem.
That would be a coup in the governor's own office.
Pretty much. Pretty much. So
that's crazy.
So basically, he made a strong statement that, basically, if possible, and so did Jody, if possible, visit with the governor's office and staff as well. You won't be able to visit with the governor, guys. We're over 18 years old. You don't just go in and see the governor if you're, the average person. If you're a, multimillionaire, you can just breeze in and see the governor, especially if he's campaigning for office. But, okay, well, it looks like we had other problems that we need to work on as well. Oh, boy. Okay, welcome back to Michelle, and then Alex. I know you're watching on YouTube. That was Representative Seitz in Missouri here. He's the one who wrote up the document on Facebook I keep showing on the screen, and I will go ahead and put that up again for you, Alex. Actually, what I'll do, this is Seitz's warning and is asking for help. I just put it in the YouTube chat. So
is that on Discord too?
No, it's not on Discord. I will put it in Discord right now.
Cool. Well, thank you.
There we go. That was a chilling phone call, guys. I never thought of the fact that the phone calls and emails going to the governor weren't getting to the governor.
Yeah, that kind of popped into my brain a little bit. Wouldn't surprise me if those who really buy into this mandate crap or those who are paid off wouldn't be letting it get through.
Well, I'll tell you what, Liberty. Got an idea for you, buddy. Can you send the
Yeah?
governor a tweet and let him know thousands of people are contacting his office, demanding an emergency session of the General Assembly? You want to do that? And then
Yeah,
I'll
let's
do
see
it
if I
too.
can- Yeah, let me see if I can get my phone here.
Parsons might be scared of Biden's threat to out the governors who don't comply with his mandate. That may be true, Michelle, but he has a job to do as governor. He's got a job to do, and he's got an oath. And if he's scared of Biden's threat to out the governors, he should step down and let the lieutenant governor take over. Because we're talking about communism setting in the United States right now. And by the way, I use that word very specifically and very deliberately. When the government itself says it has control over your sovereign rights as a human being, as a person, it's over. It's over. So, I mean, freedom is over. Liberty is over, is what I mean by that. And let's see. Think You Can said, you guys are blessed to have a rep like him in Missouri. We are, and he's not the only one. We have tons of guys like that here. A mini deep state right in your governor's office. Yeah, that's what it's, oddly enough, that's almost kind of what it sounded like.
It's a coup.
Yeah. Let's see. I would like to hear or see what you guys are talking about that Biden has in store next. Okay, Mike 68. I'm going to put a link. Hang on. It's on 4chan. Oh, I don't know if I would trust the source.
Yeah, no, not 4chan.
No, I didn't know it was 4chan. Okay, guys, I don't trust 4chan, to be honest with you. So
Why, Patrick?
That's where Q was born. So that's why.
Okay.
Yep. I hate to be that bold about it, but Q was a psyop.
Somebody should pay attention to it. Yep. I know this just sent me through the roof, and I can see it being true just as easily as I can see it being from the Trump dudes. What are they? What's her name? You just said it. Who are they?
The Q folks.
Yeah, I can see this being true though too. I can see this being true. Read it, guys.
Well, I'm sure that it's coming, but I'm not sure that Biden is going to release any information like that anytime soon. But I don't. Okay, guys, let's leave that one alone. Let's deal with what's real and what's in front of us right now, rather than deal with the possibility of something like that happening in the future. But what's real and what we're dealing with right now is bad enough. If that's not incentive enough for people to fight, to pick up the phone and spend a few minutes making phone calls, letting their voice be heard. We heard from Brian Seitz. Representative Seitz called up. He is sounding the klaxon alert. This is not a joke. This is not a game, and we're running out of time. And the fact is, we have to fight so hard. It blows my mind. We shouldn't have to do this. We really shouldn't have to do this, but we're going to have to do it. So it's up to us.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
You know how there's the possibility of the governor not getting any messages of anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The irony is that that's kind of what a rally does.
Yep.
Show of force.
Yep. Very true. Yep. So that's I don't know, guys. That's kind of my stance on this. I mean, the phone calls are just critical, absolutely critical. And going to Jefferson City is also critical. We need to do it. So let's continue doing it. Let's continue making the phone calls. Literally, I've already mentally adjusted my schedule here so I can be there Tuesday and Wednesday. And that's a lot of driving for me, folks, but this is serious. And I drove up there for SEPA, and that was just for literally my right to bear arms. And this goes far beyond that. Far, far beyond that, what we're dealing with right now. And we can't say, guys, there's a whole big conversation we could have right now about whether or not this whole thing is a real problem. But it seems to me they don't care about it being a real problem. They care about literally the serum. It's all about the serum. It's not about the beer flu anymore. It's all about the serum. Take our serum, or I'm sorry, you just won't have any rights anymore. You won't be able to work, so you'll be thrown out of your house, and you won't be able to get government housing because you won't have the serum, because that'll be a requirement. Oh, you can't get on Social Security, welfare, or unemployment of any kind because that requires the serum. You know, sorry, you can't go to the grocery store. You need to show a serum ID card. These things are probably coming, gang. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, but what I'm trying to do is let you guys know how important it is that these phone calls get made, and they have to continually be made until literally we know that nothing is going to happen in Jeff City. And then it comes to total nonconformity, noncompliance. That's what it comes down to. And then literally we have to start praying too. And then there, Plan C or Plan D are the ones we can't talk about. And those are, I know people are asking for that in the YouTube chat. You don't talk about those on YouTube. Most people know what that means though. Okay, Opening up for larger discussion. First of all, it's 4:08, and I am going to make one more phone call, and I want you guys to decide who it is I'm going to call. Is it going to be a senator? Is it going to be a representative? Is it going to be a Democrat? Is it going to be a Republican? It's all up to you. The lines are open. Please let us know. In the YouTube chat as well. Let me know who you guys want me to call. Call the governor's office again, maybe? Or I don't know.
About 100 times.
Did you ever get a hold of Dave?
You said Bill Eigel put his plan out on Facebook?
Yes, he did. I need to find it.
I was going to say, can you post that on Discord or something?
Yeah, give me a few moments to find it. It's in I reposted it in our.
Yeah. I can't get on Facebook right now.
Hang on, let me look at Bill. Let's see, it's Bill Eigel. There we go.
Oh, let's see.
Give me some time to find it. He's done a lot of posting.
Okay, try 9/16 maybe.
Actually, let me put up so you guys can help me look for it so there's not a lot of dead air. I'm going to put this up in Discord. This is Bill Eigel's Facebook page, and I'm also going to put it up on YouTube so you guys can help us look too. Here's Bill Eigel's Facebook. By the way, Bill Eigel is really, 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 really awesome senator here in the state of Missouri. In fact, Liberty Revolutionary on his YouTube channel has an audio clip from when he was actually talking about our federal government overlords, which is awesome. Okay, guys, we'll see if we can find that here for Bill Eigel. And it may have been on another page completely that he posted it. I don't know.
Ah, this is a pain. I'm reaching way down inside of my engine compartment right now.
Oh, okay. You can't help us with the search. You're working on your car.
Yeah, I'm pretty busy right now. I can wipe my hands off though in a minute. Though.
I think I might have found what you're looking for. Check the Discord link I just put out. Is this it?
Okay, I'll take a look.
What am I missing?
No, that's the letter. No, he had a plan. And what the plan was specifically is if there was an emergency session, what they should be addressing as legislators in the state of Missouri. During that special session to address the federal government overreach on vaccination. So it was very specific. Gosh darn it. It's here somewhere. If you guys want to continue looking for it here, because he's put out a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff.
It's on his. I know I've commented on it over there on Fascist Books. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crap. Hang on a second.
Liberty, mute your mic. You grease ball.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. I know where it is.
Okay, guys, I don't know exactly where it is, but it's something that Bill Eigel put out. And hang on a second. Today, okay, specifically, I envision legislation. Oh, here it is. It's this one right here.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
going to put
that's
the
it.
full text right in the Discord. Actually, let's see if I can bring this up as an individual item. Yeah, you're right. It was the one with the letter. I apologize. I wasn't reading any text. I was just looking at the letter. Okay, I'll read them for you guys. Guys, it is the first post on Bill Eigel's Facebook page. And so, once again, here for you guys on YouTube, there you go. His plan is this. Specifically, I envision legislation that will address a variety of objectives. Number one, ban beer flu vaccination mandates. Public and private entity in the state of Missouri. No one should make healthcare decisions for you. Number two, ban the use of any serum, passport, or device in Missouri and create a civil penalty for anyone, government, or business entity that requires documentation of beer flu serum status. Son of a gun.
That would be the teeth.
Yep, that's correct. Number three, prohibit the acceptance of any federal dollars. Another very important one, guys. This is exactly what Michael Bolden was talking about this morning. Prohibit the acceptance of any federal dollars from Washington, D.C. that are contingent on the state's compliance with any unlawful executive order from Washington, D.C. So, as I said before, it's not simply about us calling a special session and saying, bad federal government, bad. We have work to do. And Bill Eigel's leading the way. I mean, here we have a broad outline of exactly what needs to be accomplished. So, what's more disturbing to me is the possibility that emails and phone calls are not actually getting to the governor. He doesn't even know about them. That's more disturbing.
I always told you somebody was pulling that dude's strings.
Well, that means...
I mean, who would be stopping them?
I don't know. I mean, actually, we could speculate, but I'd hate to do that on this broadcast. That would be more of a private Discord session.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though, is I always knew there's some kind of pull behind them, man. When you're in that high a position, you just ain't floating out there on your own.
Yep.
Because, man, he's got to know this stuff's crazy. I mean, come on.
Yep.
Him not getting it, even if he's not getting any messages, man, he's got to know what's up with this. And the fact that he's not calling sessions, somebody's telling him not to do it. That's the way I see it.
Okay.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up and wait till later.
Yeah, I don't think that would be proper discussion for this live stream. Because that's going to lead us down a dark path here. Grant was saying, call Representative Bays. And then call Sarah Walsh. Her husband just passed out due to the beer flu. Interesting. Okay. Let's start with Bays. Bays. Okay. So Chuck Bays. Okay, let's call Chuck Bays real quick. Let's get a few more calls out, guys. That's what this is all about anyway. 573-751-1501. Okay, going on speaker.
Thank you for calling Representative Chuck Basie's office. We are unable to come to the phone right now. Please leave your name, telephone number, and a detailed message after the tone, and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you.
You may start your message now.
This is for Representative Basie. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm calling with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and I was just calling to see if you had an opinion on the federal government overreach with the vaccination mandates. I'm certainly hoping that that you're agreeing with me that individual sovereignty is trumped. It should not be trumped by federal government mandates. Certainly, if we look at the first 10 amendments of the Constitution, it shouldn't be so. But can we get something done in the state of Missouri is the question. Are we asking for, are we demanding our governor hold, basically an emergency session of our General Assembly so we can address this so Missourians' sovereign rights are observed? So if you would, please do check us out. We're live on Liberty. Okay, left a message. Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm right now I'm thinking I'm not going to make phone calls here for the rest of the day. In fact, I'm thinking about ending the live stream here at 5 o'clock, and that's I'll probably make a few more calls. I can do that. But I'm going to have to get some stuff done tonight so I can leave early tomorrow morning because actually I had stuff planned for tomorrow, and I need to get it done tonight because it looks like I'll be gone tomorrow. And by gone, I mean in Jefferson City. So, and what time are you thinking about being there, Casey? You going to be there at 9?
I'll probably be there before that. We'll get
Before
there
9.
7.
Okay. Holy crap. Okay.
I'm waiting by that dude's office, man.
Okay.
We're gonna have well, I guess we can discuss that later.
Yep. Okay.
I'm thinking about showing up there pretty early tomorrow too, before 9 o'clock myself, and I'm even really highly considering going Wednesday now too. I'm really stretched, but I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll
Hey,
get
Rich.
Casey, can you hear
Yeah.
Jimmy?
No, I can't.
Okay, Jimmy,
I
try
was
again.
gonna say, Rich, so you're going both days or just tomorrow?
I'm definitely going tomorrow. Probably gonna be both days. It's
Okay,
too
which do you
important.
think is more effective, guys?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I think, is probably more important. Jimmy, it's based on this. It's not arbitrary. Tomorrow will be much more likely to be spending time in their offices talking to them directly than Wednesday. But Wednesday's a rally. A big show of force would be impressive, especially if the governor's not getting his messages. But okay, and this is based on what Jody Gray said. Also, I think the representative Seitz had alluded to this as well. The time talking to senators and representatives is really critical here. So tomorrow would probably be the more important day. And from those two opinions.
Roger that.
Okay. Crazy Train says there has to be more people on board if anything gets done. The thing is a lot of people don't even know. World War I, armistice only. What happened to the USSR? I don't even know how to answer that. What happened to the USSR? I don't know. They after World War I, they went communist. It went from the czars controlling everything. World War II, end game standoff. USSR steals Poland and half of Europe. Yep. Okay, guys. Once again, not to get all philosophical on you or anything. This is kind of our last stand, gang. And I really hope that what we're doing right here now with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, meeting up in our stupid little, gaming Discord thing so we can talk, so we can come together and have these discussions, broadcasting live on YouTube. I really hope other states are doing this. I really hope that there's some vestige left in the human spirit to fight for freedom in other states, and it's not just here in Missouri. I pray that this is going on in other states. If you guys know of any other states doing something similar, something to try and save their sovereign rights, please let me know. We need to give them a shout out and give them some love. I hope we're not it. And I didn't mean to say our Discord was stupid. Our Discord is actually quite brilliant. It's a great place to meet and talk with a group of people. So I'm sorry. I'm just, wow. I hope more people get on board. Guys, it's incumbent upon us too. My neighbor just called a little while ago, one of my neighbors, further away neighbors. And I let him know we're doing this live thing on YouTube, and if he had considered calling the governor's office or his representatives, and he goes, why? And I said, because they're trying to do some edicts and mandates from the bully pulpit by executive order to take away your rights as a sovereign individual and make you take a vaccination whether you want it or not. And he goes, yeah, I'm definitely against that. And I said, okay, that's nice to be against it, but what have you done? And he says, well, I'm not sure what can be done. Guys, this is the average American. They don't know what to do. So if you have neighbors or friends or coworkers or family members that don't agree with what's going on, please let them know what to do. This isn't about Missouri Liberty Alliance anymore. This is literally about us maintaining our sovereign rights as individuals. Remember what the senator said, this is civil rights, Fourth Amendment. This will go right into your Second Amendment. It's already hit your Second Amendment because we have to watch our language on YouTube. First Amendment. Censorship. Censorship is here. And it's all based on the frickin' beer flu. We didn't have censorship like this before the beer flu came around. Yes, it was always there. I'm not an idiot. But it wasn't anywhere near as aggressive. So this is like 1984. I used to have the book here. This is like 1984. Newspeak. What they were doing in 1984 was they were literally shortening the dictionary so that you couldn't express yourself properly, and there was no way to express dissent. Dissent. That's censorship. Why is it when it comes to the beer flu, all we get is the World Health Organization and the National Institutes of Health? Why can't we hear from virologists and epidemiologists and doctors anymore about this issue? Why? Because they've been silenced. This is a serious issue, gang. Our sovereignty as individuals, as the representative said, is hanging by a thread. It's by a thread now. Please make your phone calls. If you can, please come to Jefferson City. This is very important. And I know I'm joking about it, but, you might need to take the day off from work. You might need to do that. I have other things I need to be doing too, but I've got kids and grandkids to think about here. Shoot, I'm 50 years old. I've lived most of my life. That's not true with my daughter. That's certainly not true with my grandkids. We have to fight for this. We have to put our foot down right now. Now's the time. This isn't a deal with, hey, listen, I'll deal with this next week. The representative was pretty clear. We need to have something going on in Jefferson City by Wednesday. We need to have at least an announcement from the governor by Wednesday that we're going into a special emergency session. And that's on us to make these phone calls. Now, we'll figure out what's going on with the governor's office tomorrow. Casey Rich and I will go out there and figure out what's going on with the governor. You betcha. And Jimmy D, too. We'd love for you to join us. So consider it. Please consider it. We'll coordinate, too. So, and Casey Rich and I call each other on the phone. Joe Mama and I call each other on the phone. Jimmy D and I call each other on the phone. We have each other's phone numbers so we can coordinate. Okay, I feel like I've been on a soapbox. Someone else talk.
Yeah, look, man, if you haven't, got the shot or whatever yet, and you think you're going to avoid it, you got another thing coming. They're going to figure out a way to make you take it. We got to do something here through the state. We can't just file a lawsuit. That ain't going to work. We got to get these legislators, we got to get this governor to have a special session, and kind of like what Bill Eigel lined up there. We can't stop it nationwide, but we can stop it here in Missouri. Man, if you can come down tomorrow, because there's going to be a lot of representatives we need to talk to.
Yep.
You can figure out a way. I mean, I normally don't tell people what to do, but how do you get people to understand how important this is?
Yeah, well, for those of you who are with us for our 3-year adventure with SEPA, SEPA is like 1/10 the importance of what we're dealing with right now. In fact, it might be 1/100th.
SEPA is a whole nother animal compared to this. How do you, I don't know, how do you light a fire under people's ass to get them understand?
Well, it's the joke I'm telling.
Dangerous.
Yeah, if you can't take the time off to come to Jeff City or make phone calls, then at least have the comfort of knowing that you work that day a year from now when they're literally killing you in a FEMA camp.
Man,
that's
jokes, man. How do you get it? We got to get some people down there tomorrow.
Yep.
How many representatives you got? 130 or something like that?
Something like that. 160 maybe. I can't remember. 160.
Man,
yeah, there's
we
a
gotta
lot.
Get some people down there.
Yep.
I just make a call. Anybody watching this, man, if you can make it Jeff City tomorrow, so we can talk to the representatives and see if they can get them, to sign on just like the senators have. In fact, we got to turn some senators too, man. If I got to go to Three Amigos and twist I'll go to their offices too and say, why are you trying to keep this from being a special session? You don't have to like it. Why can't you just let the people have what they want?
Yep.
I mean, we know they're trying to stop it. If I got time to talk, I don't know if we'll even have. They're probably not important enough to waste time with. But I don't know, man. What do you got to say to get people down there tomorrow?
May I interject here, TC?
Yeah, go for it. Let me turn you down a little bit. Go ahead, American Man.
To respond to what this gentleman is saying, for years, TC and I have been trying to get people to respond with urgency when it came to their Second Amendment rights, and it all fell on deaf ears. We even warned them that the red flag gun control laws were coming, and it still fell on deaf ears. There have been so many people out there that have been brainwashed. And this is the thing, you think after that shooting that took place in Las Vegas, people just don't get it. They don't realize the urgency because we have been duped since we were in grade school. Not here in the United States, we're the land of the free and the home of the brave. And this type of thinking is what got us in the mess that we're in. We thought we were invincible.
Well, that's certainly part of it. American exceptionalism is, built into us. As Americans, we think that, the bad things can't happen here, that we're too powerful, that we can't be invaded. Guys, the invasion has happened from within. It happened already. It wasn't an external invasion with planes and guns and ships.
Nope.
It was a very silent internal invasion based on bribery, corruption,
and lust.
And lust, essentially. So it happened. It's done. This is why D.C. is too difficult to deal with. It's a waste of time. But we can save our individual states. And Michael
Yeah.
Bolden talked about it this morning. We carried his live stream right on our live stream, and he talked about this. This is so critically important. This is literally nullification through literally stopping the funding. It's just outright non-compliance. I mean, we're hitting that level now, gang. But the bad things are coming. Horrible things that literally will strip your rights, your sovereign rights, away as a human being like people enjoy in communism. That is coming quickly. It's coming very soon, and it's already here. However, what we have to do is decide as states. Like I said, I pray to God that we're not the only ones in the country doing at least this right now, raising awareness, getting the phone calls made, getting visits done to the Capitol, talking to people, trying to change their minds. I realize that Democrats are going to be hard to change their minds, but we're getting a glimmer of hope. There's a lot of Democrats going, oh, Joe, you're going just a bit far on this one. We're starting to hear that. And actually, we're hearing that in D.C. as well. But if you don't fight for it, you lose it. You just lose it. It's gone. And then basically you'll wonder where it went pretty quick. And like I said, you don't want your last breath. And, Joe Biden in his speech said, oh, you don't want your last breath, in the hospital to say, oh, I wish I had got that shot. He was very dramatic about it. It was sick. But my joke is, you don't want your last breath to be a year from today in a FEMA camp going, gosh darn it, I'm so glad I stayed and worked that day as opposed to going up to Jefferson City, talking to the representatives, talking to the senators, letting my voice be heard, showing where my interests lie, which is individual sovereign rights, not states' authority over my rights. Because the Constitution of the United States was built for us. I'm sorry, the Constitution's built for the government. Restrictions on power. But the 10 Amendments are for us. That's our sovereign rights as individuals. This is natural law, God's law. And we're giving it up.
God's law.
Yeah.
Yeah. We really are, man. It's terrible. Just imagine how I feel. I live in communist California.
Yep.
So I think I'm going to try and do something with this young man that you introduced me to. What's his name again?
Oh, Alex.
We're going to.
Gotcha.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yep. Alex is starting the very same type of movement that we have here in Missouri. There's a young man, you guys know him as the Free American Press. I've done videos with him before. He's starting the same movement in California. His direction's slightly different because California is a tad more blue than Missouri is. Hang on, that's an understatement. Missouri's not blue. Missouri is very red, so it's easier to do stuff like this here. This man has enough, guts to actually start this in California, working on county levels and city levels, because the state level is just, very difficult to work with. But there are very conservative parts of California. They do exist. And Alex is going to start working with them to increase the liberties and freedoms of people who live in the state of California, at least in the conservative areas at first, hoping that it will catch on into the bluer counties and cities. And so we certainly want to give Alex his due. If you guys see, it's the California Freedom Alliance. He couldn't do California Liberty Alliance because that was already taken in the state of California. So he's doing the Freedom Alliance. And we certainly wish him well. He and I will be doing videos together starting at the end of this week. And so basically, look forward to hearing more from Alex. That is coming up. But I'm hoping, apart from Alex and myself, this is happening in other states. I pray to God it is, because this is really getting serious now.
Yeah, we're beyond the conspiracy-tory mentality. In other words, see, this actually, and TC knows this as well as I do, this goes back to 1913 with President Woodrow Wilson started the League of Nations. I believe and then it morphed into the United Nations after World War II. This is where key positions were taken and political powers were created with certain types of personalities, because America was asleep at the wheel. We weren't paying attention to what our government was doing. They created the wars, and this is what our government does. They create a problem, they come along and they offer a solution, and the solution they offer takes away your civil liberties. It started a long time ago. These people that are doing this started the French Revolution. They started World War I. They funded both sides as well as World War II. That gave them the excuse to put a global network or a global court together, and the rest is history. And here we are now with the United Nations is the one that's behind all of this. This is Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, and Agenda 2050. I'm sure most of you have already heard that, but this has been taking place for a long time. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you. And
so, yeah, I mean, when they started taking our currency, our money off the gold standard, and they brought in the private bankers, and they called it the IRS, was supposed to be a federal commissioned banking institution, but it's not. It's privately owned. It's not a federal anything. And we've all been stamped with the Social Security number on the bottom of our foot. We have to pay back all the debt of every president has ever cut a check, and all they've been doing is printing and printing and printing. And so the only way to pay all this back is through enslavement.
Or collapse the entire world economy before, the whole...
yeah.
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 Which is the basis of their Great Reset thing, but they have a whole other agenda with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, that's part of it. It's a big part of it. This is why CV-19 is here. It was to do several things as the excuse to cover up the collapse of Social Security and the economic situation that they have been putting up on stilts for years.
Well, back in March of last year, they actually called, or it was the Federal Reserve chairman said it is the planned organized partial shutdown of the U.S. economy, and I think it was the second quarter, he said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know. I've been hanging around Truth, Money, and Freedom now for a few years, and I've been very well informed. At first, I had no idea. But TC got me up to speed on a lot. He opened up my eyes to a lot of things.
And there's all kinds of people on Truth, Money, and Freedom that educated me. We all educate each other.
Right.
And we bring evidence to the table. We don't give opinions and accept, that as a fact. We're really good at Truth, Money, and Freedom. Truth, Money, and Freedom, by the way, is where most of us came from. And that's where we were fighting SEPA. And or the Second Amendment Preservation Act, getting that done. And then Missouri Liberty Alliance was born out of that, realizing there was a lot more work to be done. And thank God we did when we did, because this is getting quite serious, and we're fighting this in Missouri. And we saw, there's folks moving to Missouri because of what we have going on here and what we're doing here and how we're fighting. And the general culture here in Missouri is a little different from, California. So, and Rhode Island and Oregon and Washington. And that's where most of the people who are moving to Missouri come from. And New York, if I forgot New York.
Look at the weather. Go ahead.
I was going to say that if it's any consolation of hope to anybody, so Romania basically completely quit their passport stuff just because people kept rebelling. Denmark completely stopped. It's like the stuff never existed there because the people were rebelling. And recently, with everything going on in the UK, even their government has backed off of those things for public events.
We have the power, man. We just have been hypnotized and fooled in believing that they are the power. They have all the authority and control. The American people really have dropped the ball, man. It's sickening. Look at it. This is what I say when I'm out on my street corner on my soapbox, because I'm what you call a street preacher or a open air evangelist, and I'm not going to get all Bible on anybody. So don't think that for a moment. What I'm trying to say is this. I yell at people and I say to them, you've been fooled and indoctrinated through our public indoctrination centers. We've been deceived because we've dropped the ball. We've allowed the powers that be to get as big as they are, and we've accepted the mental imprisonment. So
exactly.
It's a mental war. Really, psychologically, we have been beaten down, but we've allowed it. We allowed it. We dropped the ball. We took all the gifts that the constitutional frame builders put together, and like they told us not to do it. Don't take this for granted, because if you fall asleep for 5 minutes, you're done. And that's what we did. We fell asleep.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's a shame. The only dad I ever had. Go ahead.
Let's say there's an old quote from John Dickinson. All artful rulers who strive to extend their power beyond its just limits endeavor to give their acts as much semblance of legality as possible. Those who succeed him venture to go a little further, for each new act is strengthened by a former. That which, growing old, becomes an example itself, thus supporting fresh acts of usurpation. In short, indoctrinating the population over generations to the point where they just accept it.
My daddy told me, son, if we erase the past, you'll never know what not to do in history or in the future. So without our past, without the ability of looking back on the past, you'll never know what not to do in the future. And so that's what my father told me. I asked him, so what should I do when I grow up to become a man? He said, look at men, look at history. He said, look at it from a military and an economical perspective, and you'll know what you should and shouldn't do.
Yep.
He just served in the Army during Vietnam conflict. There was nothing special about him. So, I feel that was a lot of wisdom he dropped on me. And then there's Benjamin Franklin. Those who trade their liberty for a little bit of safety deserve neither.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite quote.
Yeah.
Hey, GFI, were you going to say something?
I was going to try to.
Go ahead,
I got
bud.
a reply from my governor here in Iowa.
Okay, got you. What did the governor of Iowa say? You got my interest.
She got my message, and she's going to take it under consideration. It's been registered with the office.
Okay.
So at least they got something out there. Got a reply anyway. It isn't much, but they got my message.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know. I'm not getting any phone call back from the governor's office, but that's not unusual. So I'm not going to read anything into that right now, but tomorrow when we're up there, we're going to have to figure out what's going on.
It kind of makes you want to try to find one of these bicentennial events that he's at, and try to get, where you can have a convo with the guy.
Yep. Agreed. I don't know if he even
maybe just slip him a card with your information.
Yep.
When you shake hands, put it in his hand.
Yep.
That kind of thing.
Sounds very cloak and dagger, clandestine kind of work. Perfect.
Well, I mean, it's functional though. It works.
Yes, it is. I know. I was teasing.
Oh, I know.
But that's a disturbing indictment. That the representative was saying that may be the case because he's not responding. And there's tons of phone calls coming in, and he's not responding. And he says that's not like him. So,
Maybe even slip in a couple of QR codes, in a envelope or something with a note. Here's some info on exactly what this jab is doing as well.
Yep.
Lean into some CDC documents and whatnot.
Yep. Okay, well, I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to make one more phone call. I got it in me to do that. So I want you guys to tell me who we should be calling. Senator, Representative, Democrat, Republican. It's all up to you guys. The lines are open.
Democrat.
Okay, a vote for Democrat.
Yeah, I say Dem. Yeah, do a Dem.
Okay. Senator or Representative?
Hey,
Representative.
Okay.
have you called the Lieutenant Governor yet today?
Yes, I have.
The Attorney General?
I did not call Eric, but I don't think it's necessary other than say thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's definitely on top of this.
Okay, so a Democrat in the House of Representatives, gang. Let's figure out who is really a problem for us in SEPA in the House of Representatives on the Democratic side. Well, all of them voted against it, but yeah, you know what? There weren't really any problems with Democrats with SEPA, apart from the filibuster in the Senate.
One of the filibusters.
Yeah, we carried those live, if you remember, on the live streams.
Oh, I do.
Those were quite embarrassing. Really embarrassing stuff.
You already called one of them. It was May.
Mm-hmm. I called Washington, too. I called them both. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's pull the trigger.
I thought Shoop was one but you called her too.
I called Shoop.
Yeah.
Okay, pick a letter of the alphabet. How about that?
O.
Okay.
Letter of the alphabet.
Okay, O. Hang on. Okay, we have an O'Donnell and an Owen, and they're both Republican. Different letter.
A.
Okay. All right, we got lots of Democrats in the A. We have an Adams, an Aldrich, Anderson.
Got one in Kansas City.
Okay.
Ashley, A-U-N-E.
Yeah. Ashley On. Okay, let's call up Ashley On's office, guys. Making one last phone call today.
All right. Thanks, GFI.
537513618. Okay, going to speaker.
Hey, I just got a hold of the governor's office.
Hold that thought.
Thank you for calling the office of Representative Ashley Ani of the 14th District. Unfortunately, we are unable to come to the phone right now, but if you could leave your name and number, we would be happy to get back to you. Because it is interim and our normal session hours are over, it may take a few days for us to get back with you, but we will do so either via email or message. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day.
You may start your message now.
Representative On. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and I'd sure like to talk to you about what I perceive as federal government overreach on vaccination mandates and whether or not we can, whether or not we can actually get a special emergency session going in the state of Missouri to protect Missourians' sovereign rights from federal government overreach. So please do give me a call. By the way, we okay, guys, left a message.
Yeah, I got a hold of the governor's office.
Okay, what'd you find out, man?
Well, it was a guy. I didn't get a hold of a lady. I know you got a hold of some kind of woman over there, secretary.
Two times was a woman, one time was a man.
I got a hold of a guy, and I told him, I was like, I want Mike Parson to do an emergency session. I was like, we don't have time for lawsuits. Lawsuits take time. I'm worried about my fellow Missourians losing their jobs and their livelihoods because of this vaccine mandate. And he said he's going to be passing on. I also said I'm with the I said I'm with the organization, the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and I asked if he heard of them. He said he has heard of the Missouri Liberty Alliance, and then I told him, yeah, we're going to be out there Tuesday and Wednesday trying to convince them to have an emergency session, and he said he's going to pass it on to Mike Parson, but who knows if he really is or isn't, like that one representative was saying. He ain't getting the messages, but hopefully he does get the message. I know I've been blowing up the phone all day over there at Mike Parson's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that, Joe Mama. That is, yeah, we'll deal. In fact, I intend to go to the governor's office tomorrow too. So I'll introduce myself and, basically let them know who I am. And, I call them quite a bit. Let's
Patrick.
see. Yeah, go ahead.
What time you going there?
Gonna be there probably about 9 o'clock in the morning is when I'll be there.
Okay.
Lots of coffee.
Just so you guys know, my wife just read something to me that the president of Brazil just said that he will not recommend the arm thingy for any of his citizens, nor will he take it himself until the pharmaceutical companies can be held responsible for their mixture.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, nice. We'll see how long it is until he suddenly disappears for mysterious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our government will try and overthrow him. So, but hey, we got to look at this from a positive perspective, guys.
Okay. The positive perspective is that looks like the United States, Australia, and Europe are going to be the only continents that literally are missing people. So the human race will go on without us, gang.
Oh, I know that's right. But still, it's up to us, man. We have to push back.
Yes, we do.
And might I recommend that prayer doesn't hurt?
No, prayer's a good thing too. And
The
I
other
pray
thing
a
that
lot,
doesn't hurt is
especially.
making sure you're. Another thing that doesn't hurt is making sure you have plenty of freedom seeds on hand.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
And to Alex, we've already called the Senate Minority Leader. That's John Rizzo. But the House Minority Leader, I have no idea who that is. Does anyone know off the top of their head who's the top Democrat in the House in Missouri? Anyone? We know that's Rizzo in the Senate, but who is it in the House?
I'm not quite certain.
I don't know. I don't know either. I truly don't know. I suppose I can do a search. That's terrible. I'm supposed to know everything about Missouri.
You go down to general info.
I'm just doing a quick search on DuckDuckGo.
Oh, that works too.
Okay. Dean Blocker. No. Crystal Quaid.
Yeah, this is him.
Democrat Minority Floor Leader. There we go. And she serves Greene County or Springfield. Okay, so she serves in a district real close to our good friend Bishop Davison. Okay, let's give her a call. It's Michelle Brent. 573-751-3795. Calling now. Going speaker.
Well, that's Crystal Quaid you pulled up.
senator's office is this again?
I'm sorry. Crystal Quaid does not answer. Please leave your message at the tone. You may start your message now.
Hi there. I'd like to leave a message with Representative Quaid. My name is Patrick Holland. I'm with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We are live on YouTube right now, and what we're talking about is whether or not it's federal government overreach for the vaccination mandates that Joe Biden's talking about, because that does invade individual sovereignty on a level we've never seen before. But we were curious what the representative's opinion was on this. So you can check us out on YouTube. It's the Okay, left a message. Left a message. Okay,
Hey,
Alex.
Patrick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, gentlemen, and cut in on anybody. So I left a link of a article that came out on 4chan about some of these tyrannical bylaws of COVID. Do you think this is legit? They say these were leaks.
Well, Q was born on 4chan.
Yeah.
And so I have reservation. Go ahead, Liberty.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's a 50-50 shot. There's some stuff that comes out and gets poked on there by people. That's the thing. The Q crowd thing, there's stuff that was like a lot of fake leaks. And then there's some things that, popped up and whatever, but they were purely coincidental that those happened to be truthful. So I'd say it's about a 50-50 shot. I would want to confirm it elsewhere before actually...
Yeah.
I mean, you can always post it across and say, just not, this isn't confirmed, but may or may not have been leaked,
Well, I wanted to make a video on it. No, I wasn't asking anybody to do it with me. I know you guys are already invested in what you're doing for Missouri. But I wanted to bring some light to it and put it on my Bible thumping channel, and I stole that from you, Cheesy. Please don't be offended by me saying that, but that's what I do. I Bible. All that being said, I'm just trying to bring as much of the reality to this to as many people as I can locally here in my area. All that being said, I mean, I have my concerns that there's a big possibility that this is going to eventually, if it's not true now, I believe this is what the intentions are eventually, that could happen to us and all over the country, not just, California, but federally everywhere. And so that's why I was asking your guys' opinion on that.
My opinion is the same as Liberty's. I would like a second source before I would actually bring that information on my channel. I'd like a second source.
My best recommendation to you on that is say, this is not confirmed information, and just say, it came off 4chan, may or may not be may not be real, but let's run it as a hypothetical. Because whether this one's true or not, it's likely to come down the pipeline soon.
Yeah, most of this stuff is likely. There's no doubt about it, but whether or not it's something Biden's going to announce sometime soon, who knows?
It's, let's just say for the sake of this very short conversation that it is real and we're just pretending. I want to make sure that that's clear. The ramifications of what's going to happen out in the public will be 10 times bigger than any thing that happened back in 2020 with this George Floyd thing. I mean, people are going to be
people being in the streets and honest.
Yeah.
The difference is in the U.S. we have guns.
Yep.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, we'll be killing each other because people, when they're going hungry, man, they resort to some really vile things.
The thing is, these people that see this know what's going on, though. I think they'll be going after the correct target. Let's just put it that way.
I understood. 1812, brother. 1812. So, Casey and I have discussed this many times before we even got to 2019. We've had these long conversations, man. I mean, to the wee hours of the morning, on Discord and Truth, Money, and Freedom. So yeah, we've been expecting this for a long time. I just didn't think it. And here's the thing. Yeah, I had no idea they were going to pull it off this way. Here's the problem with Americans, because we're all a bunch of John Waynes, if I may be allowed to use that. We were thinking it was going to be, guns and airplanes and ships, huh?
Yep.
Out of us. You know why? Because they set it up like that. No, they were the cancer that grew within.
Yep.
Yeah. But it warms my heart to see you guys all coming together and fighting this good fight for your state. And I can't speak for my wife. I can only speak for myself. But I really would love nothing more than to move to Missouri.
Yep. Yep. Missouri's pretty cool, man.
Oh, I know it is. I've done some research, but I don't want to be like John Candy living in a van down by the river.
Yep. No, that was Chris Farley.
Oh, Chris Farley, excuse me. Thank you for the correction.
You'll be living there unless you take the jab.
What's that,
They
brother?
won't let you live in a van down by the river unless you take the jab.
Right. No, that's probably the reality of it, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, they probably just want you dead. I told some of my friends this is reminiscent of the amount of graves that they've dug up and buried during World War II. How many Jews did they kill?
Well, 6 million, according to the Simon Wiesenthal Center, but we're not really sure that's accurate. That's the generally accepted number is 6 million Jews.
Right.
Yeah,
So
probably a lot more.
Oh, I believe that. The new church that my wife and I have been going to, he's Jewish, the pastor there, and boy, he's really Jewish too. I want to tell you that. I almost called him a schmuck the other day, but I don't know him well enough. So, anyhow,
He would be a rabbi then, American man.
no, he's not a rabbi. He's actually a Christian.
Well, you said he was Jewish, so if
No,
you're
he's
Jewish,
Jewish.
you're a rabbi, right?
No,
Yeah.
they're.
My guess is what he's trying to say is he observes both the Old and the New Testament.
Of course he does.
We still on YouTube?
Yeah,
You
we're
mean?
still on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you guys don't mind, let me throw out something here real quick. Those
Go
of you
ahead.
who are watching YouTube, please give us a like. I always forget to ask for that, but it does help with the algorithms on YouTube. Please do give us a like. And also, if you guys are calling up representatives, senators, governor's office, please put so in the chat. Please write in the chat that you have made phone calls today and how many phone calls you've made. If you want to get real detailed, you could, say who you called, and so that's allowable as well. And remember, we're doing this in Discord. Anyone can come in and join us in Discord. If you want to actually have your voice be heard, you have some stories you want to tell about phone calls you made, you can come into our Discord. The link is right down below in the description section to get into our Discord. It's in that big grouping of our socials. Just look for the one that says Discord, and that'll give you a link. You have to set up an account to do it, but it is free. Just like hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. So hopefully everyone was making calls today as opposed to just watching me make calls. So hopefully we did a lot of calls together. And tomorrow I'll be up. Go ahead.
I was going to say, well, I've been pulling my car apart, but...
Yep, the phone calls, the visits are critical. So it's nice to...
Live tomorrow?
Hey, Pat, I got big news. Big news.
What's up, buddy?
All right, so I got a hold of this chick, and she's part of the, she's in charge of the Missouri Republican Assembly, and she also works for Mike Moon in the House of Representatives, right?
Okay.
she said that Mike Moon has just made a document 5-10 minutes ago to call for a special session.
Okay. Oh, hang on. I got another call coming in. Hang on one second, guys. Give me a second. Let's see if they'll let me go live. This is a politician here. Hello, Patrick Hall speaking. Hey, I'm doing great, Sherry. How are you doing? Well, we're actually live on YouTube right now with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We're asking folks to call, and you're not live right now. I put down the headset. We're asking folks across this great state to call up representatives, senators, and the governor to demand a special emergency session of our assembly. And so I was hoping, because Mike Moon and I work very closely together on SEPA, he knows who I am. So I was kind of hoping to get him on live. No, that's okay. That's okay. But I'll be up there tomorrow, and I'll be up there Wednesday as well. So we'll be able to visit. But you bet. Okay. Okay. Pretty much, except for I literally 10 minutes ago, like I said, we're live and people are making phone calls and they're reporting in our Discord and live in the YouTube chat. And I heard a rumor that Mike Moon just finished a document about 10 or 15 minutes ago. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Liberty, you need to mute your mic, dude. You're talking to yourself.
Really?
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 Patrick's
Yeah, I
on
didn't
the
even
phone.
realize us.
Patrick's on the phone with the same person I was on the phone with. That's who I was just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a lot of important information. She's going to be in Jefferson City too tomorrow and Wednesday, and she also knows about Republican moms or whatever, right side moms in Missouri. And yeah, she said she's going to be there. She's part of the Missouri Republican Assembly. And she said one Democrat that you don't waste your time on is Crystal Quaid. She's a Democrat leader in Jackson County. And she also said in southern Missouri, people have been losing their jobs for the last few months over this COVID-19 vaccine crap.
Joe Mama?
Yeah.
They actually changed the name of Right Side Moms to make Missouri better.
Yeah, I saw that. I ain't got it memorized yet. So I got it memorized. I'm going to keep calling Right Side Mom. And it's funny too. There's this chick in Facebook. She's a Democrat, and I'm in this political group. And I guess she's trying to find out who I am so she can dox me. And I'm not stupid. They're trying to find out who I am. She asked me for my phone number. I was like, I just don't give out my number. And she asked for a picture. I sent her as a picture of Eric Swalwell.
That is pretty funny, dude. That is pretty funny.
That's bad. Isn't that the guy that wanted to nuke everybody?
That's the guy that got caught sleeping with that Chinese spy.
Oh.
Why is everybody so quiet?
I was just on the phone with my senator.
We're scared.
We're scared. It's a little late for that, my friend.
Hey, American Man, you're the one in California, right?
Yes, sir.
Man, what are the prices like on shit out there, or stuff out there right now? Sorry for my language.
Oh, that's fine. No worries, brother. Well, I just said the other day, my wife and I went grocery shopping. We got California shrunk the grocery bag size by about 1/3. And so we brought home 5 bags of groceries yesterday. It cost $70. 5 small bags of groceries. Yeah, $70, man. That was just, I was walking out of the grocery store with my jaw dragging on the ground. And gas is up to $5 a gallon here.
Yeah. What part of California are you in?
Probably, well, I'm in the biggest county of the United States. It's called San Bernardino. San Bernardino. I call it San Bernardino. Yeah, San Bernardino
County.
Right. I've been here since 1981. Actually, I lived in Riverside County for a while, but anyways, yeah, San Bernardino and Riverside counties make up an area called the Inland Empire, where most of the fires are at in California right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then, yeah, we got a lot of gangs out here in Southern Cal. So I expect the feces to hit the fan pretty soon.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Yeah,
you know the old saying.
My cousin Chris, he lived in San Francisco. He worked for Blizzard. He helped make Diablo, to be honest. But he actually created his own video game company, and a whole bunch of stuff went down, and he moved his new company that he owns all the way to Texas. He said that it was getting too crazy out there in Cali.
Oh yeah, San Francisco especially. I couldn't live in San Francisco. A shack will cost you $4,000 a month in rent. Probably with a dirt floor, and I'm not exaggerating by any means. You have so many homeless people right now in San Francisco that are using IV drugs. You got hep. Every version of hep is spreading real bad out there with dysentery and all kinds of vile diseases, but they're worried about COVID. Yeah, I don't understand. Well, we all know they're crooked, but I mean, you know, it's just the mentality of the mental illness. People call themselves government. So It's why
I
I'm
love
in
that.
between churches right now. To be honest, not that you guys probably wanted to know that, but the reason why I'm in between churches because I'm trying to find a church that thinks like minds, like me or us, who doesn't trust the government.
Yeah.
Trying to get
That's
away
kind of hard
from
to find
churches.
around here too.
Yeah. 501c3 is really if you have a 501c3 church, you're in bed with the government. I don't care what you say or
That's
who you
exactly
are.
right, and you're gonna have a hard time finding something that isn't 501c3.
Oh, I know. I told my wife that. But I mean, I'm not an ordained minister. I'm a street preacher, so I don't need some pastor's blessing or permission to go out and do what I do locally. So some people would say that's a problem, but I'm like, have you read your Bible? The apostles didn't have any kind of documentation, so they went out and did what they were doing. But all that being said, I wish I could start my own church, but I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, it's just I'm not much of a church goer myself, but I get it. I mean, I there's so few of I've heard from other people and just times when I have gone to a church, it's just and none of them ever really embody exactly.
It's not easy, you know.
I mean, I'm not personally a Bible reading Christian, but I know the basis of the Christian principles, and it's hard to find a church that actually does that at all.
Oh, agreed. A lot of churches, and now they're they're in three different categories, if I may be allowed to. They're either FEMA preachers, and they want you to take the vaccine, and they want you to give up your firearms to your government. Or they're progressive churches where they want you to affirm and accept and even get involved with the alphabet community and corrupt racial theory.
Oh, that's even worse.
Huh?
That's even worse.
Exactly. Or they're pro-woman preaching, or they co-pastor their churches with their wives, which is totally against the Bible. Paul wrote that throughout the New Testament. And then you use the Bible to interpret the Bible. And so if you look at the Old Testament, there were no Leviticus priests, were all men, and all the apostles of Christ were all men. And so all the leadership in the Bible and the Bible times were all men. And you go back to creation in the 3rd chapter of the book of Genesis, God cursed Eve for her bit and taking of the tree of good and evil. He said, your man will rule over you as part of your curse, and you will want after him. In other words, you'll be seeking to have a relationship when he's going to rule over you. That's a prophetic statement in the Bible in the book of Genesis. And it's been like that for, millenniums. All that being said, I've had a lot of pastors tell me that I'm oppressive to women and that I'm a male chauvinist pig. I'm sorry, I just interpret the Bible for what the Bible says. But anyways, I'm not trying to make this James hour of power preaching.
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. That was Mike Moon's office, but it wasn't Mike Moon. It wasn't Senator Moon. It was his LA. And basically confirming the same thing that Joe Mama was saying when I had to take the phone call. So Mike Moon has actually sent a letter out, basically requesting a special session immediately. So,
did she also tell you that people in southern Missouri are already losing their jobs?
No, we didn't talk about that. Unfortunately, there was more story sharing from the SEPA days. It shouldn't have gone that route because I'm doing a live show right now, but So at any rate, yeah, that's what it was, because I think she remembered me.
Yeah, she was telling me people are already losing their jobs over this COVID-19 vaccine. And she said it started a few months ago out there. Without even Biden doing it.
Yeah. Well, this hopefully we can get this changed in the next day or two. She reiterated also, she says this is the easiest way to get this done is literally just get the governor to do it. And she said the way of getting 75% in both houses is exceedingly difficult to call for a special session.
Yeah.
It's only happened once since the 1930s.
Yeah.
That's how rare that is. How you?
Jimmy, were you trying to get a hold of me, Jimmy?
I am. How did she say this was being received by the other senators?
She didn't
And
say
where
that.
Did this letter go to the other senators? Or did
No,
it go
no,
to
it went directly to the governor from Mike
well?
Moon's office. It was a private note from Mike Moon to the governor to literally get this emergency session going. So.
Did he talk to the governor, or did he give it to his staff, who's supposed to be blocking some of this?
Actually, my understanding is it went to the staff. Remember now, the governor's not in his office. He's touring the state right now for the bicentennial tour.
Okay, well, you know what was just said about the governor's staff.
Yeah.
That little coup group of wiener balls.
Yep. Yep. So, well, we have what we have to work with here. So, but let it never be said, Mike Moon's office does not call you back, because that is not the case. They call you back.
Mm-hmm.
ATC.
Yes, GFI.
I just on the phone with my senator, state senator.
Okay.
And he is he's trying to do something. I can't exactly say what now. But the one note I took away from this is that I'm one of very few that take the time to call or even reach out.
Yep. It's
and that was one of his concerns. What's going on here now?
Yep.
I told him I'm speaking for a lot of people.
Yeah, and let me tell you both sides of that. Number one, it's horrible that the American people don't let their voices be heard. But what's even worse is that politicians default to evil if they're not hearing from their constituents. They default to doing the wrong thing, and for the wrong reasons. And so
I understand that.
Yeah.
He said he needs more people that can think.
Yeah.
Working in the government.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the whole point I want to make out is that I got a phone call and an email message from the governor.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, by the way. And that
Hey, Pat.
Yes, go ahead, Joe Mama.
I'm sorry to disrupt you. Did you hear about what happened about this chick trying to get my information to dox me? From one of remember how I was joining I joined that Southwest group in Facebook to try to spread the name of Missouri Liberty Alliance.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now I'm in a little bit of a debate in there with some people about being pro-life. Now I think abortion's murder, and so I think this chick out of nowhere, she just started messaging me, and she asked me for my phone number. I was like, I don't just give out my number. So she asked if I could give my pic. I sent her a picture of Eric Swalwell, man.
Hey, does she have the word marsh in her name? Joe Mama, does she have the word marsh? Is her first name Marsh?
No, it's Mariana Morana.
Okay.
She's mixed or black or something. I went through her Facebook profile. She's Democrat to the core.
Okay, gotcha.
So I definitely know what she's up to. The only thing I can say, she's a nurse too. That's the crazy part. She's a nurse.
She's a nurse and she's asking for your phone number and pictures?
Yeah, here, I'm gonna send you this. I'll send you a link to her Facebook profile. I'll put it right
Really
here
should
on
be
Discord.
entertaining.
I thought it was funny when I sent her that picture about it with Eric Swallow. She called me on Facebook too right after that. I didn't even answer.
Oh, that's gold. That's comedy gold.
It really is.
Well, since the alliance started, I've had a lot of interesting stuff happen to me on Facebook too.
Yeah, I just posted the link here in Discord.
Okay, let's take a look at Mariana. Mariana. Okay, Mariana. What a beautifully melodic name. Let's see.
Tell me she ain't Democrat to the core.
Well, I don't know if you can make the assumption she's Democrat, but let's see.
She's a Joe Biden supporter.
Okay.
You go to her profile, you're supporting Biden.
Well, she's got a cross necklace that she wears when she's taking her blouse down to the middle of her chest. But when she's wearing that Slinky Bardello type dance dress, she's not wearing the cross. Let's see. She apparently really likes to take pictures of herself half naked, throwing those on Facebook. Oh, yeah, you're right. She's a nurse. She's got a picture of herself dressed up as a nurse, looking like it's in a hospital. Let's see. Her cross, is she wearing a cross necklace here? Yep, she is. Cross necklace there. Oh, no cross necklace there. Cross necklace there. Oh, let's see. No cross necklace there. Okay. Well, the friends we have on Facebook, huh? Okay. I don't know that we should spend any more time on this, but okay.
I just thought it was funny.
It is. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah, I've had a lot of people try to be my friend on Facebook too, that I probably shouldn't be friends with.
Well, I ain't friends with her. She just out of nowhere started messaging me, and I saw she's from that group. I think they're trying to figure out who I am so they could dox me.
Yep, probably. Same thing happens to me. Same thing, man. Go ahead.
Earlier today, they were trying to get me to give out my personal information. It was like, how come you use a fake account? You're fake. I'm like, I said, when you live in a world when the companies are doing whatever they can to spy on you and infringing on your Fourth Amendment right to wrongful search and seizures, you got to do what you got to do in today's day and age. I look at it as.
Oh, let me load this.
They told me there's like you look at it as being fake. I look at it as thinking outside the box, and he's like, Republicans don't think outside the box. Like, oh, but yeah, they're just trying to get my information, and I'm not stupid enough to give it to them.
Yep. Oh, hang on. KC, I imagine you're still with us. Let me get you the flyer. All right, I'm putting it in the Discord here. Here's the flyer for Wednesday.
Okay.
That way you guys have access to it. But I'll tell you what, gang, I'm thinking about wrapping her up here pretty soon, unless you guys want to go on and I can disappear for a little bit.
To be honest, I gotta get off of here. I'm surprised I'm still on. I gotta do some stuff myself.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some stuff done.
You should probably wrap it up. I mean, we can't make any more phone calls or anything.
Well, we can leave, voicemails, but that's it. I mean, it's better to call when they're in their offices, obviously. So you're right, though.
Well, obviously, we've been doing it all day, so I did a bunch of those.
Yep. See, Mike says a lot of people do not know what's going on because they do not care. Sadly, most people are more worried about their new cars, new phones, new clothes than their freedom. Yep, that is a very serious problem. And that's a problem brought about by having a central bank that can print currency out of the thin air, by the way. If we didn't have that, the entire culture would be very different in America today.
Oh, yeah.
And I was going to say, there are so many other distractions out there, too, to deal with.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, we'd be a lot more prosperous, and we wouldn't have this totalitarianism.
Yep.
Probably still have social media, but it
We'd have
wouldn't be
free markets.
some. Yeah, we'd have free markets. Ugh.
No,
that's
we
a big
would.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Well, I know. That's my point. Is, yeah, that's something we don't have.
Right. We have
I mean,
corporate.
there's little. It's corporate. I can't think of the word. Can't say the word. Well, it's about to turn into techno. Yeah, it's about to turn into technocracy.
Yeah.
Oh, it already is that too. So.
Fourth Industrial Revolution. Mr. Klaus Schwab says it's going to be the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll own nothing
Or
and we'll
maybe-
be extremely happy at the same time.
Mhm.
Let's see. Is every Dem bad news? Not necessarily. Crazy Train. I think a lot of Dems are upset with what these edicts coming down from the federal government are. They're not exactly happy with it. So
The Midwest Dems aren't like California or New York Dems. I mean, even the Democratic governor in Kansas, in the next state over, and the AG over there, even they're suing the federal government over this stuff.
Yep.
More the merrier.
I mean, they even have a two-way preservation. It doesn't have much teeth to it, but they have one, and you'll never hear Governor Kelly over there in Kansas trying to diss, the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
She just doesn't comment on it.
Well, you go to Texas, and there's what they call blue dog Democrats, where they're actually very Second Amendment friendly, but socially, on most issues and financially, they tend to lean more Democrat, but they're definitely pro Second Amendment. So,
Those would be what I'd consider to be classically liberal.
yeah, well, yeah, more classically liberal to be sure, but on many other social issues such as abortion, they may lean the other way.
Yeah, you got that too.
Yep.
That's more progressive liberal.
I don't know of any liberal that has any class, but okay.
Well, you're in California.
Classically liberal, that is. Yeah, well, there's classically liberal, which is like JFK liberal.
Yeah.
And then you have modern progressive liberal, and and depending what state you're in, different topics will take up a different position on each person.
Yeah.
Like JFK liberal is we need a country full of Minutemen that are heavily armed versus.
No, that's a crime though.
Now.
That's unheard of. That's a thing of the past. But we need to make it a thing of the present.
Yeah.
JFK wanted to get rid of the CIA and the Federal Reserve.
That's why he's dead.
Oh, I know. But that was the last real classically liberal president we ever had.
Mm. Yeah.
He also wanted to lower taxes. When's the last time you heard a Democrat say, "Hey guys, we need to lower taxes because that's going to spur economic growth"?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the JFK.
That's the idea of like a Rothbardian or a classically liberal. That is the actual definition of liberal, but that's been screwed up, of course, by progressivism.
Mm-hmm. Malcolm X even warned about white liberals. He really did. I think he was a smart man. I think he knew something was up with some of these liberals. I mean, they got out of their mind. And
yeah, they have.
Like I tell people,
but he specifically talked about like the progressive side of things.
Right, and the problem with people don't see with the Democratic Party is they're still racist. They ain't changed one bit. The only thing they've changed is their tactics. They're still just as racist. I mean, Joe Biden went to a Ku Klux Klan member's funeral and gave a eulogy. Like,
Joe Biden's as racist as a white guy can be.
That's what I'm saying. The Democrats have not changed one bit. Like I said, the only thing they've changed is tactics.
Right. Well,
Ugh.
I'm like TC. I'm a libertarian, and
Yep.
I just stay, in my libertarian box because I can't get down with these so-called fake conservatives. They say they're conservative, but yet they print money too.
To be honest,
Yep. Exactly.
Before I talked to Patrick, I didn't even know much about the Libertarian Party. I started getting to know about it more. I think I might actually be going more to the Libertarian side, but you know what? I also hear Libertarians are infiltrating the Republican Party, so I might as well just stick where I'm at.
Maybe. Yeah. But, as long as we stick with the principle, government needs to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and they actually work for us, then we're good.
Yep, small government equals big freedoms. And that's just the truth. The bigger a government gets, the more of your freedoms get taken away. And this is measured in every country. It doesn't matter what country you go to. China has the biggest government out of per capita, I think, than any other other country in the world. They have the least amount of freedoms there.
Well, their scope of their government actually is bigger than ours, but their spending is smaller.
Yep, but I'm talking about.
The U.S. actually spends about double.
Yep, no, I'm not even talking about spending at that point because I'm not sure that metric works. But for the amount of people that are actually paid government employees is significantly larger per capita in China than it is, in most countries of the world. And, they have a huge military, too. It's very, very big.
Very incompetent, too. You should see a video of him trying to put together a barge.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I remember the jumping jack video for the Afghanis, the Afghani police force. They were trying to teach them jumping jacks. Oh man, if you guys haven't seen that, someone can throw it in real quick. I'm outside with the dogs right now.
I'm gonna look for it. I did see that. I thought it was funny as hell when I saw it.
It was hilarious. It was good stuff. But seriously, though, guys, I'm going to wrap it up here real soon because I do have, since I'm going to have to leave early in the morning, I got to get some stuff done tonight that I was going to get done tomorrow. So I'm going to have to wrap up the live stream pretty quick.
Yeah.
Guys, well, good luck to those who are going down to Jefferson City tomorrow.
Well, thank you, sir. So.
I just shared that on here on Discord of them doing them jumping jacks.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen for everyone to see as we end the day with the jumping jack video from Afghanistan.
I tell you what, if I'm going to try, but if I can get if I can borrow a vehicle, see if the llamas are expedition free, I can borrow that because my car is torn apart right now. I'll try to make it after one of these 2 days.
That's hilarious.
Hello.
This is really hilarious. The video.
This is the CIA. This is the tax dollars are going to the CIA to do this kind of stuff now.
Yeah.
Actually, take that back. They go to the Taliban. That might be
very nice. Oh yeah. Yeah.
They have our troops doing this, and then they have the CIA's going over there training the Taliban just so they can keep the shit show going.
They're bringing more kids back over to the United States for old Joe to sniff.
Right. And they wonder why Afghanistan got took over so quick.
Right? Because you got a pedophile in the White House.
Did you see the video of him? Oh my God! There's a video of Joe Biden who was running out after the 9/11 ceremonies and whatnot. He was running over and he ran towards the child, and someone said, "Don't sniff him."
Don't sniff him.
Okay, gang. That was the video. That is American tax dollars at work training the Afghan police force to do jumping jacks. and they didn't do very well. So I mean, we're hoping that the jumping jacks will come easier to the next Afghan force that we train when we reinvade. Because we have nothing better to do.
Well, see, that's the problem is over the periods of history, people have not learned that Afghanistan is unconquerable.
Yes, but could we draw a direct link from their inability to do jumping jacks and then the fact we can't govern them?
I would say there's probably a good correlation there.
I think there might be a correlation as well. There's a continuity there. So, yep. But
how hard is it to make your body an X and then back again?
Yep. Yeah. So there's it's something I think we should all learn from. Is that if we're going to go into Afghanistan again, literally we have to have a better jumping jack program in our military.
Yeah. Well, we just sent them $64 million. So.
Yeah. Well, hang on. Let's not even talk about the $80 billion worth of military hardware. Do you realize that if we put $80 billion into teaching them how to do jumping jacks, we probably could get it done? We know this from our public schools. The more money we throw in, the better they get, gang. Isn't that the way it works for public schools?
I heard the opposite.
Sherry says, everyone that's traveling tomorrow to Jeff City, be safe and thank you for all you do. You betcha. I look forward to meeting a lot of you guys there tomorrow. I'll be there again Wednesday for the rally, but I will definitely be tomorrow. Tomorrow will be more business. Be knocking on doors and talking to people. We're gonna, Casey, Rich, Jimmy D, and I will probably have some early meetings with a couple of key people up there. But after that, it's just knocking on doors and talking to people that are perceived to be issues for this. So
there's going to be what, 4 of us there tomorrow?
Let's see. Jimmy D's wife is considering going. I haven't talked to my wife yet, but she's been listening on and off today on the live stream. So Casey, Rich, myself, and I don't know that we have a commitment from anyone else in the group that's been listening today.
Well, we got 163 representatives. We got about 4 or 5 people.
Well, that's just
It'll
us.
Be a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, but go ahead, Joe Mama.
I was going to say real quick, when I was talking to Sherry, she did have a good idea. She said it would be very difficult to persuade Democrats to do it, but again, there are Democrats that are against this vaccine mandate. Now, she also said, though, what would be a good idea is to knock on doors in some of these Democratic towns and have some of these Democrats calling their representatives. So that's another path we could take.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely strategize tomorrow, and we got some key people to talk to anyway, including Senator Moon, and of course Representative Seitz. We'll talk to him as well. We'll probably talk to Burleson as well. Burleson and Moon are pretty close in proximity, their offices anyway. But we'll come up with a strategy for people that we really need to talk to. We shouldn't consider this a go and pat people on the back for thank you for signing a letter deal. We need to go after people who are not on the letter or are undecided or are against. Those are our targets, I think. But yep, it'll be a long day tomorrow. But we'll get her done, and we'll be back there again on Wednesday for the rally. Guys, if you can't make it tomorrow, please try to make it Wednesday for the rally. I'll be there for that as well. I'm doing both days, gang, because this is too important. I'm taking the time off. I can't afford to, but I'm going to, because freedom is hanging, by a thread right now. And my daughter and my grandkids have a lot more life to live than I do, and I need to do it for them.
I just posted that video in the.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And before we go, I forget who's called buying a pedophile. I agree. YouTube deletes my comments. I dare anybody right now to go on YouTube and try to comment, Joe Biden is a racist pedophile with dementia, and it will not get posted.
Do you think it might be because your comment is a little divisive?
more because it's accurate.
Yeah, it is accurate, but you're going to have to spread it out into more words. Joe Biden.
I tried to even put it in coding.
Yeah, just
They cut it online.
all right. Put it in the video right now. Joe Biden sniffs small people, and see if that sticks around or if that goes away. And Joe Biden sniffs small people, and let's see. And we got to find a way to put. I don't want to put pedophile in there, but
I'm commenting right now.
okay.
You said don't do that. Don't call him a pedophile.
Yeah, don't say pedophile. That's an algorithm word.
It is. All right, I'm gonna put Joe Biden is a pedo.
Okay. Okay, I'm watching for it here.
I just put it in.
It's not showing up yet.
Put in Joe Biden is a pedo.
Hang on.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, hang on. Okay, just put in. Hang on, I'm going to type it in though. Joe Biden sniffs small people. Okay, do you guys see that in YouTube?
Nope.
You don't see it? I typed in there.
It comes up. It just came up.
See, there we go. We have beat the algorithm. What we've done is we have just used different words that in conjunction say the same thing that you wanted to say originally.
Look at that video. Look at what I just posted over there on the Discord chat.
Okay, I'll take a look here. And then I do have to get going, gang.
Yeah.
Liberty, okay.
This is funny. Everybody will get a laugh. Everybody will get a laugh out of this one.
Okay, hang on. Let me expand it out. Okay, here we go. We got a TikTok video. Everyone watch this.
The murderers. Look, the murderers. Yeah, it's Obama.
There's Creepy Joe. Oh, Creepy Joe is going off the track here. What's he going to go do? Oh, he's going to go talk to a small person. Oh.
Afghanistan. Terrible, terrible. Don't snip him. Terrible.
Well, it looked like he was talking to an elderly person, is what it looked like. Okay. All right, gang, I'll tell you what. I am going to get going. I have got to end this so I can actually get some things done. Hey, we were on for 8 hours and 20 minutes today. And hopefully we got a lot of phone calls made. Hopefully, folks were making phone calls and trying to make a difference because, like I said, this is really, really important. Really, really important.
I'm going to see you tomorrow, Pat. I'm going to jump off here too, man.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, Gypsy just came in. Hey, Gypsy. I'm literally, I just got home from work. I'm sorry, buddy. I am literally ending a 8-hour, 20-minute live stream just now. So, but at any rate, there's plenty to watch if you're bored. So at any rate, you can go back and watch it from scratch on YouTube. But guys, thank you very much for joining in today. Please make your phone calls to the governor, lieutenant governor, and your senators and your representatives. Please make those phone calls. All we're doing is we're asking for an emergency session. Very easy to do. They're all there tomorrow. They're all there Wednesday. It can be very easily done. I know Bill Eigel is working on the very language needed for setting up a law to protect Missourians from this crap coming down from Washington, D.C. with serum mandates. So that part is being dealt with. We don't have to worry about that part. What language, we'll see it soon enough anyway. In fact, those of us who are going to Jeff City will probably get a sneak peek at that, at what Bill Eigel's working on. So, and if I can get a copy of it, of course, I will get it and share it with you guys. But I'm sure it's going to be very good. After all, it's Bill Eigel. I mean, everything he touches up in Jeff City turns to gold. So we'll work on that end of things too. But thank you all for joining for such a long event. I'm hoping we're making a difference, gang. And let's pray. Let's pray that we actually are reaching some of these people. This is really important. SEPA is a drop in the bucket compared to how important this is. I really do mean it. Finish out one final thought. Ron Calzone, who you guys know is a big friend of ours, and a very, very influential man to people who are liberty-minded, said to me, and it was in April, he was very, very concerned. He thought that maybe SEPA wasn't as important, was not as important as getting his anti-tyranny COVID bill through, which would basically do the same thing Florida did, DeSantis did for Florida. Outlaw diaper mandates, face diaper mandates, outlaw serum mandates, outlaw beer flu passports. I mean, the whole shebang. It was all there. And I was saying to him, I said, we pushed so hard for 3 years on SEPA, it's hard to switch horses. And I said, we can do both. We can do both. And he said, I'm not so sure. And lo and behold, May 15th rolls around. We get SEPA. But what we didn't get was the anti-beer flu bill, because the Dems shut down the Senate. We couldn't get anything more done after that. So in a weird way, Ron was kind of a prophet. He saw that they were going to be so angry by getting SEPA. We're talking about the Dems now in the Senate. That they'd be so angry about SEPA that they would just shut it down and not allow any more legislation to go through and protest. Well, it turns out that he was right. Ron's usually right, actually. Everyone makes mistakes, but Ron is pretty savvy. He can see things in advance a lot of times, politically. And he was right. And now we have to drop everything we're doing to make sure that we maintain our individual sovereignty and this madness ends, at least for Missourians. So please consider, if you can't make it to Jeff City, please put us on your prayer list. That those of us that are going up there make a difference. That we change some minds, that we influence some people. And also maybe so that other states are getting similar work done. Guys, I'd hate to think we're the only state. We're the only state with SEPA, but I hope the other states are fighting these too. Texas and Florida, they already got this done, gang. They don't have to worry about this garbage that's coming down from D.C. Just like I tell you guys all the time, we don't have to worry about the garbage rolling down from the ATF. We're lucky. We got SEPA done with teeth. Go ahead.
When it comes to Florida, they got Florida and Texas both folded.
On SEPA, yes.
Oh no, I meant on the they both folded on their mandate bans.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Florida. Basically, that what's the word I'm looking for? Because they were executive orders, they were not laws.
Yeah.
They folded. They have no freedom on that.
Okay. All right. Didn't know that.
Oh, it's up to us again.
Yep, it's up to us again, gang.
Show me state's got to lead the way, man.
Yep, and for all of you.
Come on, come all tomorrow. Let's go kick some ass in the fucking.
Yep.
Representatives.
Yep. Let's go ahead and make a difference. Let's go up there with a purpose. Let's go up there and be singular-minded in what our intentions are. Let's make sure that God is with us on this journey too.
163 of them, man. It's gonna be a busy day.
Yep.
We're not allowed to bring firearms with us at the Capitol, are we?
If you have a Missouri concealed carry permit, you can. If you are constitutional carry, you cannot.
I have an Arizona concealed carry permit.
Is that recognized by the state of Missouri?
Yes.
Pretty much every state is recognized by Missouri.
Okay. I know Missouri's is only recognized in 38 states.
Yeah, Arizona. My Arizona CCW permit's recognized in Missouri.
The question is how long ago was it that you got that, and are you primary Missouri resident?
Yeah, I'm a primary Missouri. I was on SIS probation for felony, and then I completed my SIS probation, so my felony got wiped away. But now here's how it works with Missouri's CCW permit application. It asks if you've ever pled guilty to a felony. If you've ever pleaded guilty to a felony on the CCW terms, you're still a felon, but not through the state of Arizona. So that's why, and Arizona takes out-of-state CCW applications and does permanent state residence. So I got my CCW from Arizona, but I've always lived in Missouri. But I do have a CCW permit. It is through the state of Arizona.
Okay, all right. Now, if you're doing constitutional, I mean, if you're out on the front lawn, you can carry, but you just, once you get in the building, it's a no.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream now, guys, so we can continue on in Discord if we want. By the way, those of you who are listening on or watching on YouTube, you guys are welcome to come into Discord anytime. I know some of you don't want to be on the live streams, but you're always welcome right after we do a live stream to come into the chat. Usually people hang out for a bit. But I want to thank all of you for joining us today. Thank you for making phone calls. Thank you for sending emails. Actually, I didn't get that done yet, and I need to get it done today because, actually I'll be gone all day tomorrow. So that's another thing to add to my list. Please don't forget to email. Phone calls, emails. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, senators, representatives. Keep up the pressure, gang. We can't stop. We cannot stop. We have to keep going forward all the way through Wednesday, and including Wednesday. So until we hear otherwise. Guys, I will try to give you live streams from the Capitol, but that's difficult to do because I get a bad T-Mobile signal inside the Capitol. But I will do my very best to keep you guys updated with what's going on tomorrow. That's it for now, gang. Thanks again for watching. May God bless each and every one of you. Please remember to pray for us if you can't go up for the Capitol. Pray that we actually change some minds and get some good work done. You guys take care. Have a great day.
You too, man. You have a good night, Pat.